Hello from Geneva. I'm Annabelle Gonzalez, Deputy Director General of the World Trade Organization, and I'm very pleased to welcome you to this technical symposium on COVID-19 vaccine supply chain and regulatory transparency. The WTO has been actively working on trade and public health related issues since 2001, when members adopted the Doha Declaration on Trade Related Intellectual Property Rights and Public Health. Over this time, the WTO has promoted a comprehensive and multidisciplinary approach, which has entailed strong partnerships with other international organizations. As part of this continuous collaboration at all levels, we are privileged today to welcome my colleagues, Dr. Mariangela Batista Galvao Simao, Assistant Director General for Access to Medicines and Health Products at the World Health Organization, and Mr. Ricardo Treviño Chapa, Deputy Secretary General at the World Customs Organization. Our objective today is to improve public and policymaker understanding at the technical level of the operation of global COVID-19 vaccine and input supply chains. We will also look at the role that trade policy can play in facilitating the cross-border movement of vaccine inputs, as well as the critical role of regulatory transparency and cooperation to secure equitable access. We're conscious that policymakers across the globe are wrestling with pressing practical issues as they seek to map their way through the COVID-19 shock. And we're working with a wide range of partners to play our role in creating a sound, inclusive, and timely information base to support critical policy choices. Trade has been a positive force during the pandemic by enabling access to much needed medical supplies around the world. Even as the value of global merchandise trade shrank by more than 7% in 2020, trade in medical supplies increased by 16% and by 50% for personal protective equipment. Trade is a tool that can be leveraged to facilitate access, and WTO members have acknowledged this and have made several proposals related to trade and public health aimed at facilitating trade and access to medical goods. Delegations are actively engaged in discussing possible elements for inclusion in a deliverable at the 12th Ministerial Conference later this year. This is important as a strong multilateral trading system contributes to create a fertile ground for global recovery, resilience, and preparedness. Today, close to 30 economies are projected to produce COVID-19 vaccines by the end of 2021, with 16 of these economies outside of the G20. We owe it to the billions of people who have not been vaccinated yet to do everything to ensure that the cross-border movement of vaccines and the inputs necessary to produce them is as smooth as possible so that vaccine manufacturing can meet these demands. The WTO can contribute in different ways to ramp up production and foster vaccine equity, including but not limited to supporting efforts to identify and reduce export restrictions and to put trade facilitation measures in place, fostering cooperation and partnerships, including through voluntary licensing and technology transfer, as well as the effective implementation and use of policy options available in the WTO system, monitoring trade policies and ensuring transparency, contributing to building the capacity of regulatory authorities that need to ensure the safety, quality, and efficacy of vaccines and other medical products, and promoting the collection of granular trade data in support of facilitating vaccine manufacturing and supply chains. Dr. Ngozi has called on us all to meet the challenge of vaccine equity. She has unambiguously articulated the role that she sees trade is playing in this process. I trust today's technical symposium will generate important insights and feed into continuing efforts to identify and overcome bottlenecks in the vaccine and input supply chains and other critical technologies. I trust it will also lay the groundwork for increased cooperation to find practical solutions to scale up the global COVID-19 response and address gaps in the global production and distribution of vaccines, personal protective equipment, and other medical technologies. To make the most out of our time together, I will leave it to you to consult the program and the biographical data for the impressive slate of speakers who have kindly agreed to take part today, and thanks to them all. You may find this on the WTO website. With that, let me pass it over to our first speaker, Dr. Maria Angela Batista Galvao Simao, WHO Assistant Director General. Maria Angela, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Annabelle, and congratulations on your appointment. It's very good to have you in WTO in this position. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all. I'm going to put a few reflections on the table because this COVID pandemic has reminded us all with this staggering force what happens when essential health products are not sufficiently available and equitably distributed. And this has to do with supply chains, but it has to do with many other factors as well. We are living through the harsh reality of an extreme inequity in access to vaccines, where there are countries with more than 70% vaccine coverage, while in many low-income countries, vaccine coverage can be as low as 1.5%. And for some of us who've been working on access for a longer time, it's a déjà vu situation. The response to HIV should have been a lesson learned because it took more than 10 years for effective treatments to reach low and middle income countries. And one of the reasons for this delay at the time was that the high income countries were concerned about lack of absorptive capacity in these countries. And this is very similar to what we are beginning to hear during this pandemic. This is, of course, a very controversial issue, absorptive capacity, because it should not keep countries last in line. And this includes the supply chain fragilities, and it should not delay actions to address urgently the coverage gap between high-income countries and lower and middle-income countries. In the HIV field, this delay costed tens of millions of lives. But as it was a chronic infection, these deaths were spread across the years. And the generic industry actually played a big role in helping expand the HIV treatment. This SARS-CoV-2 pandemic brings us different context, very different, because we have a highly transmissible respiratory virus, and one that, besides the pressure in the health system, also has an enormous economic impact, and it's affecting lives of individuals in entire society. And then science tells us, this is a time for science to come and tell us the way, right? Science is telling us that there are variants of concern, there are more transmissible, and that could have negative effects in the immunogenicity of vaccines. So we have no time to lose in increasing vaccine coverage to more equitable levels in all countries. Just a few weeks ago, the World Health Assembly adopted a landmark resolution on strengthening local production. You are aware of that, and strengthening of health regulatory systems go hand in hand with increased manufacturing capacity. There will be later on today some discussion about this. And the good news on the vaccine field is that we do have a developing countries vaccine manufacturing network, and there are many vaccine producers in developing countries that have pre-qualified products with WHO. DDG Annabelle has mentioned voluntary licensing. WHO is pushing for voluntary license and sharing of know-how and technology together with 43 countries with the CTAP initiative. And you are also aware that WHO issued a call for expression of interest to establish technology transfer hubs for COVID mRNA vaccines. WHO received more than 50 proposals, half of which are from companies or institutions interested in receiving the technology, and half in providing technology or acting as a training hub. Both initiatives, actually, CTAP and the Vaccine Manufacturing Task Force, do need the industry to come on board, and the technology holders, the IP holders, to come on board to make these initiatives to expand manufacturing across the globe a reality. And I must say that the active engagement of WTO at the highest level, with Dr. Ngozi at the helm, in pushing for greater access to COVID products, is very welcome by WHO, as is the organization of this technical symposium on vaccine supply and supply chain and regulatory transparency. To close, we must ensure that information sharing during this symposium can result in actionable and achievable contributions from industry, governments, and other stakeholders alike. And WHO stands ready to support the collaboration together with WTO. Thank you very much, DDG Annabelle. Over.
Thank you very much, Maria Angela, for your very important remarks, as well as for that call for action. I now would like to offer the floor to Ricardo Treviño Chapa, Deputy Secretary General of the WCO. Ricardo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and good morning. Good morning to you. I'm talking to you from Brussels, Belgium, here where the headquarters of WCO are. And I want to thank, first of all, the WTO for the invitation to this symposium. It has been a very important set of events, starting on the 14th of April with the WTO event on COVID-19 and vaccine equity, in which WCO also participated. And with this symposium, I think we're following up on some of the discussions that were held there. I greet, of course, Dr. Maria Angela Simao as well from WHO, whom we have been working very closely as well. And I join her in congratulating you and wishing you the very much successful way forward in WTO, Deputy Director General Anabel Gonzalez. It's a pleasure to greet you from here and congratulate you as well. In WCO, we are, of course, the international organization 100% focused on customs matters. And of course, as customs being a very important part in the supply chain of the international trade infrastructure, we have been playing an important role in facilitating and securing the cross-border movement of medicines, vaccines, and related supplies and equipment, of course, particularly vaccine manufacturing inputs and components. As the voice of international customs community, we have undertaken several actions to support our 193 members in facilitating the cross-border movement of relief and essential supplies, and to support the economy and sustain the supply chain continuity. Immediately after COVID-19, vaccine candidates demonstrated high effectiveness in phase 3 in clinical trials on December 2020. The WCO Council, which is our highest decision-making body, unanimously adopted a resolution on the role of customs in facilitating the cross-border movement of situationally critical medicines and vaccines, including measures for our member customs administrations and, of course, concrete actions for the WCO Secretariat to carry out. So immediately after the adoption of this resolution, we took a number of steps to implement it. We developed a COVID-19 action plan containing 25 concrete actions that has led us to operationalize this resolution, because as Dr. Maria Angela Simao just mentioned, we have to take into action what we are talking about. And in this case, there was a high-level resolution agreed by our council. However, we needed to implement it, and we took it into these 25 concrete actions that have been, or that will cover 18 months in total. So we're planning for 1.5 years of concrete actions, focusing as an overarching priority within WCO a strategy to support the distribution of vaccines and other medical equipment. We developed dedicated guidance materials within these 25 concrete actions. For instance, the harmonized system classification reference for vaccines and related supplies and equipment. And also we published a note on the role of customs in facilitating and securing the cross-border movement of situationally critical medicines and vaccines. We also established a repository of members' good practices in facilitating the cross-border movement of COVID-19 vaccines. This is available in our website, and it's for open consultation for our members, for other stakeholders. And we also have been signing several MOUs and joint statements, working closely with other colleagues from other international organizations. For instance, one of the latest would be with ICAO, in which we signed a joint statement calling for open collaboration between the aviation and customs communities, as well as those responsible for other transport modes and other relevant stakeholders, in order to ensure, again, safe, secure, and efficient transport of vaccines and associated equipment across the borders. Of course, the issue of the cross-border movement of vaccines and related medical supplies and equipment is subject to regular discussions as well with other stakeholders. We've been meeting very frequently with our private sector consultative group. And in here, in this working body, we share information about challenges, good practices, and possible solutions in which WCO and customs community can contribute. So we are very close contact with the private sector as well, in listening to any problems that they can identify and challenges to ease the distribution of vaccines. We have organized a global webinar series to improve members' awareness on the essential characteristics of different COVID-19 vaccines and the respective supply chains. So this is as well on our role as customs, not only in the part of facilitation, but we have, of course, our role as compliance. So we aim to facilitate trade, but we are talking about, of course, legal trade. And therefore, we have our role as well in detecting fraudulent and illegal trade. Therefore, we have organized webinars so that we can identify the characteristics of each of our vaccines, so that we can easily identify which ones are the real ones, and also be protecting society from possible harmful vaccines or other medical equipment. And we have, of course, provided information to identify the genuine vaccines and medical supplies being shared through our platforms regarding as well our intellectual property rights programs. And therefore, we look for pre-arrival information in which we can therefore implement our risk management so that we can be effective in, as I said, allowing the flow of legal vaccines and facilitating the distribution of these important medicines. But we also need to be very conscious that sometimes organized crime is also trying to benefit from these facilitation measures, and we have to be very, very alert on possible fraudulent actions. And therefore, that's why we launched as well recently on the 30th of April, the biggest, the largest until now enforcement operation, which has been named Operation Stop 2, which benefits from the participation of more than 140 countries of our members, of course. And we also are working together in this global operation to identify illegal vaccines and medicines together with Interpol, OLAF, UNODC, of course, World Health Organization, and Europol. This Operation Stop 2 targets counterfeit, substandard, and illicit medicines, medical supplies and equipment, and vaccines related to COVID-19, and gives special attention to small consignments and electronic commerce as well. As you know, e-commerce has been growing before pandemic and throughout the pandemic, but unfortunately, the supply chain of e-commerce is also now being used for some illegal trade. So we have to be very much alert on that side. Now, with regard to the vaccine manufacturing inputs and components, so far our consultations with the private sector consultative group have reported in the last few months that bottlenecks have been solved. We have no bottlenecks detected due to customs at this point. We are aware that export restrictions, of course, are a major impediment to the vaccine distribution, and therefore we have published guidance materials, and we have called and advocate for efforts with our members so that they can take facilitation measures and they can lower any export restrictions. Also, we have worked very hard in linking our tools, such as the harmonized system. Here in session 3, we will have the participation of our Deputy Director of Tariff and Trade Affairs, Ms. Gael Gruby. She will give much more detail that I can at this point on what we're doing on this work for helping, of course, the supply chain of distribution of vaccines. However, I just might say that the harmonized system classification reference for vaccines and related supplies and equipment was developed in cooperation with World Health Organization and supports customs administrations and economic operators in classifying vaccines and the related supplies and equipment at the international level. That is 6 digits as per the current harmonized system, of course. This list, as well as the other lists of the HS codes developed by the World Customs Organization together with WHO earlier in the pandemic, were extensively used by our members for the purpose of prioritizing the clearance and relief of essential goods and equipment included in the lists. The lists of harmonized system codes played a role in the government decision-making processes on waiving import duties and taxes and economic import prohibitions or restrictions with respect to the goods on such lists. Now, the harmonized system classification reference for vaccines and related supplies and equipment contains some of the components required for the manufacturing and administering of the vaccines, such as vials, syringes, needles, but does not contain a comprehensive list of inputs and components required in the vaccine manufacturing process. So this is something that still we can keep working together with the industry. We will continue, of course, to actively engage in working with the WTO and WHO and manufacturers looking at the identification and facilitation of critical supplies for vaccine manufacturing. And we are very much active together with our members in doing this. And we remain open to expanding our cooperation with the pharmaceutical industry and all relevant international organizations in order to better understand the supply chain of the vaccine manufacturing inputs and components and support our members, support customs administrations in facilitating the cross-border movement of these inputs and components. Again, I want to thank WTO for organizing this event and inviting WCO to participate. And I wish that this event is very much successful. Thank you very much, Annabelle. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Ricardo, for your words, and thanks a lot to you and Maria Angela for joining us in this event. We look forward to continuing our strong collaboration with your organizations as we move forward in our work related to trade and public health. Now, let us move to our first session. I will pass the relay to Robert Koopman, Chief Economist and Director of the Economic Research and Statistics Division of the WTO Secretariat. Bob, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Annabelle. It's a great pleasure to moderate this session. So over the last 16 to 18 months, we've seen global trade initially contract significantly and then substantially expand. We really need to better understand the vaccine manufacturing and trade supply chain. And in this session, our efforts are focused on this better understanding, particularly of the dynamics of the supply chains themselves. This is work that we also need to do with an eye towards the future. So the focus of this session on mapping vaccine manufacturing and trade, we will address the following 3 main questions. What are the latest projections on COVID-19 vaccine manufacturing output? What can supply chain mapping exercises tell us about vaccine manufacturing production and related value chains? Vaccine producers are experiencing bottlenecks in their supply chains. Which types of problems are being experienced and what can policymakers do to address them? We're very, very fortunate to have a stellar panel who can share their expert views on the challenges around mapping vaccine manufacturing and trade supply chains. So without much further delay, let me dive right into the panel. You can see their biographical data on the event webpage, so I won't be introducing the speakers with any kind of detailed background. But let's turn to our first panelist, and that's Rasmus Bach-Hansen, CEO and founder of Airfinity. Rasmus, can I ask you to get us underway by giving an overview of the latest projections for COVID-19 vaccination production and an idea of where this production is taking place? Rasmus, the floor is yours, please.
Hello, Robert, and thank you so much for that kind introduction. I'm just starting my video here.
We can see you, yes, and hear you. Great.
Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for having me, and also thank you.
And let me remind you, 6 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. So we prepared some high-level views on the first question you addressed. What are the projections for the vaccine production globally? And I wanted to take my 6 minutes to share that. So I would go straight to it. Hope you can see my screen here.
We can see your screen, yes, and it's now full.
Just very briefly, so Airfinity, we are an independent provider of science information and production data. We monitor global vaccine production throughout the world. We work with a number of countries, large pharmaceutical NGOs. We also work with WTO. And to track and forecast where we are on the production side, what we know about the real world evidence on effectiveness, side effects, etc. We see as part of our duty to inform the public with accurate information, so with partnerships with a number of large media companies, including Bloomberg, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, CNN, and others. When we look at the production, I think it's quite, as you alluded to, it's quite a remarkable picture we are seeing. We are, while it was slow to begin with, we are seeing an quite incredible ramp up of production globally. We're especially kind of seeing a lead of 4 vaccine producers. It is an extraordinary development, especially from the Chinese vaccine producers, Sinovac and Sinopharm, that's grown more than I think many of us anticipated. Pfizer, as you can see of this Pfizer-BioNTech's vaccine, has had a very steady, stable growth and is now the second largest produced vaccine. And then AstraZeneca, while off to somewhat of a slow start, we can see that Oxford AstraZeneca's vaccine is really growing fast with a very steep production curve here. Other vaccines are Moderna, that we're seeing a somewhat slower growth, but stable. And then there are some that may be surprising a little bit in their lack of output, which where I would put Sputnik, the Russian vaccine. J&J's has also not produced at the scale we expected, and a few others. Globally, so far, according to our most recent numbers updated today, the world has produced 3.3 billion vaccines. So I think we should just take that in and say that is a really remarkable number when we compare to the total vaccine production last year, around 5 billion, depending on how you measure it. But by all means, we are halfway through the year and have already had that many vaccines. And if you can see on this on this graph, it is also accelerating. We've had 1 billion vaccine produced over the last month alone, and 314 over the last week alone. So we're really seeing an acceleration of global production throughout. If we look at how is that going to play out for the rest of the year, which is of course a really critical question, then we project our forecast is changed daily according to the numbers and according to what we know of the individual factories, how they're ramping up. So very detailed forecast analytics system we've set up here, and it's kind of been moving between 10.5 billion to 11, and now over 11.5, 11.8 billion for the year, very much dominated by some of the large vaccines that I mentioned before, AstraZeneca, Sinovac, Sinopharm, Pfizer, but also we are seeing newcomers into the space, although they will have somewhat less of an impact. To the left, you can see all the vaccines that are included in this forecast. But I think, some people say this is way too optimistic. That might be the case, but looking at the current trajectories, it is actually not doesn't look that optimistic. And if you compare that to the manufacturer's own projections and what they've said, this is much lower than that. If you combined all of those public statements from vaccine producers, you would get to more than 20 billion. So we are quite confident that around this number will be achieved this year, unless something dramatic happens. I should say that, of course, doesn't take into account potential booster shots, third shots, and the whole demand supply is something we look a lot into. And I don't have the time to go into that in detail, but just to say that some will probably be saved for booster shots and also for second generation of vaccines, which means that some factories can be taken out of the equation, and that will also impact that. So this is somewhat of a high level linear forecast. When we look at where is all this production taking place, then we have identified 83 different production places throughout the world. It is clearly dominated in Europe, US, and some parts of Asia, and there are some remarkable gaps, as it's been pointed out in the public debate. Africa, hardly any. South America, hardly any. I would also say when we look at CDMOs versus own production of substances, that significantly many more CDMOs. So it does seem there seems to be quite a lot of technology transfer already happening in the space, but combined with the in-house. But I think a really important point I want to make here, and bear in mind that we are an independent provider, so no stake in the debate over technology transfer or not. But I just want to point out that there are clear economies of scale in vaccine production. So when we look at where is all this production coming from, it is the majority is coming from own production at own sites. So the whole kind of distributed network of vaccines has not yielded yet the results we're seeing. So the remarkable numbers are primarily driven by production at own sites. Started out with like 90%, 89% from own sites, and we project that to go throughout the year. We'll see more of the CDMOs coming on, scaling up, but not as fast. So we project that 67% of the total production will be from companies' own sites, and I think that is a really important point. Then,
thank you, Rasmus. Could you wrap up in about 1 minute, please?
Yes, absolutely. This slide is exactly meant to be 1 minute. So thank you. No, I just want to make one point on the subcomponents, right? So one thing is the vaccines, but what about all the materials that goes into it? That's where we could see some of the bottlenecks and where that's coming from. So we mapped some of the key parts, the bioreactors, lipid suppliers, glass vials, and syringes, and mapped out where is the core production of those. I think that's an important view to global debate on export and imports, and we can really see that the US is a very, very central supplier of these. So I would say from our data, free flowing exports out of the US will be an important component of continued scaling up of vaccines. That was it for me.
Rasmus, thank you. That was a tour de force overview of current production. Excellent. You really did set the stage well for us. Let me now turn to Matthew Dunham, Sustainable Manufacturing Lead for the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness and Innovations. Matthew, what can you add to the picture already painted by Rasmus? CEPI is also part of the COVAX Manufacturing Task Force. What issues are emerging from this the task force process that you would like to share with us? Matthew, the floor is yours.
Robert, thanks very much indeed, and I hope everyone can see.
We can see and hear you. Yes, thank you.
Hear me well. Okay, great. So I'm going to be talking from behalf of CEPI. On behalf of CEPI, let's see if I can put this onto display mode, if that is preferable.
It's okay. It works as is if you want. It's up to you.
Okay. I mean, you can just see a few of the notes. So CEPI, just by way of introduction, is an innovative global partnership. It centers around three core pillar activities, namely to prepare, transform, and connect, with a core vision to establish a world where epidemics are no longer a threat to humanity. When we were founded in 2017 in Davos under CEPI 1.0 strategy, it was primarily to accelerate development of vaccines against emerging infectious diseases. And these are primarily focused in the table on the right-hand side, so Lassa, MERS, Nipah, etc. However, of course, in the last year and a half, a lot more focus has been driven towards COVID, particularly in collaboration with the COVAX partners, namely CEPI, the WHO, Gavi, UNICEF. So all four of those organizations have formed COVAX, However, quite recently, in the last couple of months, together with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and then the three trade associations, IFPMA, DCVMN, and BIO, have formed the COVAX Manufacturing Task Force that has the core objectives to try and prioritize and ensure COVID vaccine supply under the COVAX mission, particularly with prioritization with emphasis on the AMC 92 countries, and to try and mitigate unintended impact on other vaccines and health products. And long-term plan is to initiate regional health security through establishment of sustainable regional long-term manufacturing of vaccines. Rasmus, just before us, touched on the core activities around sort of the supplies. So the supplies like vials, single-use facilities like filters, bioreactor bags, tubing, etc. And this is something that the COVAX Manufacturing Task Force has been focusing on quite specifically as a result of a global summit that was held on the 8th and 9th of March. I won't go through all four of the work streams that the COVAX Manufacturing Task Force has established, but the first and primary one focusing on today's discussion is focusing on two core activities. One is to launch a marketplace for critical input supplies, namely all those components I've just mentioned, to facilitate aggregated data gathering, to facilitate also transparency to support forecasting in future, which all comes into the kind of discussion. It's also to look at free flow of goods, free flow of those critical supplies. And we've had quite some discussion in both of these areas and made quite some progress. Let's see if I can move there. Okay. So what we've done particularly is we've had interviews with a whole range of COVAX manufacturers, people who supply COVAX with COVID vaccine, but also those critical input suppliers, the manufacturers of the filters, the tubing, the bags, the chromatography media, and also many of the CEPI CMC leads and experts. Those interviews are still ongoing, so this is an initial snapshot of some of the feedback that we've got with respect to the free flow of goods, or more particularly, where they have not been free flowing quite so readily and have caused an impact to COVID vaccine manufacture. And you can see just from the items in bold where some of the kind of core issues lie. In other words, the regulations in terms of how things are treated, particularly drug product export for non-commercial technical reasons. There's aspects relating to VAT in terms of vials donated, particularly, let's say, to COVAX. The United States has got the Defense Protection Act legislation. This has had certain impact. And as Rasmus articulated a moment ago, a predominant number of the supplies come from the United States. You can see through the rest of the slide the kind of core issues highlighted in bold. And what's been identified is the need to address, firstly, three kind of core things: the global trade facilitation, i.e. customs, the technical barriers to trade, i.e. regulatory aspects, and the trade export restrictions, all of which are long-term goals. In the shorter term, there's the need to support that rapid creation of bilateral agreements to ease import and export of supplies. Now then, supplies themselves are restricted by limited interchangeability. And this slide summarizes some of those kind of discussion points that we've had. In terms of, a single-use bioreactor bag cannot simply be changed for another single-use bioreactor bag. They're licensed component parts for a specific manufacturing process. So the interchangeability from a regulatory, from a licensure perspective is very difficult to facilitate. Given the constraints of vaccine supply over the last year, there's been quite a pressure on the suppliers. So there's about a half a year to a year lead time for certain kind of core components into what is already a complex global supply chain. There's limited interchangeability, there's matchmaking required between manufacturers. There's also that need for demand forecasting, which of course the marketplace is endeavoring and hopefully going to be achieving. There's a need to standardize supplies and provide that flexibility for changeovers, particularly to those maybe supplies that are impacted by the Defense Protection Act. There are additional country-specific challenges related also to the export and import of supplies. So all of this relates to supplies related to the interviews that we have held. But in addition to that, and I'll just touch on this briefly, there is the need to have vaccine workers moved readily around the planet to support vaccine manufacturing. And you can see where there are significant entry requirements and quarantine requirements, all of which call for countries to grant travel exemption for critical vaccine workers and prioritize their vaccination to be able to travel. And that ends my presentation and interjection. I hope that adds the discussion, Robert, and to what Rasmus has carefully set out the scene for prior to me. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthew, for another excellent overview. Clearly, a number of challenges here, and highlighting the importance of trade facilitation, the regulatory environment, and export restrictions. Thank you very much, and we hope to come back to you with some questions for follow-up as the program continues. Our next speaker is going to be Julia Delbrena, head of the Unit for Strategy and Regulation, Single Market and Industrial Policy, DG GROW, European Commission. Julia, can I ask you to give us a policymaker perspective? The European Commission has tried to map and matchmake between vaccine manufacturers in the EU single market. What have you learned from this process that you would like to share with us? Julia, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. I hope you can see me. Thank you
We
for
can see you
welcoming
here.
in this seminar. Thank you to the other speakers. So in the European Union, late 2020, we began authorizing COVID-19 vaccines. And obviously everybody was, like in the whole world, very excited of this scientific feat. But we knew that the science, that was difficult, that was exceptional, but the industrial challenge was something even more difficult to achieve to vaccinating obviously the whole world, but for us the immediate objective was to vaccinate by the summer 2021 70% of the adult population. And even with Europe being having such a tradition and being such a leader in vaccine production, that was not easy to achieve, also because the process of getting vaccines in the arms of European citizens was totally new in a way. Usually it takes 10 years to develop a vaccine, and companies begin scaling up after the authorization of the vaccine. So they have a limited production capacity, and then they scale up, because that's a bit the model of risk they can take. In this case, we intervened with advanced purchase agreements to give an incentive to companies to take the risk of scaling up manufacturing capacity before authorization of vaccines, but this was clearly not enough. And in February 2021, the President charged Commissioner Thierry Breton with leading this task force for the upscaling of industrial production. And we organized our work in 4 strands, mapping, prioritizing, so that one could really use all resources to this industrial challenges, synchronizing, because you can have all the vaccines you want, but if you're not able to do such a massive vaccination campaign, and for this campaign you need people, you need skills, but you also need certain materials and inputs, and that was shown in a very nice slide from the previous speaker. And then matchmaking, because Europe has a big tradition of producing vaccines. There are a lot of resources, some used for vaccines that are life-saving in other ways, some not used, because this is a business model that if you want to have security of supply, because problems can arise with yields, with security, and we saw that, we all read that in the media, what can happen in a factory if there are errors. So you need to have, let's say, you need to have flexibility in the supply chain. And this is totally new solution, because companies do not really have flexibility now. That's why we went on first mapping all that was there, and a lot was there, but is doing something else, is doing polio, is doing child vaccines, is doing everything. Also, not all that is there is adapted to mRNA vaccines, and that was a totally new thing now. So mapping was essential. I will not go on what was prioritization and synchronization for lack of time. But we then saw the necessity of mapping also what existed for critical inputs. And critical inputs and bottlenecks were not exactly where we thought. We talked a lot at the beginning of the crisis of lipids, And the market is very tense. It's a new market for mRNA, but we saw a number of problems with disposables that was described before, and with fill and finish, even though we have a lot, in theory, a lot of capacity in the European Union. That's why we did also matchmaking, and we had an event end of March, which was a big success. More than 300 companies from the whole supply chain went to be present, a lot of bilateral exchanges. And this was a success, because if the market had been functioning well, we would not have had a success. We would not have had so many participants. And that shows how this situation is exceptional and needs public intervention to support the scaling up of manufacturing, and things are going far better, I would say even very well in the European Union, but there is clearly a need to translate that towards the rest of the world. As our president says, nobody's safe until everybody is safe. What did we learn? We learned that first, don't take things for granted. It's not because we are such vaccine leader that things will go well. So don't take things for granted. Also look at the whole of the supply chain. Plastic caps could be a problem, potentially, plastic caps of vials. So we have to look at everything. We have also to give a very important role to partnership with the whole supply chain. Public policy is important as a support and not as a barrier to doing more. And I will finish with that because my time is up. Thank you very much.
Julia, thank you. That was excellent, highlighting the importance of a government coordination role, and particularly identifying that often there are gaps to inform decision-making, whether in the private sector or in government. I must say we've had an amazing response in production and international organization coordination. And now we've got very good insights on lessons learned from the Commission's experience. So now let's turn to our next speaker, Andrew Wilson, Global Public Policy Director for the International Chamber of Commerce. Andrew, the ICC has been active in seeking to address supply chain bottlenecks during the pandemic. Can you give us an overview of these actions and your views on how supply chain transparency could be improved moving forward? Andrew, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Delighted to. Thank you, Robert, and thank you very much for the invitation today. First of all, let me just start by saying a few words on the International Chamber of Commerce and our role in this particular area. We don't, of course, have any as a cross-sectoral organization representing something in the region of 45 million businesses, have any particular vested interest in the medical industry or the pharmaceutical industry in particular. Rather, we see this as a critical economic challenge. And I think if anyone questioned the analysis that we published in January about the potential risks of vaccine nationalism and a prolonged pandemic in the developing world, you only now need to see the supply chain risks and supply chain disruptions causing essentially a drag on growth in Western economies in the very sectors that we predicted. So we think this is an absolutely critical path economic challenge as well as a moral and a public health one. I think what we've seen through the crisis is that inefficiencies in medical supply chains have, in many instances, despite the tremendous efforts of the private sector and some of the major investments that have been made, hindered the global response to COVID-19. And very clearly, to end the pandemic, we need an effective, internationally coordinated response. On that basis, we think there is significant merit, and congratulations, Robert, to you and the WTO for pursuing this, in looking at what can be done to enhance the effectiveness, efficiency, and resilience of supply chains. We think there are vast benefits for policymakers in terms of planning purposes. We think there should be, if a regime can be designed effectively, significant benefits for suppliers, producers, manufacturers in the supply chain. And we also think that there'd be great benefit to companies within the broader economy. And one thing we're seeing in particular at the moment is growing frustration from companies in emerging markets who are unclear when, if at all, vaccines will arrive. That's why in April, as you'll be aware, John Denton, ICC Secretary General, proposed the idea at the last WTO symposium of establishing some kind of clearinghouse facility. And we've been delighted to see many of those elements adapted or integrated into the vaccine manufacturing task force. But we think there's more that can be done, particularly in terms of taking a midterm view on this challenge. How do we actually prepare these essential supply chains in the future to ensure that they're genuinely robust and fit for purpose? And we see a system potentially emerging that we think has some precedence and potential promise, where private sector participants could anonymously report production bottlenecks or challenges, including trade facilitation challenges. And just on that note, I think what the WCO said earlier is certainly correct. We haven't seen facilitation challenges on supplies of finished vaccines, but we are seeing facilitation challenges on ancillary products. So that remains a challenge. So we think this needs to be a holistic mechanism that can actually bring in private sector insights across the full production network. We think within that it obviously needs to be an important public element to establish a clearinghouse that can collate and aggregate data and then publish that in a non-commercially sensitive way. And we think that this is not just something that needs to be developed for the COVID-19 crisis, but actually something that would serve a longer term purpose in terms of building a more resilient global economy. We do think this is technically feasible, having consulted with a number of different companies and providers in our network. There are already very effective supply chain monitoring solutions in use in a number of sectors, automotives and agriculture, to name just two, often at the national level. But clearly this needs to be something that is global, given the nature of vaccine production chains. We also think there's potential use in engaging third-party data providers and artificial intelligence tools. We also think the Agriculture Market Information System, AMIS, is a potentially useful analog that could be replicated in this area. We recognize vaccines are slightly more complex, but we think it's a reference point that can be effectively used, replicated, and scaled in certain respects. One thing I really want to emphasize is this does have to be global. It's great to see many different national and regional initiatives, but we think to be effective and really to service the needs of emerging markets in particular, there needs to be some form of a global solution. And we're certainly looking to the WTO and other international partners for leadership in this regard. One final point before my time's up is to say, one thing we think is absolutely vital is that this is done in a way that incentivizes engagement from the private sector, that encourages the private sector to provide essential data. Clearly, that has to be done in a way that respects commercial sensitivities within the market, avoiding disclosures that would cause commercial disruptions. But we don't think that is an insurmountable obstacle. And we think it should be possible to create something that is voluntary, with clear upsides for participation, and with limited disclosures required that don't get into commercially sensitive areas. Just conclude, we would very much encourage the WTO, the WHO, and other partners to accelerate work in this area, not just looking at the short-term task or the short-term challenge of vaccinating the world, but to think of the longer-term challenge of actually establishing medical supply chains that allow us to combat future pandemics with greater efficacy and efficiency, and ultimately speed. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Market information is critical for good decision-making. We heard that the EU had to ramp up its capabilities to assess its domestic circumstances. And there are examples out there where this kind of information can be collected and shared to help inform good policymaking. And I absolutely agree, cooperation between the private sector, national governments, and international organizations, I think, is absolutely critical to helping ensure that we can provide good information to health security efforts going forward. Thank you very much, Matthew. Our next speaker is going to be Hongyu Wang, Vice President, International Business of CanSino Biologics Incorporated. Hongyi, this month, China administered its 1 billionth dose. Congratulations. Could I ask you to talk through the supply chain underpinning this success, discuss the trade dimension to vaccine production, and where issues may be arising in this respect for your firm? Please, Hongyi, the floor is yours. And reminder, 6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Kutman. Thank you very much for your invitation. I'm very happy to be present on the WTO platform to share some useful information and experience related to Chinese vaccine manufacture. In fact, until today, the latest number of vaccinated dosage was over 1.3 billion already in China instead of 1 billion, with an average of about 18 million dosage per day over the last 20 days. At present, 6 manufacturing companies have already got the conditional approval of EUA or EUA in China. China's total COVID-19 vaccine production capacity is expected to exceed 7 billion doses by the end of this year. China has provided more than 350 million dosage of vaccine to the international community, including vaccine aid project to more than 80 countries and exporting vaccines to more than 40 countries. China will provide the first batch of 10 million doses of vaccine to the COVID-19 implementation plan, specifically for the urgent needs of developing countries. Among these 6 companies, most of them supply inactivated vaccines. Our company, constrain, is a unique company in China who supplied one-dose vaccine based on adenovirus vector. In March 2020, constrain has launched clinical trials phase 1 and for the novel coronavirus vaccine, firstly in the world, and in April, a randomized double-blind clinical trials phase 2 was conducted in the city of Wuhan. It was the only novel coronavirus vaccine in the world to enter clinical trials phase 2 at that time. In September 20, clinical trials phase 3 was launched in 5 countries, including Pakistan, Mexico, Russia, Chile, and Argentina. We have been cooperating with 78 research centers according to the interim analysis of our clinical trials. The efficacy of the vaccines against COVID-19 attained 68% after 14 days of vaccination and 95% against the severe disease, indicating a significant preventive effect. The brand name of this vaccine, we call it in Chinese, Covisha. Covisha has more advantage in vaccination procedure, transportation, and storage. The single-dose injection reduced the numbers of vaccination compared with multi-dose and improves the efficiency so as to improve compliance to the vaccinated population. In terms of transportation and storage, Covisha can be stably stored for 2 to 3 months under normal temperature conditions, which greatly saves the transportation and storage cost and enables the company's vaccines to be transported to some area with efficient cold chain condition and the guaranteed quality. So Covisha has better accessibility. constrain was successfully listed in Hong Kong and Shanghai in the recent 2 years. That allowed our company financially to establish 2 new production plants in Tianjin and in Shanghai, with an annual capacity of about 500 million to 600 million dosage per year. In addition, the company is ongoing transfer technology project in Pakistan and Mexico, where the bulk will be refilled in local facilities. The international cooperation program has greatly improved vaccine production level in these countries and helped them train a number of qualified production and laboratory staff. Till now, we have got registration for several countries. We are receiving requirements from different countries every day. The demand for Covisha in the international market is very huge. Since the outbreak of the COVID-19, global demand for vaccine raw materials has grown rapidly, especially in China. In terms of supply chain, we also met a big challenge. Based on this, we have taken some positive and effective measures to ensure the production. Firstly, we analyzed the supply chain from both micro and macro perspective, and strengthened the communication and coordination between internal production, external supply, and the demand. Secondly, we made a comprehensive inventory of owned raw materials to ensure that different raw material arrived at the warehouse on time. At the same time, more attention is paid to the ratios of raw material to ensure the best quality of supply. Thirdly, for some key raw material, we increased the order quantity and extended order period. The original delivery period of the raw material has changed from about 3 months to 6 months currently, or even more. The global epidemic situation is still grim, and the global supply is still in serious shortage, and the imbalance problem of vaccination is still serious. Thank you very much for WTO's attention to the global supply chain of vaccines. We actively urge that every participant in the supply chain, including CanSino, should take actions to strengthen international cooperation with the most positive attitude to ensure that vaccine become a public good, fair and affordable. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hongyi, for that excellent overview of your efforts to ramp up vaccine production in China. I think it would be very interesting for us to hear a bit more about the steps you took to analyze and coordinate along your supply chain. I think there's a lot of interest globally in how the different ways that this can be done. And given China's large manufacturing scale and capacity and its integration into global supply chains, I think your experience would be very, very interesting to learn from. So now let me turn to our next speaker, Letitia Bigger, Vaccine Policy Director for the International Federation of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association. Letitia, the IFPMA put out a position paper at the end of May outlining 5 steps to urgently advance COVID-19 vaccine equity. Could you walk us through those issues from a supply chain and trade perspective? Please, thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Robert. And I thank WTO for inviting the IFPMA to this important event. Let me just look back a year and a half ago, and I have to say that we can see a deep sense of responsibility that has been the driving force behind the effort of the innovative industry. Breaking all historical records in vaccines R&D, manufacturing capacity expansion and production, today we can really count on several safe and highly effective COVID-19 vaccines. But from the beginning, we knew that scaling up manufacturing capacities would be a daunting task. So companies scale up vaccine manufacturing at risk, supported by countries' risk-sharing models, even though it was not sure yet which, if any, vaccines in development would be approved by health authorities. Since the outset of the pandemic, companies have been looking for the right partners that fit the need for scaling up such a complex manufacturing process that you have with vaccines. And we saw biotech, large pharmaceutical companies, and contract manufacturing organizations working together with today over 300 agreements in both developed and developing countries. As mentioned by Rasmus before, we are getting the job done. By the end of this month, over 3 billion vaccine doses will have been made from zero a few months ago, and we are on track to produce an estimate to 10 to 12 billion by year end. Just to put that into perspective for the participants, the global production estimate of vaccines for 2019 before COVID-19 totaled 5.5 billion doses. But by signing to the ACT Accelerator in April last year, we committed to work together with others to ensure fair and equitable access to vaccines and to leave no one behind. Concretely, this has meant socially responsible pricing, tripling the world capacity in a year's time, and committing doses to COVAX, as well as other agreements with developing economies. Since February, COVAX has successfully shipped over 89 million COVID-19 vaccines to 133 economies. 1.5 billion doses delivered through COVAX to the ANC 92 economies remain within reach with current supply agreements and donated doses by year end. But as it has been said at the beginning of this symposium, despite this massive effort to scale up and produce billions of doses, we still see those vaccines not reaching equally all priority population worldwide now. The pace of COVAX deliveries has been affected by countries that have supported R&D and manufacturing scale-up at risk, but reserve supply in excess of domestic requirements. And most recently, the tragic Indian epidemiological situation and related export restriction has also affected the COVAX delivery. As said before, following the Chatham House summit in March, we have increasingly been calling for immediate action to improve dose sharing, as well as to tackle bottleneck in the supply chain and restriction. And this is why we launched the 5 steps plan, where we call on manufacturers, government, and non-governmental organizations to work together to take urgent steps to further address this inequity. We believe that action is needed now and must focus on 5 key steps. The first one is stepping up responsible dose sharing. The latest development from G7 countries, which pledged 1 billion doses for low and middle income countries this year and next, with hopefully more to come now, is extremely encouraging. COVAX announced last week an estimated of 550 million doses to start becoming available in significant numbers very soon. The second action is to continue to optimize current production, including through additional voluntary collaboration with trusted partners that can produce significant quantities without compromising on quality or safety. Third action is to support country readiness. We need to ensure that countries are ready and able to deploy those doses. And we are already seeing some countries giving back doses or worse, those expiring. Fourth, the fourth action is about driving further innovation. The evolution of the virus is a stark reminder that innovation is key to be and to continue. Our scientists are working to improve the vaccines for new variants, but also to improve the formulation and the storage conditions. And fifth, and this is our today conversation, is to eliminate all trade barriers to export and further streamline regulatory procedure. To conclude, what we need today is to have those globally integrated supply chain for COVID-19 to work at their full potential to produce over 10 to 12 billion doses by year end, enough to vaccinate the world's adult population. This goes hand in hand with expanding and streamlining regulatory review and reliance practices, adopting alternatives to on-site inspection, reducing import and release testing requirements, and expediting raw material supplier qualification for new suppliers. And we need also to facilitate the cross-border supply of key raw material, essential manufacturing material, vaccines, and prioritizing the movement of skilled vaccines manufacturers. As Matthew mentioned, the task force that has been set up a few months ago, we are on board here to work with them, and we hope to, for the WTO and its members, to play a key role here. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you very much, Letitia. Very much appreciate your summary of the 5 steps that IFPMA laid out. And clearly, there's going to be a continued need for innovation. But perhaps the biggest challenge we see as manufacturers have increased output rather dramatically is ensuring more equitable distribution of that output. So I think that's something that we'd like to hear more about and how to do that. Now, let me turn to Elsie Soto, Vice President of Supply Chain Emerging Markets for Pfizer. Elsie, can I ask you to discuss Pfizer's recent announcements at the G7 summit and discuss the challenges that you may have to overcome in supply chain management to continue the successful scale-up of manufacture and rollout of vaccines internationally? As you saw from Rasmus's projections, Pfizer's been one of the rapid growers. So please, let's hear your thoughts on this.
Thanks so much, Robert. And, as a Pfizer manufacturing colleague, it's a pleasure to join you guys. Thanks so much to WTO for putting us together to have this important conversation. So maybe addressing some of your questions. At the beginning of the global pandemic in March last year, you remember we announced our Pfizer's 5-point plan, where we committed to sharing our scientific tools and insights, our development expertise, and our manufacturing capacity. 1 year later, we are very proud of the progress we have made altogether. We have concluded agreements to supply 122 countries, and we are currently in advanced negotiations with more. At the recent Rome Global Health Summit, we pledged to provide 2 billion doses of our COVID-19 vaccine to low and middle income countries over the next 18 months. 1 billion doses in the remainder of this year and 1 billion next year. As part of this effort at the G7 with President Biden this month, we also announced our commitment of 500 million doses to the United States at a not-for-profit price for the COVAX AMC 92 and the African Union. Our manufacturing scale-up has been extremely successful, and we're very proud of it. We just announced that we will reach 3 billion doses this year, doubling our initial projections, which has been frankly amazing. For Pfizer, our rapid scale-up was made possible by focusing on 2 networks, one in Europe and one in the US, with facilities that already had a proven track record of sterile injectable manufacturing and sufficient scale to rapidly accelerate manufacturing. We tripled formulation capacity, we added additional fill finish lines, and we also doubled our batch sizes, minimizing lead time between batches and increasing our yields in production. In addition to that, we also validated new suppliers within these networks that we implemented. By employing new learnings and efficiencies, we have continued to reduce our lead times. We are now approaching an average of 60 days from start to vial ready, which is almost a 50% reduction to our original lead times. Our strategy, we feel very proud of it, and we feel really has paid off in this situation. At the same time, Pfizer continues to evaluate new manufacturing partners with appropriate expertise and trained personnel. We welcome the priority that countries are placing on building strong manufacturing of sterile injectables for future pandemics. This has to be accompanied, though, by a policy environment that enables viable and competitive manufacturing. And this also should include robust regulatory framework and predictable policy environment for innovation, and a focus on skills and infrastructure. As the OECD noted earlier this year, vaccine manufacturing is currently geographically concentrated, given its high degree of specialization. This concentration also means that a large majority, right, of both developing and developed economies do not have significant vaccine manufacturing capacity. Intellectual property has also been brought into the wider debate on manufacturing access and equity. So I did want to underline our views. Scarcity of goods, not IP, has been the main barrier to COVID vaccine manufacturing. IP rules help incentivize innovation and enabled our partnership with BioNTech. We invested $2 billion at risk in our COVID-19 vaccine program. Other companies have also taken financial risks and used the IP system to support unprecedented partnerships. We would not be where we are today without the predictable system of IP rules established by TRIPS. Manufacturing scale-up is also critical to driving equitable global access to vaccines, but it needs effective trade policy to underpin it. I want to emphasize why the advancing the Trade and Health Initiative at the WTO is so important and why ambition levels should be so high. WTO rules have helped support our manufacturing scale-up, which has depended on global supply chains and the swift transit of goods. We have 280 different materials sourced from 19 different countries that go into our COVID-19 vaccine. If any one of the 280 components from suppliers, however trivial, is delayed, we cannot manufacture or release the vaccine. We experienced firsthand how export restrictions impact supply chains and patient needs. As an example, in the spring, each finished batch of our vaccine made in Pours, Belgium, needed 41 quality tests. 13 of the tests require samples to be exported to specialized R&D facilities in the US. Without this, we couldn't release manufactured batches. We saw export restrictions for vaccines cause delays to exports of these vital and time-sensitive testing shipments, as well as those for clinical trials. Where export restrictions are applied, they should be targeted, proportionate, transparent, and temporary. Prior notification to the parties is also vital. Trade facilitation is also a critical area. The pandemic highlighted the impact that inefficient border procedures can have on patients. Early on, imports of critical medicines were blocked because embassies were closed and documents couldn't be legalized. A range of measures can help in this area. For example, electronic preclearance, eliminating consultation, and public-private partnerships to tackle counterfeiting. Finally, reducing and eliminating tariffs on critical goods and inputs is also important. Applied tariffs remain high in many countries for both medicines and a wider range of medical products. The same is true for inputs. Even a small tariff on this will cumulatively increase the cost of production, which serves neither those wanting to scale up or nor the needs of patients. Without open trade, access efforts to countries and patients in need will fall short, no matter how many vaccine manufacturing plants are built around the world. That is why it's so important that WTO members consider how to discourage export restrictions, facilitate trade, lock in best practices, and ultimately ensure that vaccines and other critical medical goods are delivered safely, swiftly, and efficiently to people around the world. At Pfizer, we're fully committed to our purpose, breakthroughs that change patients' lives. And we are very proud of the impact that the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine has begun to have around the world. Pfizer remains steadfast on our commitment to WTO, and we welcome the opportunity to support your efforts to address these challenges. So thanks so much for your time.
Elsie, thank you very much for those specific examples of the kind of challenges that Pfizer has faced. Gathering that kind of information is very, very critical for us to be able to map the choke points in the supply chain. And also, thanks for giving us a heads up about the policy environment down the line. I think that's going to be very important for governments and firms and international organizations to be thinking about once we've solved this particular problem. We want to make sure that we're well positioned to address future problems. So thank you for that heads up. Thank you. I'd now like to turn to our next speaker, Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, CEO and Managing Director of Hester Biosciences. Rajiv, welcome. So Hester is an experienced player in the vaccine business, albeit a different branch, vaccines for animals. Can you talk about Hester's experience of expansion into human vaccine production and your international expansion? Rajiv, thank you.
Yeah. Good morning to everybody. It's indeed an honor for me to be here today to be one of the speakers. Hester Biosciences is currently predominantly an animal vaccine manufacturer producing vaccines against poultry, cattle, sheep, goat, and swine. Recently, we have gotten into working on the COVID-19 vaccine. We have tied up with an Indian manufacturer, that is Bharat Biotech, for whom we would be manufacturing the drug substance, which is the inactivated bulk antigen, and it would be supplied to them for them to ultimately fill, finish, and sell it as their final vaccine in the India and in the international market. We also have a setup in Africa, which we started off predominantly as an animal vaccine manufacturing unit. But looking into the current situation worldwide, as an animal vaccine manufacturer, we strongly believe that vaccine units, plants should be such built, modularly designed, in a way that there is a lot of flexibility between manufacturing animal vaccines as well as human vaccines. Not they all need to be put in the same building, but you need to have different blocks within the campus so that one has the freedom. Also, talking about the type of vaccines to be made, there are a few zoonotic diseases which are always endangering everybody, and there is always a thread. I think that not only us, which we are venturing into creating BSL-3 facility in India as well as in Tanzania, but overall vaccine manufacturers and the world, we all need to be aware that we need to also look into the conventional way of manufacturing vaccines, that is handling the virus, handling the bacteria in a contained facility, because sometimes it becomes necessary to handle the virus and also produce probably a live or an inactivated antigen as compared to the recombinant or the other genetically modified vaccines. So these are a few things which we have learned from the time we started producing the COVID vaccine and onto what we want to take things further. in terms of the current worldwide situation in enabling companies to manufacture vaccines, there is an acute shortage of various equipments on certain specific bioreactors, on certain specific cell propagating equipments, etc. So we all have realized that, yes, the need has come all of a sudden, but there is a big scope and a need that all need to be prepared and be agile, because these things could happen. Today has happened with COVID. Tomorrow it could lead on to another endemic, pandemic situation, which might allow us to need all these equipments. And also in terms of worldwide movement of vaccines, raw material, in case if things are made a little simpler in terms of the registration processes. Talking about Africa in specific, each country currently has a different registration regime. Now there are groups that have been formed and they are looking at joint registration. But these things, if addressed at this point of time, it will go a very long way to ensure that each country also receive the vaccines which have been produced in other geographies and supplied onto these countries. That's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Rajiv, thank you. Thank you for that. Could you dive a little bit, since you're very efficient with your time, into the BSL laboratory issues? That might be very helpful for the regulatory session we have later today.
The BSL, the whole issue for us to get delayed into this current production, to be very honest, is that we did not have the BSL-3 facility. Handling the basic virus, it's not possible without a very strict biocontainment area. In this case, it is BSL-3. And some of the delays in the world, I am sure, have been caused because of the BSL-3 facilities not being available. And that's something very crucial to handling any such microorganism which might seem to be lethal for mankind or even for animals. So it is very important to have few setups of biocontainment facilities, BSL-3, BSL-4, in various parts of the world to handle any such emergency situation and help the world tide over, or at least get a solution towards addressing towards that virus or the bacteria.
Thank you very much, Rajiv, for these interesting insights and particularly the ideas of thinking about modular design and flexibility in future production. Thank you. And now let's move to our next speaker and our final speaker in this session, Karel Dumarche-Servaz, Executive Director for Health for Animals. Karel, Rajiv mentioned the future pandemic threat posed by zoonosis. What do you think COVID-19 tells us about the potential for One Health approaches and the ability of the veterinarian vaccination sector to absorb spare COVID-19 vaccination manufacturing capacity in the future? You see this kind of flexibility, and would address one of the questions or concerns that Elsie had about the regulatory environment and competition going forward.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Koopman. And as the last speaker, I'll try and be pointed and leave some time over at the end for discussion. But I'm going to address that point. But just to be clear, Health for Animals represents the global animal health sector. So we represent all of the global manufacturers, almost all of them, animal health products. So that includes vaccines, about 85% of global producers. And to jump right in on the regulatory point, the rapid regulatory approvals of human COVID vaccines have really showed that it is possible to move more rapidly through approval systems without compromising efficacy, safety, and quality, which are the three things they look at. But I think that regulatory agencies now need to shift a gear on a permanent basis, because a whole new battery of vaccine technologies is being developed, both in the human and the animal health side, which bring great possibilities. And Pfizer vaccine is an example of that. Regulators need to catch up with that rapid evolution of innovation. Maybe to the question regarding vaccine production capacity, just to give some context, the animal health supply system is different from the human vaccine supply system. Our market is smaller, our prices are lower, the number of species is obviously larger. It's a more fragmented market. And there are many, many more veterinary vaccines on the market than human vaccines. But production standards are by law the same as in human health. So that means that you can produce to the same standards and are required to by law indeed, as in human health vaccine standards. And Mr. Gandhi from Hester, I think he made that point very clear, that some production facilities are theoretically and could be changed over. And that's an interesting discussion. I'll come to that in a second. But animal vaccine production facilities are producing vaccines, intended to prevent animal disease outbreaks right now. And there's been a rapid growth in demand for animal vaccines in the last few years. And that growth is driven partly or mostly, I would say, by a recognition that prevention is better than treatment. And there's been a rapid change there. But and again, to the question, should additional vaccine production facilities be created by public entities? Technically and theoretically, yes, these could be used to produce animal vaccines. But when looking into this, and I think this is an important point, you should also it's important to look at commercial interests as well. Which companies would be interested in operating those? And the point was made earlier of moving people around. A large issue is, of course, qualified personnel. And that's an important issue. During this crisis and very early on in the crisis, animal health vaccine producers did have discussions with governments in a number of countries to see whether it was appropriate to use animal health facilities to produce human COVID vaccines. And these discussions happened at very senior levels early on in the crisis, and in at least 6 countries, and those happen to be the 6 largest vaccine producing countries in the world. And ultimately, it was decided in all of those countries and where these conversations happened that it was deemed more appropriate to continue to produce animal health vaccines and to use them for that. But very, very serious consideration was given to changing over some of the large facilities. But it was deemed more important to continue to produce the needed animal vaccines. And looking at the One Health perspective now, and let's be clear, the majority of zoonoses find their origin in wildlife. So that's the examples like Ebola or MERS or plague. This one we're looking at right now. And cutting animal vaccine production is going to create unintended negative human health consequences. It's another problem we really don't want to have right now. Vaccination of animals protects humans as well. And this is obviously the case for livestock, but where animal source foods represent a significant proportion of the protein and the calories produced and that humans consume. There are obstacles related to movement of animal vaccines into countries, into some countries where conditions in some countries are making it challenging to move them there. The reality is that some countries are not getting certain animal vaccines because it's just too challenging to get them in. And this is certainly an area the WTO could lead in, and we would welcome that. But what's really needed, and this is kind of goes to the end of my remarks, is a global vision on disease prevention in humans, but also in animals. We need a global vision for disease prevention. Now, if you look, richer countries have invested significantly over many years in animal disease prevention and subsequently have radically reduced the spread of disease and the negative impact on animals, but also on humans. And it would be really of great value if WTO and other organizations would focus their political energy on disease prevention. So to conclude, as we move on and look into November, there's going to be a global pandemic preparedness and prevention discussion about an agreement. It's critical to include animal disease. 60% of diseases are zoonotic, mostly from wildlife. Any approach that does not take into account the 60% is problematic. With that, Mr. Chair, I'm 30 seconds over. Excuse me. Thank you to the WTO, and thank you to you, Mr. Chair, and the other speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karel. By my timing, you've got 7 seconds left, but well,
in that case, no, just kidding.
So thanks for reminding us about the knock-on effects, not just between animal and human, but probably the focus on COVID-19 and the implications for other vaccine manufacturing. Those need to be maintained also. Now, I'm supposed to have 7 minutes to close, but we are running a bit behind. So I think our speakers have really done a great job and laid out just an amazing landscape for us to consider. So we heard from Rasmus on the manufacturing production increases that we see happening, that we heard from Matthew on the challenges that CEPI is trying to solve in increasing the expansion of vaccine manufacturing and spreading that to developing countries. We heard from Julia about the EU's efforts to have the government play more of a coordinating and facilitating role and the importance of that. We heard from Andrew on the importance of private sector government and international organization cooperation, and particularly trying to find ways for transparency about market information so better informed decision-making can occur. We heard from Hong Yi about China's dramatic scale up of production and the different approaches and connectivity with other countries. Letitia gave us an overview of the IFPMA's 5-step efforts around COVID-19 manufacturing, and we can see from the Airfinity estimates that that's worked well. We heard from Elsie that Pfizer's really made significant efforts itself to expand production and has concerns about production and the market conditions down the road. She did bring up tariffs on inputs and supplies, and you'll see in a presentation in the next session that we've gathered some of that information, among other information for you. We heard from Rajiv around animal vaccine production and how that may help and think about a modular design with human production. And then Caral reminds us the importance of having a global vision for disease prevention. I think I'll stop there and I'll turn over to my colleague, Suja Rishikesh-Mavrodis, Director of the Market Access Division, will take us into session 3, mapping cross-border movement of vaccine inputs. Many thanks to all the speakers in this session. You did a great job. We're going to have a summary of this available for the audience and for our own internal purposes and yours after the event. Thank you. And Suja, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Bob, and thanks for having reduced your 7-minute wrap-up time to 1.5 minutes, maybe 2 minutes. Welcome to everyone, and welcome to the 3rd session of today's technical symposium. My name is Suja Rishikesh-Mavrodis, and I'm director at the WTO's Market Access Division. So getting right into the nitty-gritty of things, the objectives of this session really are to determine what is the status of work in identifying the critical inputs to produce COVID-19 vaccines. Secondly, it's to explore the bottlenecks that have been experienced by stakeholders in cross-border trade of such inputs. And third, learn what policy options have worked well in facilitating trade of vaccine inputs. And I think we already got a sense of that in the earlier session, which I thought was terrific and very informative. During the initial phases of vaccine production, the manufacturers were using inputs largely sourced from the same country. However, as production has scaled up and manufacturing begins in other countries, international trade is going to play an increasingly important role in moving vaccine inputs across borders. Thus, the question is, what can be done to ensure that trade in those critical vaccine inputs is as smooth as possible, so as to ensure the fastest possible scaling up of production? So this session will deal with 3 critical aspects of this important question. First, customs and other border agencies involved in the clearance of exports, imports, or transit need to know which are those products for which trade has to be facilitated. And the more they know, the more likely they can be given priority treatment. Second, we need to better understand whether there are bottlenecks in moving those critical vaccine inputs and the lessons to be learned. And third, we need to look actually at the other side of the coin, which is to see what has worked well in facilitating trade. So these best practices can then be better understood and emulated by others wanting to facilitate trade in those critical inputs. So we are extremely honored to have very distinguished panelists for this session who will be discussing these three main questions. I won't be going into any details into their biodata. It's available on the event website, but I'm sure they're already well known to all of you. The first group of speakers will focus on the identification of the products, while the second group will then turn to the identification of trade barriers and best practices in facilitating trade for these products. To respect the time allocated for all speakers, we kindly ask that your interventions are limited to no more than 5 minutes, and I thank you in advance for your cooperation. And I would also very much encourage questions through the chat box. We will try and address them after the first round of initial interventions, time permitting. But before getting into the speakers list, we do have two speakers from the WTO Secretariat who would like to give a little bit the lay of the land in respect of the subject. So with great pleasure, I pass the floor to Dai-Yung Wu, he's the chief of the Market Access Intelligence section of the Economic Research and Statistics Division of the WTO, and to Mr. Roy Santana, who is the counselor at the Market Access Division. So Dai-Yung and Roy, you have the floor. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Suzia. Hello, everyone. Let me start. Let me share my screen first. Okay. Let me start with some figures on global value chain, global vaccine production, based on the data provided by Airfinity. The left chart is the status by mid-June, and the right is the projection for the end of this year. So far, about 3 billion doses have been produced by 28 production facilities in 17 countries. By the end of the year, the production capacity will possibly scale up to 10 billion, which will be produced in more than 60 production sites located in about 30 countries and regions. As you can see from the charts, both scale and complexity of the vaccine network will significantly increase in the coming months. Clearly, this will require some adjustment to the existing supply chain and cross-border trade. With the production scaling up in many countries in a short period of time, the stable and reliable supply of vaccine inputs will be essential. As no country can produce everything needed, manufacturers, especially the new producer, will heavily rely on the international suppliers to source manufacturing inputs. This would require supply chain not only scale up quickly, but also to deliver those products from one country to another efficiently. Therefore, for governments, the question is how to facilitate cross-border trade to ensure the smooth movement of critical products. To have a targeted policy response, it is always important for policymakers and border authorities to know exactly what these critical products are, as well as their correct custom classifications. To address this need, the WTO team has initiated a project to identify the critical inputs required for vaccine manufacturing. Thanks for the contribution from many speakers of this symposium. We have been able to compile a list about 80 critical products with corresponding 70 indicative HS classifications. These products have been mapped into different parts of the supply chain, including manufacturing, storage and distribution, and vaccine administration. For manufacturing inputs, we have subcategories for ingredients, consumable material, production equipment, and packaging supplies. We hope this product list can assist the government and customer authorities to facilitate monitoring trade of vaccine inputs. And we also hope that these could be helpful for manufacturers to optimize their supply chain operations. This joint work will be maintained as a living list, which will be updated and adjusted according to the new knowledge and new needs. The list will be released after this symposium. Here are some trade statistics for selected vaccine inputs. You can see that imports have increased sharply since the end of 2020 in those vaccine-producing countries. With more production facilities become operational, we would not be surprised to see similar import surge in many other countries. By the way, I have to note that there is not always enough granularity in the trade data to monitoring all critical inputs, because some products do not have specific codes in national tariff or statistical nomenclatures. There is also an urgent need for international cooperation in compiling relative statistics to get comparable data between countries. We also have assessed a tariff faced by those products. As you can see from the charts, the tariff on active ingredients, manufacturing equipment are relatively low, but there are still categories facing relatively high tariff, for example, close to 10%. Also, the tariff among countries could be quite different. For example, tariff on storage and distribution, for some countries, the tariff could be 32%. Obviously, an immediate policy response from the governments could be cutting the tariffs to help to reduce manufacturing cost. Now I give the floor to Roy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dajong. Perhaps I think you need to stop your, and then I can begin mine. Thank you very much. So Dajong was explaining how the supply chains for producing vaccines are going to start relying more and more in terms of international trade to move these inputs around and then be able to produce in places that we are not currently producing. So international trade is becoming even more important in these supply chains. Now, the issue with trade policy is it can either facilitate or it can actually slow down this manufacturing process. And the question is, what do we do if we want to make sure that we are a bit like the adrenaline in terms of making it faster and avoid being like the bad cholesterol that slows down the flow of those goods? We have quite a lot of knowledge in respect of this. We know that there are several different trade facilitating measures that can be applied. In fact, many members have already been applying many of these trade facilitating measures to facilitate import of some of these critical inputs. And when it comes to vaccines, it's exactly the same issue. It's relatively easy to move them around. Some, or at least many of the measures that can be applied are covered by the Agreement on Trade Facilitation and are quite well known. Things like, for example, strengthening pre-arrival procedures, having authorized operator type of operations, simplifying the procedures and so on, having more transparency. And I think some of the speakers have already made reference to some of them. One point I wanted to make here, however, is that if you really want to facilitate trade, perhaps you need to look also beyond the measures that you have in the Trade Facilitating Agreement. And in fact, we have a publication that was issued last year that explores many of these different measures that have been implemented across different areas to try to simplify and expedite procedures and moving trade of these goods around the world. For example, there have been many documented cases of countries that have completely eliminated tariffs. They have also eliminated internal taxes and other duties and charges on the movement of these goods. There have also been simplification of certain types of procedures which are not necessarily associated with customs. And I think one element which is quite important to bear in mind here is that customs is a very important player, but it's not the only border agency that may play an important role in facilitating the movement of these goods. In a typical country, you can have up to 35 border agencies that can play a very important role in allowing the clearance and the release of these goods to be as smooth and efficient as possible. Now, as Suja mentioned in the introduction, the question is, which are the products that should be facilitated and for whom? So I think there is an important information gap here also that has to be solved. And as Dayon was mentioning, we have been working hard in producing this list to try to help the different stakeholders to understand in a common language what is it exactly that needs to be facilitated. We did an experiment. We actually compared the information we have in this joint indicative list, and we compared that information with the trade measures that have been compiled in the context of the trade monitoring exercise. And I'm just going to tell you very briefly what kind of information we have. From what we can see, we have at least 32 economies that seem to be restricting trade on or exports on at least of one of these inputs. It can be more than that. Most of them seem to be caught by some of these export bans that have been put in place, but there are also export licensing schemes that may be affecting the movement of some of these products. In terms of the products, most of the products that we have identified in the joint indicative list are subject to at least one of these export restrictions. Now, one point I like to stress here is we are not saying that trade is necessary in these inputs is necessarily being affected, but at least some of the figures suggest that this may be the case. So this is something that needs to be explored in a bit more detail. In terms of the trade facilitating measures, the vast majority of these have been introduced since the last year. There are of many different kinds. Many of these measures, if they intend to simplify procedures, they typically apply to all products. However, you also have some like elimination of taxes, establishing of green channels, and so on and so forth, that tend to be product specific. So again, this is why it's important to know which exactly are those products that may need to be facilitated. From the information we have available, approximately 43 economies have temporarily eliminated tariffs on at least one or more of these products that are covered by the list. About 8 economies have temporarily eliminated internal taxes. Typically, we're talking about VAT. And we have at least 4 economies that have also temporarily eliminated some form of import licensing procedure to allow these goods to move faster. Now, in terms of the bottlenecks, so we have been trying to talk not only in terms of gathering information from what we have in the WTO. If you want to know what the problems are, you really need to go to the people who are experiencing those problems. So you need to talk to the companies. And this is what we have been trying to do through this symposium and also through some other mechanisms like the COVAX Manufacturing Task Force to try to understand better where is it that some of those problems are. We intend also to have a living list like the one we have for the product, but I just wanted to give you an idea of some of the measures. One issue, for example, is that while vaccines are greatly facilitated when they come to customs, many of these inputs are not. And if I can give an example, one of the previous speakers mentioned some plastic caps. Well, if you don't have those plastic caps in the manufacturing facility, you can probably have to stop production of the vaccines. And then once they go through customs, probably people don't really realize how important they are for this vaccine manufacturing, right? So giving them some form of priority seems to be important. Also, many of the testing that is done is often undertaken in very specialized laboratories. In some cases, you have only 1 or 2 laboratories in the world that can do the proper testing for purposes of quality controls, for example. But then once you need to move that sample from one country into the place where that laboratory is located, sometimes these samples are being caught by either export restrictions or they are subject to exactly the same type of procedures and then therefore there are some delays. I'm not going to go into the details. You're going to be able to see this once we distribute the slides. I just wanted to leave you with a few ideas for possible action, because I think the problems are quite recurrent. We already know what they are. And I think this issue of establishing a communication channel with the private sector, with the manufacturers, is quite important. And we already have one mechanism, which is the National Committee on Trade Facilitation, that can serve as one of those possible channels where you can explore what are the conditions, whether there are some measures that can be expedited, best practices, how to improve the, let's say, monitoring of the trade data, and so on and so forth. And also just to say, or conclude by saying that there are also, in terms of international cooperation, some additional actions that do not necessarily require reaching some form of international agreement, but that can play a very important role in facilitating and monitoring what exactly is going with trade in these inputs. Apologies, I think I exceeded a little bit my time. Thank you very much, and I'll be happy to answer questions as necessary.
Yes, well, thank you, Dang and Roy. I noticed some of the terms that you'd use, such as granularity of products and the various measures in terms of trade policy responses, which I thought was very useful for the next session. And of course, this symposium will play a key role in fostering more collaboration amongst different stakeholders. That's part of the purpose of the symposium. And of course, to continue updating this document actually that you'd refer to, which is like this living document of critical products or inputs for vaccines. I will now like to turn to the first group of speakers who will discuss precisely this question of the identification of products that are used as inputs in the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines. And again, I think Dayung had made a reference to customs being, or both of them had made a reference to customs, of course, being a very important player in this whole supply chain. And with great pleasure, I would like to invite Gail Gruby from the WCO to share her views, as they have certainly done tremendous work since last year on the identification of these different products. So please, Gail, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and I'm delighted to have this opportunity to actually spend a few minutes just talking about how the WCO is responding to this very practical exercise of mapping cross-border movements of vaccine inputs. Now, the WCO, like customs administrations around the world, is accustomed to working on very real practical issues on a daily basis. So we're bringing this solution-based focus to bear on the issue of keeping vaccine manufacturing supply chains moving. So this means that one of our primary areas of concern is actually understanding the what, who, where, and how, so we can assist our members, that is the customs administrations, to facilitate the movement of essential goods. It's also why in the early stages of the pandemic, the WCO moved quickly to provide indicative lists of essential supplies and collect information on practices in facilitation from our members to help provide a central place for information. Now, my particular area is, of course, the harmonised system, the HS, which is used to classify goods crossing international borders. So this means that my primary concern is the what. In order to facilitate goods, customs need to know what goods need facilitation. So we're currently working along with the WTO and manufacturers as part of the COVAX Manufacturing Task Force Working Group on free flow of goods. To look at this, and in addition to building up valuable industry connections and cooperation so we can explore problems and develop solutions together, we're working on a particular product, as Roy mentioned. We're currently working on a list of critical supplies, and will give information on what exactly these goods are, and also information on how these goods are currently flowing across borders. Why? Because working on facilitating specific goods requires clear and objective information on what those priority goods are. And it also requires clear and specific information on what the problems are that they're facing. So this is what we're looking to supply with this list. And one of our next steps at the WCO on this list of goods will be to look at, in consultation with our members, at where they're classified in the HS. We need to ensure that our members agree on classification. This in itself is a critical facilitation measure to ease the import of goods. But of course, classification is only the starting point. Depending on how specific or how broad a classification is, it's usually not sufficient on its own to identify such specific goods within the broader flow of trade under that provision. So there's usually a need for further information to enable customs to say that out of all the goods that are coming in under a particular HS provision, these are the ones related to vaccine manufacture. But the classification is one of the two basic starting points on which such identification measures can be built. And the list will also enable us to see with greater precision what the current situation is. What are countries already doing in relation to these goods, to these classifications? And as has been pointed out by previous speakers, it's important to remember that most supply chain problems are not necessarily problems with customs processing at the border. More commonly, they relate to supply or logistic problems, or if they're border problems, they can be from other agencies. So we need to start with the question of whether there are problems and what are those problems, and do they fall within the realm of our customs members? So if there are problems with customs processing, what are they? Is it in relation to the declaration of classification, valuation, origin? Is it processing time? Is it in relation to inspections? Different problems require different solutions. And of course, there are some, such as export restrictions, that relate to government policies and are outside the scope of customs administrations to directly address. And then, of course, there is the context and variability. Are these problems only occurring in some countries? If so, what is the current best practice for solving this problem? That is, where it's working well, what are they doing? And developing information and recommendations for our members, knowing what is working well is as important as knowing what is not. And finally, because we're very short on time here, I'd say that the working group and the WCO are looking to the future. Very sadly, it's highly unlikely this will be our last global or near global health emergency. So one of the things we're looking at is what we can learn out of this experience in order to be better prepared for the future. And within the WCO, this will also include supporting the Harmonised System Committee and adapting the HSC to enable it to more clearly identify essential supplies for the pharmaceutical and vaccine industry within its 2027 edition, which has currently been negotiated to help future-proof for future emergencies. So to sum up, as always, the WCO is working to promote practical solutions to real-world issues, and we're dedicated to working cooperatively with members, other organisations and industry to progress this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gail. And I should have mentioned that Gail is the Deputy Director of the Tariff and Trade Affairs Directorate at the WCO. And I certainly noticed your point about bringing a very practical focus to this discussion, development of this list, which will be critical. This is responding to the what question that you had highlighted. And also what I found interesting was this notion of getting systems into place to handle future situations, which, as you also pointed out, are probably, unfortunately, very likely to happen. But thank you very much for that. And we are getting questions coming through the chat box, so thank you very much. And we would welcome having even more questions. And so please do feel free to post them there. So we turn now to Silvia Soresco, who is a trade policy analyst from the OECD, and who has actually authored a paper on identification of some of these products. So Silvia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone from wherever you are listening in right now. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today, and thank you very much to the WTO for the invitation in this technical symposium. As the OECD, as in other organizations and stakeholders, we have looked at vaccines from an economic perspective. So in our most recent economic outlook, we have seen that prospects for economic recovery depend on the vaccination pace, but also for a longer term, preparing for the future, how to prepare the resilience of supply chains of these different medical goods. So I would like to use these minutes to touch upon 3 areas, aiming to basically highlight why the mapping of the cross-border movement of vaccine inputs is an important yet complex endeavor. So I would like to speak about on getting from lab to jab, so the importance of defining the scope of mapping, getting these inputs across and beyond the border, also on how we could better get from a more snapshot kind of information, anecdotal, to more structured evidence and the value of transparency in this area. And I would use our most recent work that we have been doing at the OECD in specifically exploring trade interdependencies in vaccines and related inputs. So on getting from lab to jab and defining the scope of mapping, this is of course important because it matters then also to map out the actors. So what are the firms that are producing, where are they located in the value chain, at which level of the value chain, also the policy environment, and of course, how and when supply can respond to that demand. But we have seen the different other presentations that of course we have different types of vaccines, different steps in the manufacturing and distribution. And so thus this means really trying to identify a very wide range of individual items. We are talking about raw materials, chemical ingredients, capital equipment, and so on. And from our work, we have seen that there are really a couple of challenges here. Then the previous speakers again have referred to this, identifying the right input, nailing down that product scope is not easy. We can use, of course, the language of trade at the harmonized system of 6-digit codes to try to identify internationally what these categories of goods are, but it also means that there are in this HS6 level, maybe other types of products included that are not directly relevant to vaccine production, delivery, or administration. And we can take the example, for instance, of the bioreactor bag that again we have spoken about. We may be able to identify a code at HS6 level, but then when we go down to national customs classification, we can get up to between 16 to 55 HS digit type product lines in this national classification. So it is quite hard to pin down these products. For others, it's much more difficult to identify. For instance, we have had challenges in looking at specific equipment like pumps, filtration units, vial filling equipment, and so on. Then we have also an issue with up-to-date data. Good data at this HS6 level is, of course, generally available with a time lag. So then here we would need to consider drawing much more on national, maybe monthly trade statistics. And maybe as a last point, also to drill down to firm level. And I think the other speakers will speak about some of the initiatives in this sense. Then, of course, mapping out the bottlenecks or the joint points, but also the facilitating measures. Here, the policy environment is as diverse and as complex as the many components in supply chains. We have looked in our work, as also the WTO presentation mentioned, at tariffs, which come in different ranges from these inputs to capital equipment or material to administer vaccines. We have seen that NTMs have also a wide range of measures being applied both on exports and imports of vaccines. And these were all already in place before COVID. But with COVID, we saw much more measures being, of course, unraveled in this space. And again, both in terms of creating some of these choice points, but also facilitating measures as some that have been mentioned. And I would like to finish up just with mentioning on how maybe we can move from this snapshot type of information to more structured one. And this is important because it can help support open supply chains, but it also shows the value of international cooperation. We need to strike the balance between what we can cover now in a mapping, but also remain relevant in a dynamic environment. And dynamic environment means, of course, will we need boosters, new variants? Will we have new vaccines and treatments? What kind of inputs will be required there, but also maybe in case of unsuccessful clinical trials, will there be a relocation of these materials? So we not only need to think about what we need to cover as scope and what kind of measures are being applied, but also what kind of variables and indicators we want to track in this mapping. And it may not just be about traits. And I think the example that has been referred to before, such as the agricultural market information system shows, is that there may be other indicators that are important beyond exports and imports, but also production, supply, utilization, inventories, and so on. And with that, I'll finish up saying that, of course, with all these challenges mentioned, joint efforts are definitely needed between governments, private sector, international organization, and many other stakeholders. And we would be really happy to continue discussions in this work because transparency creates trust and trust creates cooperation. So I think this type of initiative is extremely important to move things forward. Thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to the discussion. Back to you, Suja.
Thank you so much, Sylvia, and it's a pleasure to see you after a long time. I like very much your term lab to jab. I think that's a very nice term. And of course, you did highlight again the classification issues. And in fact, I think a number of schedules probably doesn't even go down to the detailed tariff line, but rather it sticks at the X outs, where you have to rely more on the description. So it makes it even more complex. And of course, you highlighted again the data issues, but I very much also appreciated your end note where you have the static and you have the dynamic, and you have to make sure that both work in tandem so that we can get results. So thank you very much for that. I have had a slight tap on my knuckles from the organizers saying, please try and ensure speakers respect their 5-minute limit. But as I did give a 1-minute extension to the WTO, I believe in non-discriminatory treatment. So I will give 1 minute just for anyone to wrap up. And thank you very much for doing your very best to respect the 5 minutes. So with that, I'd like to invite Chad Bown to take the floor. He's a Reginald Jones Senior Fellow. I don't think he needs, of the Peterson Institute of International Economics, and I don't think he needs any further introduction. So Chad, you have the floor. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Suja, and for the invitation to be here. I will respect my 5 minutes. So basically, let me start by just saying I think I share the sentiments that almost everybody has said today. So I'm going to try not to repeat too much, but just to say that all of the problems that folks have already identified, I'm completely on board with, and these are things that I've been trying to figure out myself over the last year or so. So what I thought I would do in my time today is to kind of walk through an example that I've gone through recently that's helped me pinpoint some of the challenges with data and then thinking through policy and how it is that it's more than just trade policy that we need to be worried about when we're thinking about these supply chains. So I've shared my screen. This is obviously motivated by probably the highest profile example of lack of cooperation or allegations of hoarding, scarcity, export restrictions, right? So if we think back to March and April, where there were shortages of various supplies, these accusations that the United States government had a ban on supplies that was preventing everybody else around the world from scaling up. And luckily, I'm in a position as an independent analyst not to be in government, so I don't need to be particularly diplomatic in staying away from such sensitive topics. But this is obviously really, really serious. And so for me as an outsider, this is the concern with the abuse of this thing called the Defense Production Act in the United States especially. I went to the data. And so what I did with a project with Chris Rogers at Panjiva is they have access to, or they put together this database, not for all countries, but for a handful, including India, of really detailed company level data that you can use to then map back to who their suppliers were. So we wanted to ask the question, well, was there actually an export ban to the Serum Institute, to Biological E, of these critical inputs that they need to make the COVID-19 vaccines? And we looked at the data. The answer to that is clearly no, right? So each country had been receiving an increasing amount of imports from the United States from all of these key suppliers, and you can use this data to actually identify the input providing companies, you know, for the ones that are making the bioreactors, the bags, the filter, the media. So all of the industry players here, Merck Millipore, Sativa, Paul, Thermo Fisher, ABEC. And you can use that to kind of identify in the really detailed data, at least in the case of India, what the tariff line products were. And those are obviously incredibly important because, as Suja just mentioned, they're usually in the other category, right? And so you wouldn't know where to look until you've seen the companies actually classify them. So we use this to kind of just make this point that obviously there wasn't an export ban, but this does not resolve the underlying problem, of course, that there just are input shortages. So I think it's important to understand the supply chain. We've already heard a little bit about this morning, but to understand why this challenge arrived in the first place, why it's not going away, what we need to do about it in terms of policy, and just to understand its manifest in this situation that we find ourselves in, and why this requires obviously utmost trust and cooperation. So you think about what, for example, AstraZeneca has done, and they've managed to scale up a supply chain globally. But what that means is they now have essentially 10 companies around the world all doing the same thing that they weren't doing, you know, a year ago at this time. And the challenge is they're all going to the same input providers to provide them with the key materials, these specialized materials. These aren't just harmonized inputs that you can go and make in your basement, right, to do this kind of stuff. And even when you talk to the input companies, and this I found from Paul, which is one of the key input providers in this space, they describe this explicitly and say, look, we wanted to standardize the quick scaling up of production, and so this is how we did it. But what that means is it then locks in the input providers to these supply chains as well. So there's just not a lot of choice for all of these companies when they're trying to scale up. Same thing for Novavax. So what that's meant in terms of underlying, not trade, but domestic policy during the pandemic, and I know best about the experience of the United States that I've studied, has been two things. The United States has effectively done two things: Operation Warp Speed and the Defense Production Act. Operation Warp Speed, people know best about providing subsidies to all the vaccine manufacturing companies. But what folks also don't perhaps know quite as well is the United States also subsidized the production of input expansion. So to companies like Sativa to build out more capacity on their production of bioreactors and bags and cellular material, the companies that are making the syringes and all of those kinds of things as well. Now that's nice, but they probably didn't do it enough. And certainly other countries haven't done it as well. And so the challenge is when there are these shortages, you need to have the globally coordinated expansion of input production capacity, which is a challenge when we know that the input providers and the output providers are in different countries. And then in the period of time when there isn't enough of these supplies, how do you allocate them in a way that makes the most sense to produce the vaccines that can actually be manufactured today, that the regulators have accepted, right? And that requires decisions, difficult decisions that need to be made, and obviously transparency too. I'm over time, so I'll stop, but let me just say that we've written a lot about this. And in my slides, I've got all of the references where you can go to learn more, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chad, and sorry to have cut short your presentation, but certainly I had already read your paper and I'd found it quite fascinating because we had heard a different story here. So already with your first slide, it was very interesting, and of course you spoke about coordination, about taking difficult decisions in terms of allocation, but all of that is actually hopefully something that will come to the forefront following events such as this symposium. So thank you very much for your contribution there. And with that, I'd like to now turn to Mr. Ronald Antonio Butiong from the Asian Development Bank. He's Chief Regional Cooperation of the Regional Cooperation Integration Thematic Group Sustainable Development and Climate Change Department. You have a lot to do in your portfolio. So with that, I give you the floor. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Suja. Fellow panelists, participants, good day, good afternoon, or good evening. First of all, I thank WTO for inviting ADB to this symposium and for having me as panelist in this important session. In December last year, ADB launched the $9 billion Asia Pacific Vaccine Access Facility, or APVAX. APVAX provides a framework and resource envelope for supporting developing Asia's vaccine access using two complementary components. The Rapid Response Component provides support for critical vaccine diagnostics and procurement and transportation of vaccines. The Project Investment Component supports investment in systems for production, distribution, delivery, and administration of vaccines, along with investments in building capacity, community outreach, and surveillance. ADB has so far approved APVAX assistance to the Philippines, Indonesia, Samoa, Tonga, Vanuatu, Tuvalu, Afghanistan, Tajikistan, Mongolia, and Bangladesh. In addition, our private sector department's Trade and Supply Chain Finance program has also supported more than 5,400 COVID-19 related transactions worth over $4.5 billion to date. Given the urgent need for COVID-19 vaccines, ADB has been exploring ways to help increase their availability and accessibility in the Asia and Pacific region, including strengthening the region's production capacity, as well as logistics and distribution. In partnership with other international organizations, ADB wishes to help address choke points in the entire COVID-19 vaccine supply chain. We recognize that it is critical that trade restrictions and vaccine components be kept minimal and cross-border movement be facilitated with simplified and expedited processes. In our consultations with customs administrations in our member countries, as well as with the WCO, we were encouraged with the simplified processes that have been applied to the entry of COVID-19 vaccines. However, we note that the initial imports happened through the government-to-government channel and were facilitated in some cases through ad hoc measures, as Roy indicated earlier. With an increasing role of the private sector in the import of vaccines and their inputs, the import clearance process will need to be more robust and flexible, and procedures should be streamlined and sustainable, including for vaccine components. We intend to leverage our support for the Central Asia Regional Economic Cooperation Program, the Greater Mekong Economic Cooperation Program, and the South Asia Sub-Regional Economic Cooperation Program in strengthening trade facilitation measures for vaccine production and distribution. We wish to underscore that supply chain visibility, which this symposium is trying to promote, is important as it would help determine and compile existing tariff and non-tariff measures or barriers impeding their efficient flow. It will be a good starting point for targeted interventions on trade facilitation and for monitoring cross-border movements of vaccines and their inputs. We have embarked on a modest effort to help improve availability of supply chain information for vaccines and their inputs. The Trade and Supply Chains programs of ADB's private sector operations departments saw early on in the pandemic that commercial banks did not know which of their customers were involved in the supply chains for COVID-19 fighting products. To help these banks, as well as investors, governments, and others determine where help was needed in those supply chains, we developed a mapping tool and offered it free online in May 2020. More than 23,000 visits have been made to the site, which maps 34 products down to their component parts, including vaccines and cold chains needed to transport them. We would be very pleased to contribute to this effort of identifying critical inputs through this mapping tool and to collaborate with WTO and others in this regard. We would be happy to include in the mapping tool relevant information that will come out of this symposium and our further collaboration. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Ronald, for that, and certainly this information dissemination that you have referred to in terms of the mapping tool, I think is also extremely important, and the next logical step once the data has been sourced and consolidated. So thank you very much. And I would now like to turn, I think, to our first. I had some news that maybe Phyllis, you may not be online, but perhaps we will give it a go and welcome you to take the floor and make your remarks. So if you're there, please go ahead. Thank you. Yes, you are. Great.
Good afternoon. I am here. I've actually heard all the speakers.
Oh, super.
So very, very pleased. Thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this important meeting. I'm Phyllis Arthur with Bio and represent many of the companies that are working on vaccines and biologics in the space. I actually just want to take a few moments and talk about the importance of this area for continued vaccine development. We often hear at Bio from our companies that their concern is many of the items that probably Matthew Donham covered in session 2, but bioreactor bags and all the different consumables for tubing. We hear about the lipids for mRNA. We also hear many people having trouble getting the cartons and packaging that they need, which is a specialized set of activities as well. And of course, we hear from companies about key reagents needed for the manufacturing process. What's unique here is many of these items are unique to the manufacturing process. So while they are an overarching category, it's important to know the differences between even the bioreactor bags that are used by different manufacturers unique to their process. One of the other things we understand is that the suppliers for these items, as I think Chad referenced, are highly concentrated to a number of firms that have global footprint. And so companies actually normally build redundancy into their manufacturing plans to make sure that they have several manufacturers on record with the regulators around the world so that they can facilitate access to these different products in case something happens. Companies have tried, because they know how important the global supply chain is, to manage their global access to different materials. We really are suffering from what is mainly just a doubling or tripling of the number of products we're trying to make. And so I think that Chad's point about the need over the longer term to invest in new suppliers is going to be pivotal to our success in this space over time. I want to just remind everyone that really starting to improve the free flow of goods will not just have an impact, albeit very important, on the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines, but many of these materials, as others have said, are used for biologics manufacturing and vaccine manufacturing worldwide. And so it's really important for us to improve the movement of these vital production supplies, not just because we want to have more COVID vaccines for all of the world, but also to make sure that we can continue to make the other vaccines we need for public health, measles vaccine, et cetera, around the world, and other biologics that treat cancer or rare diseases, often many of which that use the same materials. It's also important to make sure that we really move the free flow of these goods because, as someone else had said, companies are not just making vaccines right now for the current outbreak. They're also doing clinical trials and scaling up production for new vaccines that could attack the variants, that could actually serve as boosters. And so the more we can facilitate the free flow of these really important materials, the more we can have new products, next generation vaccines, and other materials that are going to be important for managing COVID-19 and responding to the next pandemic as well. I think that point that Chad made about our investment in suppliers is really important. We need to actually make sure that we are scaling up both the manufacturing of these vaccines as well as investing in the suppliers that make all the key materials we're focused on today, and that we're thinking about new suppliers in countries around the world who can add to our ability to surge manufacturing in the biologics and vaccine space. There's no question we've seen delays in the exports of materials, but some easing of supply has been happening mainly as efforts have been underway to facilitate the exchange of materials between manufacturers as needed. This is certainly not enough to solve the problems that we've been hearing about all day today. But the work of the COVAX Manufacturing Task Force has been helpful in identifying that broad set of materials that are needed. Bio is also a partner in the 5 Steps program, which you heard about from IFPMA. And we feel like one of the key tenets of that is the free flow of goods. And so we stand ready to work with the WTO, all the different members of the member states, many of the organizations that have been speaking today, to find ways to facilitate as much movement of material as we can and to make sure that we have visibility. So we're very supportive of this effort and think that it'll be extremely important to work together with you to solve the problems of exports and tariffs. Thank you for the time.
Thanks very much, Phyllis, and thanks very much for your remarks. And I think you also highlighted some of the points that have been made earlier, like identification of products, ensuring free flow, and very importantly, and I think this comes back to what Chad had said about the need to ensure that there is going to be that supply of inputs, given the enhancement of manufacturing facilities that's anticipated in the future. You need to sort of make sure that everything works in tandem, and that's going to be the challenge. But thank you very much for your remarks. I would now like to turn the floor to Thomas Ellman, who is the Vice President, Life Sciences and Healthcare Custom Solutions Innovation from the DHL. So Thomas, welcome, and I give you the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Suja. Can you hear me? Is it going well?
Very well, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak here at this very important event. I would like to give a little bit of perspective on supply chain and what for us at Deutsche Post DHL, it meant in the last 6 to 9 months to prepare and to basically roll out our campaign to support customers in the vaccine distribution. I'm sharing my screen here as well. I only have like 3 or 4 slides on that one. So DHL very early last year looked into the upcoming challenge, and we reflected into white papers on the overall situation. These are freely available on the internet. I would encourage you to download them and have a look. And we basically there alluded a little bit on what does that mean to ship -70 vaccines around the world, for instance, right? We also founded a task force to go into the discussion at a very early stage with customers, and customers are basically both manufacturers for the vaccine, but not only vaccine, but also test kits, ancillaries, everything that is needed in the pandemic. And customers can also mean governments and NGOs. And we started the discussion to basically prepare very early to avoid any hiccups, any delays in the supply chain. Status today, we have shipped more than 340 million doses around the world. We are also engaged in domestic distribution in certain countries, but the main focus is on global transportation and obviously cross-border crossing. And we are doing this to more than 140 countries right now. What is very important is basically that our multifunctional teams in a very early stage got together with the representatives on the manufacturing side, but also in the destination country with the governments, the customs institution, with security. Obviously, that's a big issue in some countries as well. And you see the list here of all the things that we have built together and put together in a very early stage. And obviously, we're very happy to participate and give input with our knowledge and our experience to this working group here as well. So far, we can say the vast majority of these shipments went very well, very smoothly. Nothing was held back, but also bear in mind, please, that the first time shipment of a vaccine to a certain country for a lot of countries was like a national event. It was like in the evening news on the front page of the newspaper. There were political representatives there, there were journalists, there were military police there, and guess what happens? Our plane has landed. The pallets or boxes have unpacked and went straight into the vehicle for the final destination. No holdback of any product whatsoever. We're just wondering, will people really remind that? And will that be the same for the 5th, the 10th, the 20th, the 30th shipment that needs to come in the next weeks and months to come, if there is no Prime Minister or Ministry of Health present, if there is no journalist present, if that is a normal shipment, so to say, right? That is very important, we believe. And why? I mean, these are some of the slides from our white paper as well. The concentration of vaccines manufacturing is really concentrated in like 8 countries. It's now a little bit spreading out because the main manufacturers are reaching out to other CMOs in other countries as well, but it needs to go to a huge number of countries in order to speed up a high vaccination rate, not only in UK, US, Israel, Chile, that were the front runners, but in basically 200 countries around the world. So very important that cross-border crossing is allowed, and also, as other people before alluded, also the inbound flows of the pre-production and all of the base components and the material that are needed to make a vaccine, right? The other thing on the outbound I want to highlight is a little bit that obviously to have a successful vaccination process, there are 2 things that need to get smoothly and come together. The goods flow that we as a logistics company are responsible for, ensuring that you have the capacity, that you have the packaging material, that you have the coordination and the synchronization of flows. But obviously in the destination country, super important that you have a strategy there, a vaccination program, that you have an easy way to inform the people and to get them registered to go to the vaccination centers. And as we all know, for most of the vaccines, that is required twice. So there is a lot of work needed between the private sector and the public sector to basically ensure that this is a seamless and very well synchronized flows. And that counts especially now for the months to come for the countries of the low and middle income country area in Africa and Latin America and parts of Asia. So last slide from my side. And with that, I would like to conclude. If we like it or not, this thing here is stay for a little bit longer. And we need to get prepared not only for this year and next year. That's probably what also COVAX is saying, to distribute 10 billion doses also to low and middle income countries that will last into 2022. But what we see already today is we need to have booster shots. We need to have new vaccines that are adapted to the mutants. We have new groups of people who are eligible for vaccination, like children and so forth. So we see that there is here, according to our research, on top of the 10 billion that we need to ship this year and next year, there is something of a range of 7 to 9 billion that also we need to be manufactured and distributed in the years to come in order to basically keep us all safe and protected. And with that, I would like to end and give it back to you, Suja, and happy for any questions.
Thanks very much, Thomas. I'm hoping to take all the questions at the end so that that will allow the speakers to come in as they wish and respond to the questions as they wish. We're getting a few here already, so thanks once again to the other participants and audience who have posted these questions. So I'm hoping that, you know, the point you made about, you know, vaccines enjoying a free flow currently will continue into the future, especially in respect of the 10 billion vaccines which are coming this year, as well as the 79 billion that you think or you anticipate coming in terms of booster shots, in terms of also coverage of children in the future. So thank you very much for sharing your views. I would now like to invite Christian Piaget from IATA to hear about bottlenecks that have also been identified. So Christian, if you're online, please do take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Suja. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, very well.
Thank you. So indeed, I will go through the bottlenecks and also some of the things that went well. But maybe as a preliminary point, let me emphasize that the transport of vaccines by air and medical shipments is nothing new. So that's actually an important part of the air cargo business for quite some time. And thanks to that means we had the processes and the skills already in place for the transport of these vaccines. But of course, what is new is the scale of these operations to distribute vaccines to 7.8 billion people. And there are a lot of constraints when we carry this type of shipments. They require very rigorous transport conditions, as was just explained also by the previous speakers. Any mistake can severely damage this sensitive cargo. So we were expecting several challenges. Some of them turned out to be true, some others not, hopefully. That will continue like this for those who didn't turn out to be true. But in the case of actual bottlenecks, I classify them in three categories. There are first those linked with previsibility, secondly those linked with capacity, and thirdly those linked with technical or operational issues. So we start with the previsibility. Of course, in a business like ours, preparation is key. So our first problem was to understand when, where, and how the vaccines could be distributed. And as we all know, it was immediately clear at the beginning of this pandemic that nobody was prepared to manage a sanitary crisis of that global scale. We as individuals were not prepared, but the governments also were not prepared. There were no business continuity plans, no stocks in place to deal with such emergencies, no infrastructure in some places. So in short, nothing that was really prepared and that could provide some visibility on the way forward. And that was a big challenge at the beginning of these transports. And not only for the vaccines, but also for the medical shipments like PPEs, the masks and so on that were sent before the vaccines. The second big bottleneck is capacity, and that's still a problem today. Most of air cargo in some trade lanes, actually 2/3 of air cargo are being carried in the belly of passenger aircrafts. So most of this fleet currently is grounded due to the current restrictions in international travels. And that has created and still is creating issues with connectivity. Airlines have been very agile with this to compensate for this lack of capacity, even converting passenger aircrafts into cargo aircrafts, full cargo aircrafts. And this has gone with its own range of challenges, but in terms of safety and ground handling, etc. But it has turned out to be absolutely feasible, fortunately. However, as long as these travel bans continue to be the norm more than the exception, the grounding of aircraft is an important bottleneck that we still have to deal with. The third category of bottlenecks is the technical or operational issues. I don't have time to go through all of them, but just some of them, while technical, were actually really problematic. First, as I said previously, these are sensitive goods. They are subject to temperature excursions and various requirements that we need to align with to make sure that they don't get damaged. And that require infrastructure at departure, transit, and destination. In some remote areas, the appropriate infrastructure has been lacking. So we need to make sure that the airports are properly equipped to manage cold or even ultra cold shipments, and that is sometimes a concern. We have also an issue with the crews, which is still a problem in many places. It was crucial to recognize them as essential workers to make sure that they are not subject to quarantine requirements. Because if you block a crew for 14 days at destination or in transit, it's just impossible to move these emergency shipments, moreover with a reduced number of aircrafts. So that's also an important bottleneck to take into account. But there were also things that went well. Among these, I would like to really commend the World Customs Organization and the ICAO as well, because the cooperation with these organizations have been really excellent. The WCO has been very helpful in making sure that the border clearance could be streamlined as much as possible. The creation of the HS codes list that was previously mentioned by several speakers has been also very helpful to facilitate the proper identification of these relevant shipments, and that helped to facilitate the customs clearance and not to slow down too much these movements. Also, we could count on the ICAO to send several guidance to their members, for example, in relation with aviation security contingency measures. That was very helpful. And what we also found out is that paperless trade was very helpful. The use of IT was really something that's helped us a lot. So we really hope that this will stay after this crisis. And also The public health corridors that have been created for the crews are things that we think need to be somehow maintained in a facilitation instrument for the future if we face a same crisis in the future. The last thing, I know I've exceeded my time, but just wanted to also raise the point of cyber attacks. We've seen that there have been cyber attacks against the whole supply chain, not only a cargo, but the whole cargo supply chain, vaccine supply chain, and we need to remain vigilant about this, because this could be also an issue in the future. And I know I have to leave the floor to questions, but I'm happy to stay on the panel to answer those questions in time. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Christian. That was, thank you very much for identifying those three, the bottlenecks as well as things that worked well. That was very helpful. And then this new element of cyber attacks, which is sort of a bottleneck, I would venture. And of course, digitization of procedures, and certainly this whole paperless trading has become more relevant during the pandemic, especially during lockdowns. And we did see it from on a more personal level here at the WTO. It was very clear that's what helped us stay in business. So yes, I think that's very important. So thank you very much. So now I'd like to turn to the final speaker, Monsieur Hugues, who is Senior Advisor from the International Road Transport Union. So Jens, if you're there, please do take the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mavrodis, for giving me the floor and for inviting the IRU to this really important meeting. For those of you who might not know us, the IRU is the World Road Transport Organization and the voice of 3.5 million companies providing commercial road transport and logistics services. Now, to the topic, looking at the vaccine distribution, and here especially the downstream transport, this went really, really well. These transport were operated by large freight forwarding companies under a lot of attention by the public and special treatment by governments. And Mr. Ellman, you said it nicely. And these are huge events when a plane arrived with vaccination, the cameras were on there. So, but you might wonder what's going to happen in the near future. Now, looking at the upstream transport, however, the picture looks quite different. We need to keep in mind that manufacturing of vaccine is a complex issue, and we heard this already a couple of times. Making a vaccine involves raw materials, stabilizers, adjuvants, and going further, manufacturers of these inputs need other materials, such as glass tubing, rubber, silicone, and so on and so forth. And these products are mainly transported by road transport companies. And in fact, 80% of these road transport companies are SMEs. And here comes the first problem, the first bottleneck. These SMEs are actually fighting for survival. Last year, the road transport operators lost 500 billion euros in revenues. Insolvency indicators such as free cash flow and asset use are all in the dark red. 10% of companies went out of business and 30% of the companies reduced their staff. Now, in this respect, one needs to keep in mind that the industry already has to deal with a considerable driver shortage, and the transport of vaccine products is often a transport of dangerous goods. And one needs specially trained dangerous goods drivers, and these drivers are not there anymore. Now, to address this first problem, before talking about vaccine import, vaccine manufacturing and distribution, we need to keep the transport operators in business. And I have to state, from the road transport industry, we see very little support from the governments to make this happen, and we need the support. We need urgent action from the governments right now. Let's come to the second problem, the border crossings. IRU has done some in-depth research on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the industry, and we looked at governmental responses to the pandemic. Now, 72% of all measures taken by governments that are related to cross-border movements of goods were restrictive in nature. And these include border closures, border crossing restrictions, uncoordinated COVID testing at borders, uncoordinated quarantine of commercial vehicle drivers, just to name a few. And just to illustrate it, let me remind you of the pictures that we saw just before Christmas in the UK, where more than 1,000 trucks were stranded in the UK because they couldn't go over the channel to France. And airfields were actually turned into parking lots. We have other examples in Tyrol, where drivers were standing in the cold to get tested, border closures in Argentina, and an ongoing complete closure for transit of Turkmenistan, which is more than a year now. Now, the worst is that these decisions for border restrictions are taken unilaterally. And you might wonder which of them are really there to fight the virus and which of them are more protectionist in nature. Now, The key message to address this second problem is we need global coordination, and this meeting here today is a good step. So we need global coordination from government, and trade facilitation is the answer, not trade restrictions. Now let me come to the third bottleneck, the third issue, which is digitalization. Now, the pandemic has put a dedicated focus on digitalization, and the industry full-heartedly supports the digitalization as a building block in the global COVID-19 recovery strategy. The UN CMR Convention, which is like a waybill convention, and the UN Tier Customs Convention and their IT tools fulfill almost 80% of the WTO TFA. In addition, and this is really a striking example, the UN Secretary General strongly recommends to governments to use those conventions. I would like to quote him: "Innovative tools such as the UN e-Tier and ECMR system and other digital tools to allow exchange of electronic information without physical contact and facilitate the flow of goods across borders should be used." So there's a clear message from the top. However, here's the thing. Looking at the 14 countries who are in the upstream vaccination supply and looking at the acceptance of digital transport documents, 9 out of 14 have not ratified the ECMR protocol, and only 1 is fully using the ECMR protocol. The use of e-Tier application is extremely limited in all 14 countries. Now, the key message to the third problem is governments need to make best use of existing UN convention and their digital tools. Don't invest and create something new. The tools are there, make use of them. Now, to conclude, I've actually 3 messages. Now, the first one is to allow transport companies to do essential transport. We need to keep them in business. Governments need to support these companies. Number 2, governmental coordination at global level is absolutely needed. And number 3, governments need to adhere to existing UN conventions that facilitate transport and make best use of their digital tools. So these are really the key 3 messages that I would like to deliver in my presentation. From the IRU side, we are of course ready to work with the WTO to solve these issues. We're ready to work with the governments to address these issues. And of course, I'm ready to answer any question that there might be. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jens, for your remarks. And again, I think that it's highlighting some of the bottlenecks, and I'm hoping that the sort of case that you had outlined about the lorries stranded at the border, that was probably more prevalent at the start of the pandemic than now, and that's something that one doesn't see so often today. At least that's what I'm hoping, but perhaps I'm wrong. So with that, we've come to the end of the presentations, and I must say it was incredibly enriching. And I would like to turn to the question and answer session. So we have about 15 minutes for that. There have been a few questions which have come, but it was very remiss of me because I never asked people asking the questions to also indicate who they were addressing them to. So I think it's a free for all. So whoever would like to jump in, please do. So we have a first question, which is about how do you avoid duplication of mapping exercises being conducted by different organizations? So, where can we avoid this sort of duplication, which is extremely inefficient? I guess perhaps that might be something for the WCO, but again, I'm just, or I think, yeah, my colleague Roy would like to say a few words here on this. Roy, would you like to? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Suja. Just to reply very quickly to that, I think the identification of the products is something that, yes, began a bit organically in different institutions. And we acknowledged at some point that this is an issue, right? Because you have several different people working on the same thing without necessarily communicating. And then precisely one of the things that we're trying to tackle with this joint indicative list is precisely to try to work together, get inputs, get as many comments and information as we can from all the different sources, and try to have a really joint product where you compile as much information as possible. So this list is actually quite advanced. We are planning to release version 1.0 in the coming days, but we still need to have, let's say, some minor discussions, I think, with some of the other contributors, just to make sure that all the information we have in there is as correct as possible. But you can expect this list to be available in the coming days. Thank you. Sorry, before I give the floor, also just to note that we're trying to do the same with the bottlenecks, right? Because it's not useful to have 20 different lists of bottlenecks. So we're trying to compile as much information as we have from all the different sources in a single list, so it's easier to refer to it once you're trying to do work in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. I have another one here, which is quite general. How can regulatory issues related to safety, quality, and effectiveness be addressed to ensure increased vaccine uptakes? Any offers from the speakers? Would you like me to repeat that question? How can regulatory issues related to safety, quality, and effectiveness be addressed to ensure increased vaccine uptakes? Gail? Oh, Gail, sorry. Yes, I do see your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, this really is a multi-agency issue, as well as communications and social media and getting that message out there. But certainly from the customs side, we've been doing a lot of work on the enforcement side to ensure that fake vaccines, that anything of dubious quality is not getting through. There's been major exercise with our members to ensure that the nasty people who decide to profit out of these sort of situations don't. So we're certainly working on it from our side, but I think this is an area where we really need to work with the manufacturers, we really need to work with the health agencies, we need to work with the other IGOs to try and keep that information flowing about the safety of the vaccines and ensuring the people that the product that's reaching them is a good product.
Thanks, Gail. Any other comments from anyone else on this? No? Okay. There was a question on, can you expand on the issue of cyber attacks? And so I think that was Christian who had spoken of that. So please, would you like to just expand a little bit about that issue? Thank you.
Yes, I was expecting this to come up, and the thing is, I don't have actually figures to give, but we are working closely with other trade associations and partners in the supply chain, and some of these cyber attacks have actually hit the press, others not. What we understand is there's been attempts to block some software, so we don't know where this necessarily come from, and I don't think the airline actually has been the most impacted in the supply chain. I think it's really the pharma sector which has been impacted most. But my colleagues who are in charge of the pharma transport have drawn the attention on the fact that it's a concern and that we need to insist on the need to remain vigilant. Again, the systems are robust. We haven't seen any real blockage about this, but we need to be aware that there are attempts of blocking these supplies, and that was a call for awareness more than anything else at this stage. I again, don't have specific figures, but I know that partners in the supply chain wanted to draw the attention on the need to remain vigilant about this risk, which is apparently a serious risk for these transports.
Thank you for that, Christian. I have for Chad, and I guess this is a big question, Chad, for you. What should be done about the problem of too few vaccine inputs?
Easy. No, I mean, this is the hardest one, right? And so I think first you need to recognize the seriousness of the underlying problem. And it's shocking to me, and it's unclear to me why this has taken place, that the United States, and again, I'm American, but there's been no one more critical of the United States policy over the last 4 or 5 years than me. So, but this is one thing that at least qualitatively they did correct by scaling up and actually subsidizing input expansion. But I have scoured, globally, and I've not seen that same thing taking place in Europe or anywhere else. Now, it may be that for many of these critical inputs, the production is located primarily in the United States, so it makes sense for it to only be scaled up in the United States. But if so, that's a challenge in and of itself, because the United States doesn't have sort of as an economic incentive enough incentive to scale it up for the world unless the world tells it to do so. And we can wait for price signals to get there, you know, as economists, or we could have policymakers get together and say, we actually need to coordinate on this. We need to get the United States to tell the companies that are geographically located there to produce more of these bags and filters and media and lipids and whatever the scarce inputs are. And the lack of actual investment, public investment cooperation in that particular space, I fear is what's ultimately going to hold up some of the scaling out of manufacturing capacity around the world. But there has to be explicit cooperation and engagement at the policymaker level internationally in these key vaccine producing countries to send those signals to make that kind of thing happen.
Thanks very much, Chad, for that. I have one for Sylvia. How could stakeholders benefit from the sort of the mapping exercise that you had spoken about from lab to jab? How can it be kept up to date?
That's also, I think, a very difficult question, but it links, I guess, to what all the other different speakers have been talking about. Everybody would benefit from such a transparency exercise. So Chat was speaking about international cooperation between policymakers, but also about what the private sector needs to see as signals, so as to know exactly what kind of inputs need to be scaled up, but also how mass manufacturing of vaccines need to respond to that demand. So first, I think everybody would benefit from such an exercise, and then there's also this value of finding the right variables that we need to track. I was trying to hint to this in my speaking points earlier, but it really, I think, goes beyond just the trade, exports and imports in itself, but we really need to know where a production of a specific input is located, how much is being produced, how much that goes into the different types of vaccines, so as to know what we are talking about. So transparency is definitely an important issue, but it doesn't come for free. It needs all this kind of infrastructure between policymakers, between the private sector, so that we know what we are talking about. So there is definitely value in setting this up and then in keeping it up to date, in the sense that we don't know what variants we are going to be talking about tomorrow, what kind of booster shots we may be needed. We have seen that some clinical trials of different vaccines have been as successful as expected. So does that mean that there will be some relocations of material there? So I think we have snapshots of this information, but we really need to work together between the different stakeholders to bring it together, make it available, and keep it relevant and up to date.
I remember your words about transparency, building trust, and I think, of course, this issue of coordination, whilst absolutely critical, it's also very challenging. So that's going to be what's difficult. But I did notice that even at a very small level of national trade facilitation, we have these national trade facilitation committees which were set up particularly to coordinate amongst the various agencies and with private sector input, and they have been critical to trade facilitation agreement being implemented across the spectrum of WTO membership. So that's been very helpful, and so it's possible. But worldwide, I don't know. That's a different question. I think we're coming to the end of 5 minutes. I do have a huge set of questions, but what I would rather do is in the last 5 minutes, if there are any speakers who would like to make some last comments, this is your opportunity to do so. But if you do wish to do that, please can you keep it really brief to give other colleagues some time also to speak. Anybody want to make any last comments? I see Thomas. Please go ahead, Thomas, and I see Chad then afterwards. Please.
Yes, thank you. I mean, I believe if we go back a year, the world was looking at this big challenge of shipping these vaccines to 8 billion people. And at very extreme conditions, minus 70 degrees and things like this. And that was new for all of us. We have shipped minus 70 degrees, but in small quantities only. I think now, being half a year in this whole distribution, we can see, yeah, we have done that. It's possible if we all work closely together, vaccines manufacturer, packaging suppliers, airline ground handlers, LSPs. But there is more to come. Therefore, we called our second white paper, it's a marathon and not a sprint. And we believe it can be managed. But what is utmost important is really close collaboration with all parties involved, especially between the private and public sector, because we still have a way to go, especially bringing products now to the people in the not so developed parts of the world. And that will be the challenge ahead. So that would be my message for you.
Thanks very much for that, Thomas. And Chad now, please go ahead.
So my last piece of advice is somebody who's been really trying to study this as an academic is for the world to look at the United States experience over the last year in scaling up its vaccine manufacturing supply chain and the record of government involvement, the recognition that with scarce input supplies, the government free markets isn't the answer, right? We could end up with a lot of these input supplies going to vaccine manufacturers that haven't been authorized for regulatory use yet, right? So we need government policymakers to help get things where they are being put to the best use. The United States has done this in a particular way through the Defense Production Act. Everybody thinks of this as just an export restricting exercise, but it's actually played an active role. The challenge is really going to be how you scale that up globally when it's not just one country thinking about itself anymore, but you have these scarce supplies that need to be flowing around the world to vaccine manufacturers around the world. There needs to be active government involvement and policymaker involvement in helping it get there. But it has to be done much more transparently and much more in a coordinated fashion with policymakers across governments. But I think you can understand and really recognize the underlying challenges to doing this by seeking to learn lessons from what the United States did over the course of the last year or so.
Thanks very much for that, Chad. And I see Phyllis also has her hand up, followed by Gail, but we have to be really brief because it's coming up to 1 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Actually, Chad said it beautifully. So I just want to reinforce the importance of that free flow of goods. And I think that Roy presented some really good options for member states to consider in making sure their trade policies move these goods around. And then we can all get together as the public and private sector and make sure we focus the rare supplies until we build up more suppliers on those manufacturing sites that are promised and producing doses right now. Because the pivotal thing right now is to get that 11 billion doses out the door to as many people as possible. And so staging these activities so that we're really focused on manufacturing right this minute in the sites that are approved, and then having more suppliers and more manufacturing ramp up because we know COVID's not a once and done issue. It's got multiple stages to it, is the best approach. Right now, we put our heads down as a global community, and we focus on delivering those supplies to the manufacturers that are driving doses at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for that. Gail, please.
Thank you. I just want to say one short thing. The one thing this virus has shown, and the fact that we're still in the stage of the virus that we are, is that borders are transparent to viruses. They don't see them, and borders do not stop the fact that the value chain is global, and any disruption anywhere in the world can affect all of us. So the thing we must keep in mind is that this is a global problem. It requires global solutions, and it requires us to work together. Thank you.
Thanks, Gail. And I don't see any other hands up, but I think that's a really nice note to end on. I would like to really thank all our speakers. They were absolutely brilliant. And for me, it was extremely enlightening, the whole exercise. and I'm glad that we will be able to capture a lot of this, because we will be posting all your the presentations that did come in. But I do believe we may do a summary of the session and then post that, of course, clearing what we have summarized with the speakers. But I did want to say that, you know, as Roy had already mentioned, that we hope to get some tangibles out of the symposium. So we are working with some of the speakers here to have this living list of critical vaccine inputs, which we hope to consolidate and which we hope will assist countries identify what products need to be facilitated at the border. And we hope to release this subsequent to this event. And we also hope to have the equivalent kind of product for the bottlenecks and best practices faced by vaccine manufacturers and other stakeholders. So that's what we have in mind, but it depends on the content, because unlike, I think, the inputs, I think we have less information in terms of the bottlenecks and the best practices, but I hope that after the symposium, we're able to consolidate more of that information. So once again, with a real heartfelt thanks to all of you for taking the time out to attend the session, and to the audience out there who unfortunately I cannot see. I'm in a big room here with just 5 other of my colleagues, but thank you so much. It's been really a pleasure, and I hope that we will get the opportunity to meet in person in the not too distant future. Thanks very much. And the next session will be at 3 o'clock, and it will be speaking about the I think promoting transparency and convergence in the regulatory landscape, which is, I think, one of the questions which had come up during this session. So please tune in for that. That's at 3 o'clock. Many thanks again. Bye-bye. And for those in Geneva, bon appétit. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hey, can you hear me? Just testing.
Hello, yes, we are able to hear you.
There's quite a bit of echo when you spoke. So I don't know whether that's just a one-off. Let me dial out and dial back in. Oh, great. Okay, good. Good to know that.
I'm just testing to see whether the mute is holding. Okay.
And can you hear me okay though? Yeah?
I can hear you and I can see you, yes.
Perfect. All right. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me? I'm Yasu Fujiwara from Japan.
Yes, we're able to hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just going to go on mute, okay?
Terrific. Thank you. Marisol, would you like to test your audio?
Hello, can you hear me? Hi. I'm not sure whether I heard my name. I thought I did.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to check your audio. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Mimi.
Hi, Raj.
Hello, would you like to test your audio, please? Just want to test the audio.
Hello.
Hello.
How was the day?
Hello, hi, hello everyone. Good to see you. Good to see
Hi,
all of you
Dr.
again.
Bo, how are you? Wonderful.
Very
Good
nice to
see
meet you, Dr. Rain, and
Nice to meet you too, Dr. Ho.
nice to meet you again, Rajinder. Good to see you. And I see we've got Dr. Fujiwara is with us as well. Pleased
Good
to see
evening. How are you?
Very well, thanks. Yes, it's a bit later for you, I think. Yes, that's right.
Yeah,
Thanks for
it's-
joining. Those of you who are joining us at a late hour.
No problem.
And then Dr. Raj Long, good to see you as well. Hello. We have quite a good lineup today, so let's just wait a little bit more for some of the other colleagues to join.
Afternoon, June.
Hello, Raj. Good to see you.
Likewise, likewise.
Not so far apart as some colleagues, but still too far.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, Rajinder.
How are you, Raj?
I'm good, thanks. Good to see you as well. It's
My
one of the
pleasure.
downsides of these platforms. We get to see each other with COVID a little bit more than we would normally see.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Wonderful.
So we're just waiting for a few other speakers to come on board and some technical arrangements just to be finalized. So thanks for the others who just joined. I see Alistair that you just joined, Rogero, Gaspar. Good to meet you. Thank you for joining. We're just waiting on for a couple more speakers. We're on time. We're meant to start at 3, but yeah, it's just 3 now in Geneva. So we've got time. We'll wait a little bit and then I'll kick off. I think we can expect quite a good number of participants. I see about 70 have already joined.
Oh, did you get a message from Skumbuzu? Because he sent me a Skype message saying that he's had an urgent matter to deal with and he probably won't be able to join until 3:30.
Oh, right. No, I didn't get that message. Did you get it, Devin? Okay, that's all right then. That's good to know. So we won't wait for him as such. We'll just get started and then bring him on whenever he can join. The other colleague we're waiting for is Delise Mimi Darko I don't know if you've had any news about her.
I have been here for the last 10, 15 minutes.
Ah, sorry. Thank you. I just didn't see you on the screen. My apologies. Is your camera on? Ah, yes, there you are. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't realize. So we have a full house. That's great. Thank you very much for joining, for all of you. I'm just waiting for Devin or my colleagues to give me the signal for when to start. I think they'll be recording the session, so I'm just waiting for them to tell me. It's going to be fairly simple. We did a run through previously with those speakers who were able to do it, with a few very brief remarks. I'll then pass the floor to the panel. I'll just take it in turn in the order that people are listed in the webinar. And we're asking a question and then you respond to the question essentially. There's a timer on the screen. You can see we have a 7-minute timer. That's to help you and to help me. We've got quite a number of speakers. I think everyone has said they feel they can complete their presentation within the 7 minutes. That would be most appreciated if we could manage to do that. Okay. Well, welcome. Oh. Right. Sorry about that. No, but I'm getting feedback. Maybe that's better. Sorry about that technical hiccup. Having a bit of a coordination problem between the microphone of the conference room and the computer. So anyway, welcome everyone. Thank you all very much for joining this session on promoting transparency and convergence in the regulatory landscape as part of the series of events that we have today on COVID-19 vaccine supply chain and regulatory transparency. My name is Ho Lim. I'm the Director of the Trade and Environment Division of the WTO. I will be moderating this session. You have with you a very distinguished panel. I'll come to them shortly. And if you allow me just to say again, we're really delighted to have this opportunity to discuss with you, to have presentations by this eminent group of speakers, representing a wide range of stakeholders from governments, regulators, private sector, international organizations. Now, why are we doing this symposium, and more particularly, why this particular session? It's because, to state perhaps the obvious, that regulatory issues are really key when we think about the vaccine supply chain. And of course, national regulatory authorities have a vital role to play in ensuring the safety, quality, efficiency of vaccines, which they have to approve for their populations. But at the same time, there's also the challenge of dissemination and access. And here, trade clearly plays a role in helping to get vaccines out. So regulatory issues are an important part of this challenge. If regulatory approaches are very different between countries, or let's say very cumbersome, they can slow or even block access to vaccines. And so therefore, in thinking about value chain issues, how trade and regulation come together is certainly a very key one, I believe. So for us at WTO, we pay a lot of emphasis to issues of regulatory cooperation. We have seen that the more that regulators can cooperate, be it through joint activities, through reliance or harmonization to international standards, the more they can do both better quality, better safety, and also facilitate trade. This makes it, let's say, a very good practice to aim towards. And we know, of course, there are many efforts, not just at WTO, to try to streamline, harmonize, simplify regulatory processes. On our side at the WTO, one key forum and key instrument would be the WTO Technicals Barriers to Trade Agreement, and with it, the TBT Committee. And under this agreement, you have disciplines for technical regulations, for standards, conformity assessment procedures, so as to avoid discrimination, unnecessary regulatory barriers. And certainly a key aspect of the agreement is to promote harmonization to international standards and to the extent possible to avoid duplication. In the work that we've been doing on COVID-19 and vaccine access and supply chain, we've heard on various occasions the importance of dealing with both aspects, the technical barriers to trade, and at the same time promoting and improving regulatory cooperation. So as we seek, and as I would say the world seeks rather than just we, to scale up manufacturing of vaccines in developing countries, as I said earlier, the regulatory dimension is certainly one that we really need to think about. At the same time, it's also been made known to us that many regulators in developing countries sometimes may lack the resources and infrastructure needed to ensure quality, efficacy, and safety. And this can indeed be an impediment to scaling up manufacturing. So this is really just a few words of context. You have before you, as I said, a very esteemed and very expert panel who are really going to give a deep dive into some of these issues. So I won't take up much more time, but to say that these were just some few words of scene setting. And maybe before kickstarting the panel, I can just mention how the session will proceed. I will be giving the floor to each of the panelists in turn. They will have some 7 minutes to make their initial response to one of the questions I will pose. Thereafter, there will be an opportunity for Q&A. For those of you participating, you can send your questions for the Q&A session as we are doing the presentations. You can do it through the chat box or the Zoom Q&A. I believe there's a specific Q&A section on Zoom that you can use. And we will do our best to come to you during the Q&A session. So with that, let's kickstart the session. And here I like to turn first to Dr. June Rain, who is Chief Executive of Medicines and Healthcare Products, MHRA of UK. And Dr. Rain, you were one of the first regulators in the world to approve a COVID-19 vaccine. Could you tell us about how you expedited your emergency authorization process and at the same time mitigated risks that came along the way? And I think we would all be really interested in this experience. And also, how did you cooperate and share data with others? So Dr. Rain, the floor is yours, please.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Dr. Holim, and it is a real pleasure to participate in this session at this very timely WTO meeting, promoting transparency and convergence in the regulatory landscape, never more important than at this time. I would like to share a couple of slides, if Devin could kindly just put them on the screen for me, and then I can move swiftly through the very short reflection that I'm now going to offer. So if Devin is there, if you could pull up the slides. In answering your question about how we expedited the approval of the vaccine, I'll first of all focus on the new approaches that we introduced as a regulatory authority, and then how we mitigated the risks using independent expert advice, using transparency, and using openness, working with others, the spirit of collaboration. And so if Devin is able to share some slides, I can move through them. Let me first, yes?
I think he's in the process of getting your slides.
That's fine, and I'll keep using the time fruitfully. To expedite approval as the regulatory authority, we introduced a whole range of regulatory flexibilities, very early interaction with developers, rapid approval of clinical trials, a rolling review of all the data on particular vaccines as they became available, and I'll say more about that, agile inspections, including GMP of sites, which would be new sites for vaccines, and importantly, we published guidance for the industry on flexible approaches to regulation as we were taking them. So if you could move to slide 4 now, our aim was to shorten the time for approval of vaccines from several years to under a year in view of the seriousness of the impact. And as you can see here, COVID-19 was having a very serious impact in the UK, and we wish to encourage overlap with phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3 trials while we were preparing for large-scale production of vaccines at risk. We didn't even know at that point whether they would work. And for the first vaccine in the next slide, in terms of the regulatory approval phase, we undertook the rolling review. It's permitted as a tool in EU law for products for emergency use, but we really did this in earnest. From top down, our independent expert working group were proactively planning from the middle of 2020, preparation for batch testing with technology transfer starting again at risk, and the preclinical quality and interim analyses of clinical data were undertaken in parallel in real time. So when the final analysis was available in the middle of November, we were able to complete our benefit risk review in around 2 weeks. Importantly, in the next slide, we mitigated the risks of working in this expedited fashion in 2 main ways. The first was sharing data, and this was sharing data first nationally with our independent experts from a range of specialisms, and secondly, sharing the process and findings at public briefings. Turning now to international collaboration, I would say that the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities in the next slide has been vitally important as a forum for an exchange of information and to address matters of policy, common approaches to agility of regulators, including in particular in relation to inspections, and also a very key piece of work on vaccine confidence that has been published and shared. And this slide quotes from the policy framework of ICMRA published in 2019, which sets out ways for health regulatory authorities, HRAs, to engage in a coordinated response and communication on an international level in response to a global health crisis. And you might say, we've learned a lot since 2019. We certainly have, and now it's time to look at and refresh this document. But in terms of best practice, the focus now is to increase international collaboration and preparedness, and to look for the key bodies globally that will help prepare and inform this collaborative approach. So in the next slide, I've just simply highlighted some of the bodies in our regulatory world who are key to this. ICMRA, I have highlighted, the International Conference on Harmonization, and the International Medical Device Regulators Forum. And of course, there are the MEDRA tools. So there are a number of fora, all of whom have a role to play in preparedness. Finally, a recent publication from the G7 countries at their summit earlier this month sets out an even greater challenge for all of us, and that includes regulators. In the recommendations of the 100 Days Mission Report, there are proposals for an international network of clinical trials to ensure a coordinated and a very efficient approach to testing not just vaccines, but diagnostics and therapeutics. There are proposals for a common regulatory framework for diagnostics and an international alliance of stringent regulatory authorities coming together with the World Health Organization, and to exchange best practices for regulatory evaluation of other types of studies. We need to look beyond the traditional clinical trials if we are to move speedily. And that will include immunogenicity studies, human challenge studies, and so forth, if we are to achieve that goal of 100 days. And so in summary, Dr. Ho-Lim, preparedness, early engagement with developers, transparency, collaboration, and importantly, international convergence will all be vital to improving and to strengthening our response, not just to the final approach to delivering the globe from COVID-19, but any future pandemic that may arise. So I'll stop there, and thank you very much for this opportunity to contribute at this important time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rain. That was really very comprehensive and also very concise and very clear. Very much appreciated. I mean, as you were speaking, once you gave us already quite a number of lessons on what we should be doing and how we should be doing it for the next pandemic. And maybe as you think about it, as well as the other speakers, so a question also comes to us from time to time about what we shouldn't be doing in terms of the next pandemic, things that we should not be doing, and how we could improve on that. So that would be something I think be interesting to get back to you as well, and the others as we go through. So let me now turn to Dr. Rogério Gaspar from the WHO. Dr. Gaspar is Director, Regulation and Pre-Qualification Department at the WHO. I mean, clearly WHO plays a vital role in promoting regulatory cooperation, international regulatory cooperation and reliance, which is particularly important in all cases, but even more so in public health emergencies. So Dr. Gaspar, could you take us through a little bit on how does WHO's regulatory guidance help to speed up global access to safe, quality and effective vaccines, including by facilitating trade? And maybe you could share with us a bit of your experience of how did you work with other regulators in the WHO pre-qualification process for COVID-19 vaccines? So please, Dr. Gaspar, we look forward to your intervention.
Thank you very much. I think now I'm on. So first of all, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all those that are participating at this symposium. It is a real pleasure to participate in this session devoted to promote transparency and convergence on the regulatory landscape. Let me tell you that, first of all, a regulation and regulatory system are something that many people have not given much thought before. But this pandemic highlighted the critical role of regulation and regulatory systems in ensuring that all health products, not just vaccines, but also medicines, diagnostics, and medical devices, the process to be safe, effective, and quality assured once in the market and in use on health systems. Some studies estimated that the overall time required for registration of new and innovative medicines or vaccines in resource-limited countries could take typically 4 to 7 years after a product is being used in high-income countries. Going through public health emergencies such as H1N1 in 2009-2010 and Ebola in 2014-2015, it was evident that we needed to develop an emergency-specific regulatory decision-making process that is fast, robust, and effective, but at the same time ensures quality, safety, and efficacy of urgently needed health products. Working together, regulatory agencies around the world, WHO prepared the basis of emergency use listing, EUL, for this mechanism in response to the Ebola outbreak in 2014, and demonstrated its usefulness by assessing the quality assured diagnostics for Ebola and Zika in previous pandemics. In January 2020, so prior to the declaration of COVID-19 pandemic, WHO pre-qualification teams completed the development of efficient and effective product assessment mechanisms to evaluate quality, safety, and efficacy of urgently needed investigational diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines. Together with the WHO clinical guidelines and target product profiles, the first in vitro diagnostics were listed for EUL on the 3rd of April 2020, less than 1 month after the declaration of the pandemic on March 11. Joint assessment and inspection work with the European Medicines Agency on COVID-19 vaccines also demonstrated the effective use of time and resources, as well as additional layer to ensure assessment of safe, effective, and quality vaccines. In parallel, in order to support low and middle income countries to efficiently authorize the EUL listed vaccines, a special procedure was in place to share regulatory dossiers under confidentiality agreements and to promote the use of the reliance concept. The special arrangement and the adoption of reliance concept allowed 101 out of 145 countries to successfully authorize AstraZeneca vaccines with a record speed of less than 15 days. Normative work to develop evaluation guidelines and international standards are also a critical part of the preparedness. And we also provide normative guidance and technical assistance to collect adverse events, how to identify the key signals, and what actions to be taken accordingly. WHO does not do this work alone, but always in coordination with regulatory agencies and specialized experts around the world, including the Uppsala Monitoring Center, which is a WHO collaborative center. Let's look at how WHO has been working with the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities, already referred by June in a previous presentation. ICMR consists of over than 30 regulatory agencies around the world. WHO has an observer status there, as we always have when the member states are present. And as you may have seen in the background documents that we facilitated before this symposium, WHO has issued 3 joint statements with ICMR. In November 2020, the statement on the need for improved global regulatory alignment on COVID-19 medicines and vaccines was issued, as the challenges are best addressed by working together to ensure existing rigorous scientific standards of review and oversight, and in order to maintain them through the crisis, while still giving patients access to safe and effective medical products at the earliest time possible. Regulatory authorities for medical products, including medicines and vaccines, have the responsibility to approve quality assured, safe and effective products based on robust and reliable data collected through randomized controlled clinical trials, which control for bias, meet good clinical practice standards, respect the rights, the autonomy, the safety of clinical trial participants, and can be audited. In May this year, we issued a statement on transparency and data integrity, as the COVID-19 pandemic has revealed the importance of data to support academics, researchers, and industry in developing vaccines and therapeutics. At the same time, to support regulators and health authorities in their decision-making process, to support healthcare professionals in their treatment decisions, and also to support the public confidence in vaccines and therapeutics being deployed. Over 50% of the clinical trials are generally unreported by academic researchers and industry, often because the results are negative, and these unreported trial results have potential to hinder the design of best suited trials, cause unnecessary testing, and delay the development of innovative, safe, and efficacious treatments and vaccines. ICMR and WHO call on the pharmaceutical industry to commit within short timelines and without waiting for legal changes to provide voluntary access to trial results data for the benefit of public health, while personal data and individual patient data should be redacted and protected. At the beginning of this month, we issued also a statement for healthcare professionals how COVID-19 vaccines are regulated for safety and effectiveness. The role of regulators in the oversight of COVID-19 vaccines is not well understood by healthcare professionals and public health authorities. And even in the middle of the pandemic, Regulators have not cut the corner, but took a robust scientific approach to determine safety, efficacy, and quality of vaccines, and how safety is closely and continuously monitored after approval. Finally, and just to conclude, despite many challenges, we have made tremendous achievements to tackle COVID-19 during the past 15 months. We have learned a lot already from this pandemic, but we will continue learning and continue working together, coordinate and collaborate to speed up and facilitate global access to safe, effective, and quality health products and overcome bottlenecks and other challenges. So WHO also published regarding this the COVID-19 Research and Innovation Achievements in May 2021, which also highlights the gaps where we need to work on and the collaborative work between our sector and the R&D Blue sector inside WHO. Thank you, and sorry for the short delay.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Gaspar. No, I'm sorry we weren't able to give you more time, but it's really very fascinating, the range of things that you spoke about, and also, I must say, very impressive, the different systems and different ways that you're trying to fill the gap. I agree with you that this is an area which maybe needs a lot more work on regulatory cooperation, and certainly we in WTO, to the extent that we can, would be really interested to see how we could help and contribute. So thank you very much for that. Let me turn now to Dr. Yasuhiro Fujiwara of Japan. Dr. Fujiwara is a chief executive of the Pharmaceuticals and Medical Devices Agency of Japan. And so Dr. Fujiwara, welcome. I'm really glad that you're able to join us. Thank you for taking the time. Maybe I could start with a sort of general question, like, how can regulatory cooperation, reliance, and work sharing, such as through the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authority, which we've heard about now a couple of times, can help expedite and streamline the development, authorization, and availability of COVID-19 vaccines worldwide? And maybe just a very quick follow-up, which would be that, as a member of the International Council for Harmonization, can you tell us about the steps that you took to quickly and safely approve COVID-19 vaccines? And as with the other speakers, to the extent that you could share with us what you think are some of the things that need to be done in the next pandemic, and also what shouldn't be done in the form of best practices, this would all be really, really helpful. Thank you, Dr. Fujiwara. I think you're still muted, Dr. Fujiwara.
Sorry, can I hear me?
Yes, that's good now. You're unmuted.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman. Probably I can answer your questions later on during maybe the panel discussion area. Before going to that panel discussion, I'll talk about something about the regulators' actions to combat COVID-19. I'm Yasu Fujiwara, and today I would like to share regulators' actions to combat COVID-19 as a chief executive of PMDA, Japanese regulatory agency, and also from the representative of ICMRA as vice chair. At first, I will touch on what is International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities, ICMRA. ICMRA is voluntary and leadership entity of regulatory agencies. The member is head of regulatory agencies. Currently, 24 agencies are a member, and 11 are associate member from every continent, and WHO is an observer. Recently, development and delivery of medical products are globalized. It means collaboration over the countries and regions becomes essential to take actions for emerging issues in pharmaceutical area. Considering this, ICMRA emphasizes the reliance, which is streaming responses and facilitation effort to multiple regulatory activities during the public health emergencies, such as Ebola and, of course, COVID-19. Regarding COVID-19, ICMRA released a statement on 20th April 2020. It was the early stage of COVID-19 pandemic to express we work together to facilitate and expedite the development and evaluation of COVID-19 products and overcome the crisis. The statement touched actions, commitments, and recommendations. You can read the details of each from the ICMRA's website. ICMRA has policy teleconference by head of regulatory agencies every 2 weeks, and also have technical teleconference every other week in order that regulators share most updated COVID-19 information and collaborate. In addition, workshops and set for specified topics as shown here. The key points of these workshops are composed by experts in each regulatory agency and published outcome report after each workshop. The report is described agreements and common approaches to facilitate the development of COVID-19 vaccine candidates and treatments. To share what we consider, what we require globally, this information is extremely important. So ICMRA put on the summary of each workshop in the website for transparency. I would like to shift to PMDA, Japanese Regulatory Agency activity, for several couple of minutes. Pardon? Can I continue? Okay, I will continue. PMDA is also making efforts to provide COVID-19 related products to patients and public as early as possible. All the information related to COVID-19 is summarized in a page that is regulations guidance for vaccine developments, approved products, and so on. Going back to the concept of what the regulation was made for, not what the regulation says. We take agilities on some regulations to facilitate product development and maintain existing clinical trials for other therapeutics. Another effort to enhance capacity building. Each regulator is under pressure to promptly deliver COVID-19 related products to all citizens, but some regulators don't have enough experiences to review such products and also to implement most post-market measures. To promote their regulatory capacity, PMDA established Asia Training Center for Pharmaceutical and Medical Devices Regulatory Affairs in 2016. In this center, PMDA has been sharing the experiences, knowledge, regulatory thoughts for promoting vulnerable regulators' capacities. PMDA conducts lots of action to confront COVID-19, and these are published through PMDA website. Unfortunately, we opened it using our language, Japanese, so it is not able to be understood by people in other countries. It is so helpful all over the world people if we release them in English also. But full translation is a huge burden for PMDA. In order to share on COVID-19 activities with the global stakeholders in a timely manner, PMDA started the release of Chief Executive Statement. At the starting time, the statement covers only COVID-19 issues, but currently it has been expanding to cover other topics. For example, the statement mentioned utilization of real-world data. You can read them from PMDA website. This is the principle for the evaluation of vaccine against novel coronavirus. Transparency to publicize what we are thinking is essential for efficient vaccine development. As Japanese regulator, we primarily accelerate the vaccine development in Japan, but vaccines are developed globally, not domestically. So to show our thoughts in English is significant to facilitate the development also in Japan. Therefore, we also released the English version of the principle. This is the last slide. Today, I touched ICMRA and PMDA regulatory activities to combat COVID-19. PMDA alone and ICMRA alone cannot overcome COVID-19. Global collaboration in various fields is extremely significant, and its situation accelerates regulatory convergence for COVID-19 measures. We must clarify what we are thinking to stakeholders and work with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fujiwara. Thanks for sort of being very clear in your presentation, and also for taking us through some of the practical steps that were important. And it also struck me that some of the very practical things like language, as you were saying, is also something to be considered, something we take for granted, but obviously it's something that can be challenging and when we were trying to promote more regulatory cooperation. Let me move to the next speaker, Dr. Delise Mimi Dako from Ghana. Dr. Dako is a Chief Executive Officer of the Food and Drugs Authority of Ghana. So thank you for joining us. It's great to have you on board. And I think we would really be interested to hear about some of these issues that we've been talking about already from the perspective of Ghana. You were the first country in Africa to approve and receive vaccines through COVAX. And as a developing country facing this crisis, how did you move quickly and safely to enable the approval of vaccines? And how did you use the guidance of the WHO, which we've heard already, as well as actions of perhaps other national regulatory authorities? And as with all the speakers, if you have any points you'd like to make on best practices, this would be very much appreciated. So thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to this meeting. So first of all, the Minister for Health declared a pandemic as a public health emergency in Ghana in March 2020. And immediately the President set up a national COVID task force, which included the FDA. And it is interesting to note that it was bang in the middle of this pandemic that the FDA became WHO maturity level 3. So a lot was expected of us. Now, as all regulators, we needed to ensure that we were prepared to face the pandemic. So what we did was we immediately activated our emergency use authorization guideline. And interestingly, this guideline was developed during the Ebola crisis with the help of AVREF. So a lot of the AVREF countries actually developed an EUA guideline. But we had ours fortunately published on our website from about 2019. We immediately then rallied around all our stakeholders, which included the local manufacturing industry, representatives of drug manufacturers, and we educated them on the availability of this EUA guideline and the fact that it was published, and then to see how the country could work during this pandemic and to have the necessary medical products available. We also set up a system before we even received any of the medicines. We set up an internal system on authorizing COVID-19 medical products. So we had a team of experts internally who are used to reviewing products. Some of them even do some work with EMA. We are involved in EMA evaluations and clinical trials. Some of them are with the WHO collaborative procedure and the collaborative procedure for Swissmedic. So we formed this team of experts, and they were the ones who actually reviewed and got into the review of vaccines and other products for COVID-19. And the system was set up such that there was also a peer review mechanism and then escalated to an advisory committee for final approval. We also adopted the AVREF timelines of 15 days evaluation during a pandemic. And if the products being evaluated had already been approved by a stringent authority, the timeline was cut down to 10. So we formally adopted our AVREF timelines. We use the same timeline for clinical trials. One thing we did very well is that we worked well with research and academia and our standard setting body to develop standards for products that were not available to us because of lockdown. So we developed our own standards for face masks, other PPEs, and even for hand sanitizers. And all those with the support of the regulatory agency was available in country. So we didn't suffer too much from lockdowns and the fact that no imported products were coming in. Transparency was very key for us. So all our guidelines, including the EUA, as I said, were published on the website. We also published our fast track timeline so that anybody who was bringing anything for approval knew that there was a fast track timeline because of the pandemic. We also published, when we started registering products for the pandemic, every 24 hours, a renewed list of products would be published on our website, or we also use social media a lot because many people were locked down at home and would resort to our list on social media to see what was available by way of products for the pandemic. We also had to publish a frequently asked questions on our processes, on adverse events to look out for, etc., so that people had access to them. So we were very transparent during this pandemic period. What we did well, we worked very hard actually took part in the 13-country, multi-country clinical trial. It was made up of 13 African countries called the Anticough trial. And the feat was that all regulatory authorities from these 13 countries working with ethics committees together actually managed to approve this clinical trial in record time. And this was coordinated by WHO AVREF. We also adopted 3 pathways, regulatory pathways for approval of medical products. So we used Reliance, and our Reliance pathway guidelines is published on our website. We took part in collaborative procedures with using WHO AVREF. And if we were evaluating a product that had not been assessed by any of, WHO, had not been given listing by WHO or any other stringent agency, then would have to do the full assessment using the system that we had set up before. So with those 3 systems working very well for us, we've approved 3 vaccines so far. Covishield was done, Sputnik was done using full assessment. Johnson & Johnson was done using Reliance, and by tomorrow we will have access to do Pfizer and Moderna also using Reliance because they have been listed by the WHO. But even with that, we would still look at some data once we had access to data to ensure that it was the right thing for our population. And then we would issue an authorization to the Minister for Health. We also work very well with the expanded program on immunization, which is the agency that deploys vaccines. So before even the vaccines arrived, we had done some training with them on storage and then training on how to report adverse events following immunization, because as you're aware, these were new vaccines and the safety monitoring is very important. Once we received our COVAX supply, the regulator was responsible for inspecting the consignment and formally releasing every batch of shipments to the expanded program on immunization. And this was a formal release before the vaccines could be used. We also established a joint committee on safety that meets every 2 weeks, and to date they are still meeting. And this committee reviews all the adverse events that come out from vaccination with the vaccines that we had authorized. And from this committee, we publish every week an update on our website on vaccine rollout and adverse events. And every 2 weeks, we published, we had a publication in the media on the deployment and safety information. And the idea was that if we were transparent enough, people would know there would be less vaccine hesitancy because they would know that the regulator was monitoring what was going on. We're also part of the AU, NEPAD, and Gates Foundation 3S project, which is a way of monitoring the safety and ensuring that we had all the safety data going into one database. Now, we started with 4 countries, Ghana, South Africa, Ethiopia, and Nigeria, and with technical support from the UK MHRA to monitor the safety and use what we call a device called the MedSafety app, which is a safety monitoring app that is on the phone. So we promoted the use of this app, and we meet every, I think, 2 weeks, the 4 countries meet and we discuss progress, look at adverse events that have been put into the database. So generally, we worked very well during this pandemic, and most of it was due to collaboration with even internally, collaboration externally, and technical support we got from MHRA, WHO, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, etc. The way forward for Ghana now is the president has instituted a local manufacturing committee initiative to set up, to ensure that we would not be caught out, because as you know, I think we have less than 1% of our population that has been vaccinated. And vaccine diplomacy, not getting vaccines for Africa is a big thing for us. So we have set up an interagency multisectoral committee, which was established in March. It is driven by the president, and the duty is to assess the feasibility of vaccine manufacture in Ghana to support not just Ghana, but the region. So in a nutshell, this is how we have handled the pandemic. We were slightly ready, but nobody has ever been fully ready for this pandemic. And we will go on to support the country to ensure we have the right quality of products, and then also to support the Africa region as a whole, to ensure that all products that are used during this pandemic are well assured of the right quality, the safety is well monitored, and we can collaborate to ensure that we all get out safely from this pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Darko. That was really very interesting to see how some of the things that we've been talking about at a more sort of international level have been translated at the national level, and all the rapidity that these processes were set up and put in place. Towards the end, you mentioned local manufacturing capacity, and that seems like a good point for us to turn towards the manufacturers. So far, we've heard mainly from the regulators, and now I'd like to turn to Dr. Rajinder Kumasuri, who's from the Chief Executive Officer of the Developing Countries Vaccines Manufacturers Network. Rajinder, you represent a group of 41 vaccines manufacturers based in developing countries, several which are producing COVID-19 vaccines. You've heard a lot about the regulatory perspective. So can you tell us about the opportunities as well as regulatory challenges that your members encountered in producing and supplying COVID vaccines in different markets worldwide? This is a key part of the discussion, manufacturing capacity, and some of your perspectives on the contribution of regulatory alignment and reliance, both for improving access to vaccines and facilitating trade. So the floor is yours, Rajinder, and of course, anything else you would like to share with us, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Holim, for this very insightful question. And I would definitely try to do justice to that. But let me first start and respond to your last part of the question, and then I will delve into the challenges part. You just heard 4 regulators, and honestly, I think what is more critical and important is to understand the contribution of the regulatory alignment and reliance, specifically for improving access to vaccines and facilitating trade. And I would like to give kudos to all the regulatory agencies, especially EMA, US FDA, MHRA, PMDA, WHO, and local NRAs, especially in India, China, Brazil, Korea, Indonesia, South Africa, and Ghana, for rising to the occasion, taking several innovative and proactive steps to beat the unprecedented challenging situation created by the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, which definitely enabled fast-track development and availability of vaccines worldwide in a very short span of time. Now, just to give you a few examples, like EMA, you already heard about some of the agencies that the good work has been done, but EMA had put in place very early in the game a dedicated expert task force, a rapid and rolling reviews to evaluate high quality applications from companies in the shortest possible time frames while ensuring robust scientific opinions. So these scientific advices from regulators helped developers speed up development by receiving prompt guidance and direction on the best methods and study designs to generate robust data. And the companies were also expanding manufacturing capacity and large-scale production to facilitate vaccine deployment at an early date once these are approved. And the manufacturers had taken the initiative to manufacture at risk before even obtaining the marketing authorization, which could allow them to be ready to distribute doses rapidly enough to meet the demand once these were authorized. Now, let us look at US FDA. One of the fastest EUA was issued on 11th of December 2020 to Pfizer, and within 7 days, Moderna got the EUA for their vaccine. And again, in a little over 2 months, J&J got the vaccine approved for EUA. And it is not only stopping here, but once again, the authorization continued, especially for age extension and then the shelf life extension. Now, almost 3 speakers have mentioned about the ICMRA, and I think it is very important for me to say here that ICMRA is acting as a forum to support strategic coordination and international cooperation among global regulatory authorities. And the aim of all these activities is to expedite and streamline the development, authorization, and availability of COVID-19 treatments and vaccines worldwide. Now, ICMRA members are also working towards increasing the efficiency and effectiveness of regulatory processes and decision-making. Now, you already heard Dr. Rogerio on various great initiatives that WHO had undertaken. To give you an industry perspective, these are good regulatory practices and good reliance practices which were issued and the recommendations which were issued by WHO were extremely helpful to the industry and all the manufacturers. WHO PQ team, I must say, has expedited reviews of dossiers, done desk audits as well as site audits to ensure EUL, and it was the first EUL was granted on 31st of December 2020, followed by 2 more on 15th February, and then of course you have been seeing several EULs coming forward. Not to leave behind the NRAs, and I'll just give you, because of paucity of time, I'll just give you example of NRA in India, which last year itself on 27th of March had made efforts to provide quick access to vaccines and drugs to treat COVID-19. And this year on 15th of April, the DCGI, the Drug Controller General of India, has, based on the consensus of NEGVAC, that is the National Expert Group on Vaccine Administration for COVID, gave permission to foreign produced vaccines which have already received EUA by SRAs, including US FDA, EMA, UK MHRA, and PMDA. Now, in summary, if we have to look at the achievements that we have so far achieved with this global regulatory alignment and reliance, is that within 324 days, the first vaccine has been rolled out, and within less than 100 days, the vaccines have reached 177 countries from the day of first rollout. And this morning, you must have heard Rasmus, who said that 3.3 billion doses have been produced and delivered in less than 6 months, which is a great, great achievement by the industry, with support only from the regulators and all other collaborating agencies worldwide. And I must say that at least I don't have the right estimate, but probably around 50% of this contribution has come from developing country vaccine manufacturers, and we continue to accelerate. However, having said that, with all these achievements, there are also challenges which are, definitely you cannot just leave them, because the accelerated development and subsequent emergency use authorization has resulted into some of the challenges, which we can probably classify in 5 categories. And the challenge number 1 is the different legislative requirements for all countries, because not all countries have the same legislative framework. They don't have the same regulatory requirements, they don't have same regulatory procedures, or even timelines. So, coming to the fast development and approvals also trigger a number of additional challenges, like validation of processing data, optimized control strategies, additional data which has to be gathered from additional number of batches, evolving process understanding and then optimization, and so on. And the third challenge, which I would like to highlight here, is that all the NRAs all over the globe came up with accelerated approval pathways for COVID-19. However, somehow, the developing accelerated pathways for post-approval changes probably has been missed out. And this is something which still needs serious attention. One of the challenges which we have encountered is regulatory collaboration and dependency, because most of these vaccines are registered based on technology transfer and small bridging clinical studies that allow in vivo safety and immunogenicity comparison with the originator. So, there is a dependence on the global clinical trials, which is required by local regulators. And therefore, there is a need for a reference NRA. And this is something which is important and which can consume time. The other, I would say, and I will limit here, is the variation management, because the situation is less clear on how it is going to work for variations and for regular registration once the EUAs expire, because these are temporary decisions. So changes are required to scale up capacity, including the addition of new production site, which may require certain attention. But I must say, and this has been said earlier also, that the industry, particularly IFPMA, DCVMN, and sister associations, they have developed and shared with ICMRA a number of globally focused recommendations to address the regulatory challenges associated with manufacturing site transfers, that we believe, if implemented, would enable the rapid increase of manufacturing capacity for the production of COVID-19 therapeutics and vaccines. The impact of all this is basically can be summarized in one simple sentence, that this has facilitated the industry to take a huge task of delivering over 11 billion doses by end of 2021. And that is, I think, going to be a great accomplishment for the whole collaboration that all agencies worldwide have done together with the industry. So, of course, you asked us to give one example of the best practices, and here I would say the global regulatory collaboration is something which is really great, and collaborative review and reliance practices could be adopted on a broader basis, coupled with rolling reviews, which have definitely yielded results, demonstrated the successes, and this should be continued. And one thing which probably we shouldn't be doing is that we should not keep on waiting for the next pandemic and then start searching for solutions. I think we need to act now. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much, Rajinder. That was excellent. Thank you for being very clear on the manufacturer's position and perspective, and actually ending on a very positive note on how manufacturing capacity is being ramped up, and the expectation for the end of 2021. And I think you also highlighted to us some of the challenges. It's been great to hear about all the collaboration, but it's also good to know about the challenges, and especially that last part that you said, that it's time to actually start working and working now quite concretely before another pandemic comes, in terms of how we can distill all of these lessons. And here, if I can just say quickly before moving to the next speaker, that I think that there's a strong, it seems to me a lot of the issues that have been spoken about transparency, cooperation, alignment to international standards, they all have a very strong trade component, because these are all very much the key principles, disciplines that you will find in the technical barriers to trade agreement. So there seems to me a lot of synergy here between what can be done on the trade side and what can be done on the regulatory side. And the link, as you've been saying, about developing that collaboration and cooperation seems to be a very fruitful one. So we'll have time to get more into that, perhaps after everyone has spoken. Unfortunately, the CEO of Kiara Health, Dr. Shukumbuzo Ngozwana, is not able to join us right now. So we'll turn to our speaker from UNIDO, Alistair West, who's Business Plan Coordinator, Pharmaceutical and Manufacturing Plan for Africa. So Alistair, be great to hear from you about the UNIDO's experience in health-related industrial development, and more particularly in light of the pandemic, UNIDO's perspective on what needs to be done to strengthen and expand manufacturing capacity for essential medicines and vaccines. And as with all the other speakers, if you have any lessons, or more than that, best practices that you would like to share, this would be really welcome. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ho, and thank you also to the WTO for the opportunity to be part of this panel. This pandemic has underlined the need to strengthen productive capacities in the pharmaceutical sector in the Global South. Furthermore, it's brought to the fore the long-held ambitions of many countries to develop their health-related industries. A strong pharmaceutical industry in developing regions would diversify sources of supply for essential health products and increase the resilience of supply chains for future pandemics. It would also help to address the inequities that we are seeing in access to innovative products, such as the COVID-19 vaccines. Furthermore, the Global South continues to bear a disproportionate burden of disease, and reliable availability of a broad range of high quality, safe, effective, affordable essential medicines would not just improve pandemic preparedness, but could also help improve health outcomes more generally. Whilst the focus at the moment is on bringing this pandemic to an end, we're also thinking about how to build back better. How can we ensure that we are more prepared for future pandemics? And how can we improve the overall supply of essential medicines and vaccines? I think it's fair to say that there's now a consensus that strengthening health-related industries in the global south should be a priority. To that end, a strong regulatory environment is key. Substantial investments are required to build new productive capacities and to upgrade existing facilities. And regulatory oversight is critical to reassure investors and sponsors that markets will not be eroded by substandard and falsified medicines. Whilst further progress on regulatory strengthening is vital, there's also a need to address other aspects of the market and the business environment so that companies can make the requisite investments. When it comes to essential medicines, there's a need for companies to expand their product portfolios as well. We need to implement solutions to enable companies to access affordable finance, to benefit from time-limited incentives, and to access, build, and retain the human capital they need. We should also consider how to regionalize the value chains. The concentration of global supply for APIs, for example, and other inputs in a few countries increases the risk of supply shocks. It also puts a strain on the working capital for manufacturers. So all of these issues speak to the importance of further harmonization of markets, not just from a regulatory perspective, but also from a broader trade facilitation point of view. Expanded intra-regional trade in essential medicines would enable different nations to engage in pharmaceutical value chains. This would require stronger standards and conformity assessment infrastructure to be in place. Through engagement across countries, we could and further consolidate markets through moving beyond the perceived zero-sum game. And we can enable different nations to realize economic development benefits, as well as improving access to medicines. When it comes to vaccines, the investments required are substantial and the market dynamics are different. The range of products involved is smaller, manufacturing is very sensitive to economies of scale, and assets can be fungible. And in Africa, for example, there are only a few incumbents. At the moment, global demand is significantly outstripping supply, but new facilities will need to be viable under steady state market demand. How can capacity be kept warm over an extended period and be ready to receive, and companies ready to receive technology and meet a surge in demand at some uncertain point in the future? The international community has a lot of experience in applying advanced market commitments and other market shaping and risk reduction mechanisms. These approaches could be applied in tandem with technical and political initiatives to support enhanced vaccine manufacturing capacity in the global south. Finally, I would like to emphasize the role of partnerships and alliances. A key to success will be how well international and local private sector come together, how well international development partners join forces with governments, and whether constructive partnerships can be established and maintained over time. As we develop plans to diversify the sources of supply for different medical products, regulatory strengthening is vital. Investment in and upgrading of productive capacities needs to be supported, and countries need to be able to collaborate in a spirit of mutual interest. A holistic and nuanced approach to the development of health-related industries, harnessing the power of trade, is critical. Accordingly, UNIDO has established a strategic health initiative to leverage its expertise and work in collaboration with many partners to help drive progress on this critical agenda. Thank you, and on that note, back to you, Ho.
No, thanks very much, Alistair, and thanks for bringing in deeper focus issues of trade and trade facilitation and how they go hand in hand, as you were saying, with regulatory strengthening. And I think that's a really important and interesting perspective that, you know, it's about, again, this mutual supportiveness between what one manages to do on the regulatory side to ensure quality and safety and alignment and reliance, and how that is also buttressed, if you like, with trade and trade facilitation and principles, again, of transparency, non-discrimination, again, alignment, to international standards and collaboration. And so I think it's a very fruitful area to be thinking about and to seeing how we can use both of these perspectives and instruments in preparedness for further pandemic crisis. And of course, we work already very closely with UNIDO, and you also pointed a bit to the need for I would call it quality infrastructure, an area which of course UNIDO works very closely in, and which has an aspect to TBT as well. So thank you for that. Let me turn to Dr. Raj Long, who is an independent expert advisor on regulation and access. And so, Dr. Long, based on what you've heard so far today, and then you can take a step back because you are an independent expert advisor, what can we learn from the regulatory responses of this pandemic? How can we better prepare for the next pandemic? And in this segment of the panel, we're hearing more and more about the importance of local manufacturing, ramping up manufacturing capacity in developing countries, and the sort of regulatory framework that is needed to accompany that. So in terms of that, if I can call it regulatory capacity, what are the criteria that you think we need to think about for local manufacturing of vaccines, and to have this sort of positive reinforcement that I was hearing from a few other speakers between trade on the one hand and regulation on the other hand? So your thoughts on that, and any best practices for us to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to WTO for giving us this opportunity to be here today to share our thoughts on this very pertinent and timely topic. As I listened to the different presentations and insights from the other speakers, I think you can't avoid stepping back and looking to see what did COVID present to the world. We know it's a global pandemic, but in that context, you need to look at COVID, at least I look at COVID, in two different perspectives. One is, it was a phenomenal disruptor. Its disruption on health and the impact on socioeconomic arenas across the world was, cannot be ignored. However, within this disrupting aspect of any global pandemic, and one that we weren't really very well prepared for, there was also this immensely opportunistic accelerator within COVID. So COVID, I think, presented in two paradigms. One, as a major disruptor, which is what we all saw at the beginning. But as it evolved, there is also this phenomenal, it acted as an accelerator. And where did it act as an accelerator? And I think it is, we've never seen a vaccine going from sort of lab to patient in about 9 to 10 months. That's an accelerator. And how was that acceleration achieved is really to many of the comments we heard from the regulators earlier on, Rajinder, in terms of how that work came together, be that in clinical trial development, regulatory review, or in safety. If you look back and say, what have we learned from this? I think there are certain behaviors that we need to look at, and how did those happen? And I would say collaboration came out over and over again from all of the regulators and the speakers representing industry here. Whether that collaboration was at ICMR level, ICH, at the international level, but also at the national level within a country. June spoke about her independent experts. Mimi in Ghana talked about pulling together the academics and researchers in this area field. So what regulators did, whether you were a stringent regulator sitting in a high income country where you're much better resourced than you would be in another part of the world, they used the resources they had. And I think that is key here in terms of, and in a collaborative way. So the collaboration at those different levels enabled a certain common goal, and wanting to defeat that common goal, defeat the pandemic. So, but the collaboration alone is sometimes not enough. I think we also need to bring in And I'm not sure this came through in a consistent way, but I picked it up in a couple of the regulators. Transparency. This particular session is called regulatory transparency, but transparency shouldn't be limited just to regulators. I think transparency should be on all parties. That includes manufacturers, because the one thing that will disrupt acceleration in any arena are surprises. So regulatory transparency is key, but I think in that collaboration and collaborative platform, there also needs to be transparency from developers and from industry in such a way that, you know, proprietary information and conflicts of interest, all of those are managed. I think with collaboration and transparency, what we saw here was very agile decision-making. That's what enabled some of the accelerated timelines that several of the regulators talked. But it's the transparency and coming together and sharing that enabled regulators to also take informed risks, because drug development or vaccine development in the best of times is not risk averse. So being informed, I think, is key, and transparency by design. And I think that's the key word I want to say. Don't expect it to happen in a dynamic way. I think it needs to be built in so that the processes enable that. All this said, I think that's what I would take as a key takeaway in the context of what we've heard so far in the pandemic. Moving very quickly, it's a two-part question I had, was, you know, local manufacturing. Within this acceleration, I think what was a disruptor was vaccine access. And I think that still plays out today. You know, we've heard some 11 billion as a number that needs to be brought. We need to make sure that for a future pandemic, if we need to think about it, I think what didn't work so well in the current pandemic is access to vaccines. Nationalism or vaccine nationalism, whatever we want to call it, is a reality. I don't, you know, trying to make sure it goes away, I think is not so realistic. So within that reality, what do we need to do to ensure we have scalable manufacturing? And scalable manufacturing has multiple facets, and I think WTO, you can play a key role here, because if you want to look at manufacturing, you need to look at the whole ecosystem of supply chain, of trade, imports, exports. We saw many of this play out earlier on when there were export stoppages or, you know, disruption to supply chain that were put in place. So I think WTO, I think here for the next pandemic, if you think of local manufacturing, you can play a key role, whether that is in sharing technology, which I think is to the core of you know, some of the work that we've heard from WTO. In this particular case, the vaccine technology, facilitating that sharing, I think could go a long way. Import, export could go a long way in terms of helping countries overcome those. But most importantly, I think ensuring the countries that have lesser resources really have a fair shot at equitable access. To me, that is where the key piece. If you overlay that with a shortage of supply, then it is not a surprise some countries will always struggle getting vaccines, as we saw in this. So we want to do something proactively for the next pandemic. What we have learned today is on multiple areas. I think you need to look at the whole ecosystem, and then by design, look at what didn't work and reverse that to see how it could work for the future. And I think there's multiple examples that we have seen so far. So some very good examples that we saw in terms of what collaboration enabled, working together both at different levels, internationally and locally. But then we also see some continuing disruptors to even today in the context of vaccine supply and the inequity of vaccine supply. That needs to be tackled. And particularly in the pandemic and the virus that we are talking about, you know, the paradigm of, you know, no one is safe until everyone is safe is critical. So we can't ignore that aspect of that in that context, and almost becomes a duty to enable making sure there is equitable access. And I hand it back to the chair to say, you know, from a WTO perspective, there is many aspects here that you can certainly help the world with, whether it's for this pandemic or the next pandemic. Over.
Okay. No, thanks very much, Raj. No, that was really very good. I think you've actually could have summed up the whole symposium, because you covered all aspects, not just the particular aspect that we are working on in this particular session. But I think it's very clear the sort of areas of lessons that we can take from this. I won't try to touch on everything, but I think just to mention what you said, transparency by design, I think it's actually a really a thought-provoking one. I mean, we have certain instruments at the WTO through the WTO agreements where, in a way, it's transparency by design, because it's required by the members of the WTO to notify under different agreements. But then there's a little question mark there, which is that sufficient? Because the agreements were designed not for pandemic situations. These are for normal situations, and they may not touch on everything that you've talked about, but that would be interesting to drill a bit deeper into. And yes, again, scalable manufacturing, ramping up manufacturing capacity. What are the challenges here? I can only agree with you, the need to look at a whole supply chain, or as you put it, ecosystem, and clearly trade, be it in the form of inputs, outputs, exports, imports, are going to be key to this. So I rather than have all of my views, I rather hear the views of everyone else, including the participants who are on this webinar. As I said, if you have a question, please do submit them to the Q&A. We have about 15 minutes or so to get your inputs to this discussion. So please, I encourage you to think about this and to see if you have anything that you would like to come back on from what you've heard so far. And I will be assisted by my colleague, Devin, who's with me here, to see how we can get the many of your questions on. Doesn't seem as though we have any right now. So if that's the case, maybe I could just kick off a little bit more. On the WTO side, many of you have had different perspectives, different ideas that you've put out. And what would be the one thing that you would like WTO to do in this space of helping regulatory cooperation? Let's put it very broadly. Helping regulatory cooperation that would address this challenge of more trade facilitation, and in that sense also ramping up manufacturing capacity. And maybe I could just go through the panel and take your responses to that. Whoever would like to start, you can just raise your hand or just unmute yourself and just jump in. That's also fine. Or maybe I can, well, why don't I start with Dr. Gaspar from the WHO. From your perspective, what do you think you would like to see more happen here at WTO in this regulatory space?
Thank you very much. Let me first try to put into context which are the major gaps that we need to solve for the next pandemic or a later stage of this pandemic, because just to remember, we are still in a pandemic. And even though there are countries where we are close to 70% of the population, at least with one dose, we have countries with less than 1% of the population having taken the first dose. So this is a global reality that we are still on the middle of it, and we still have a number of targets that we are imposing to ourselves. And just to remember the appeal from the Director General of WHO to reach at least 10% of the population of each country being vaccinated by September, and at least 40% of the population of each country by December. So having said that, I've seen since I arrived at WHO in January a big change, and that big change, and I would say between February and May, between our executive board and our World Health Assembly, was on the production side. So when I arrived here in January, and there was proposal from the member states table for the World Health Assembly on the strengthening the local production of vaccines, medicinal products, and medical products in general. It was supported by 13 member states, and it was almost impossible to have it approved. In May, it was approved by consensus with the support of all member states and co-sponsored by 105 member states. At the same time, we had a number of initiatives from the US government, from G7, from President Macron, and more recently on the manufacturing task force alongside COVAX, with a recent announcement by the DG of WHO and the president from South Africa about the technology hub on mRNA products. So what changed here is the concern that was evident on everybody's mind was translated in cooperation to get to some specific objectives on the manufacturing side. And let me be very clear, because with my responsibilities at WHO, I'm saying this in every internal or external meeting, and Raj knows that I say this in almost every meeting we are together. By no means we should reinforce manufacturing capacities in countries without regulatory oversight. So we are doing that, we are working together. Just to give you an idea, this is my 4th meeting today in which these issues have been tackled, starting with the GMP inspectors consultation, going through a good regulatory and good reliance practice seminar organized by WHO with more than 750 people from more than 100 countries, and also a consultation, a member states consultation on the substandard and falsified medicines, and now this one. So when I see this all together and the capacity that we have to put everybody to collaborate, one specific issue that was already referred by Raj, that WTO can help, and probably only WTO can help, is to stop the barriers on the supply chain. Because if we do everything from our side, which means from the health side, from the regulatory side, and even the politicians from their side in terms of having the streams for funding intensively local production capacity all over the world. But if the commercial barriers are there in a way that at the slightest problem in one country, borders get shut and global supply for raw materials is stopped, then all the efforts are not able to deliver what we have the ambition to do. So I think that from WTO, the more specific and more concrete and deliverable would be to have a way of stopping those barriers that are hurting us when we have hundreds of materials that are needed for completion of manufacturing production of one unique vaccine. And when we need several vaccines, and we need all the vaccines that are quality assured that are out there, that's for sure, and we are learning that lesson, then the role of WTO is more evident than ever. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gaspar. That was very clear and very helpful. And you actually did already preempt what was my next question, which was that what would be your takeaway from the discussion, and a very clear call here for WTO member governments actually on what they can do to ensure that the supply chain continues to flow. So I think we don't have that much time left. So let me just go around the panel and bundle my question together on what you would like WTO to do with your take home from the discussion. I see on my screen, actually just happens to be on my screen right now, is Alistair West. So Alistair, your take home, and then we'll just go through the panel. Thank you. You're muted, I'm afraid.
My apologies. I'll try and be very brief. I think the key takeaway from the discussion for me is that a lot's been learned from this pandemic. And I think as we plan for the future, there's a lot of knowledge and new understanding that can be applied for future preparedness. But I think we also need to acknowledge that we don't know what the next pandemic will be, and we don't know what the solutions will be in treating that. So I think, as well as making sure that access to COVID-19 vaccines are accelerated as quickly as possible, we should be thinking quite broadly about the impact the pandemic's had, not just in terms of the COVID-19 itself, but also in terms of the broader implications for access to medicines and access to vaccines. So, and as you've mentioned, I think trade will be a critical factor in enabling an improvement in access to essential medicines, as well as through building productive capacities in the global south. Thank you.
Thanks, Alistair. Thanks for that perspective. Let me turn to Dr. June Rain. Dr. Rain, I'm glad you were able to come back to the seminar. Your perspective and your take home. Thank you.
Thank you again, Dr. Holim. The moment now is when we need to discuss, just as we're doing, the importance of convergence and regulatory ability to come together to remove these barriers that regulators happen to have created purely by, over the years, the ad hoc nature of regulation by different products. But regulatory convergence and transparency will make an enormous difference. We really need to act now, and anything that the WTO can do to support that, particularly in the area of manufacture, will be critical. I think we need to challenge ourselves. We didn't think it was possible to produce a vaccine in under a year. Now we're challenging ourselves with 100 days, and it can be done. So let's converge. Thank you.
Excellent. That's very much part of the work that we are doing here in our particular area on TBT. So that's a very clear takeaway. Let me ask Delise Mimi Darko for her final remarks.
Thank you very much. Coming from an LMIC point of view, our main problem is access to these vaccines. And no matter what we have done, even with regulatory convergence and collaboration, etc., we still have not been able to get enough vaccines. As I said before, for most of us, it's actually under 1%. And we are aware that for other parts of the world, the vaccines are available, probably not enough for everybody or to do the entire population. But there's this saying that we've all come to hear during this pandemic, is that we are not protected until all of us are protected. So is there any way that WTO can mediate between the havers and the seekers? So those who have enough and can go on to 3 doses, and those who do not even have 1 dose, can anything be done? Regulatory, as Dr. Rain said, we're moving towards convergence. We're moving towards ensuring that the regulator will not put impediments in the way of trade. So in what way can trade also support regulators to support their countries to get access to these so badly needed vaccines? So that would be my point to make now, and for consideration, if at all, if it is possible by WTO. Thank you very much.
No, certainly. I mean, what you've highlighted is very much the discussion going on in this symposium, and thank you for joining the dots between the different parts of the symposium. Actually, my colleague Anthony Tautman from the IP division is setting up next to me. I'm sure he'll have some perspectives and answers to the questions that you raise, actually. So if you can, it might even be good to stay on for the next session, who will be speaking more directly on the issues of vaccines and vaccines access. Dr. Fujiwara, maybe a few thoughts from you before we finish on how you see things going forward.
Thank you very much. I have one comment. National regulatory authority should build regulatory confidence for technical aspects with other regulators through the activities such as ICH, ICMRA, PICS, or GMP inspections. And also information sharing, free discussion, and good communication with each other enhance us to do good regulatory convergence, alliance, or recognitions. Thank you.
No, thanks very much, Dr. Fujiwara. I think that those are very helpful points. Rajinder, could I come to you on your perspective?
Thank you very much, Holim. I think, during the pandemic, when it was at peak, the one thing which was important was every day. And during the manufacturing supply chain, if one material is also not available, the whole manufacturing chain comes to a grinding halt. And this is what we experienced during March and April when the supply chain was getting impacted because of the trade barriers on certain inputs which were required for upstream and downstream of vaccine manufacturing. And I think Dr. Rogerio has already highlighted that point, and I would only like to echo that I think WTO particularly should take those steps now to make sure that by the end of this year, and also if there is, we don't wish, but if there is any pandemic in future, these problems do not come, at least in front of the manufacturers, to ramp up the capacities and then make sure that there is an equitable distribution all across the countries. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Rajinder. And I give the last 30 seconds, if I can, to Raj Long, and then we'll have to wrap up for the next session.
Thank you. What can I say in 30 seconds? I think in the context of this panel, the regulators have illustrated and shown that they can be agile and effective in bringing products quickly. I think that we've seen evidence of it. The problem we still need to deal with, and I'll echo what both Rogerio and Mimi have said, is in spite of that, a regulatory approval is only an approval if the product cannot get to a patient. And this is where I think WTO can really play a role in looking at the whole ecosystem of equitable access. It's not any one thing or one element that is currently being the hurdle to overcome. Depending on where you are, it's a number of things. So if WTO could look at that ecosystem, prioritize, and then focus on the top priorities that would then be catalytic in opening equitable access, then that would be a huge win. And that's what we can learn from this to apply to the next pandemic. Over.
Thanks very much, Raj. I think that's echoes what everyone else has been saying as well. Very clear take-homes here and a very clear agenda for work. And I would just say that it should be work, of course, not just WTO, but all of you on the panel, as well as all the member governments who would have to be a big part of this to find solutions. So thank you all very much. Thanks very much to the participants. I'm sure this subjects of this discussion will carry on, and we would hope to be in touch with you at some point in the future. Thank you all again. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So greetings, everyone, and welcome to what is the final substantive session of this workshop. And I congratulate you and thank you for staying the distance. For you and for many of you, it's been a long day, and for some, a long night. And your persistence is appreciated, but I honestly think it will be rewarded because we have a fascinating panel ahead of us. This panel has a specific intention, which is to bridge across from the very rich insights that we've been harvesting over the previous sessions, and to recognize that while vaccines and access to vaccines is currently critically important and is an immediate determinant of public health outcomes, and an area where inequitable access is a deep concern, an immediate concern. That's all understood. But this cannot divert us entirely from the very real needs in other areas of medical technology. And so the purpose of this session is to open up that cross-fertilization between these areas and to get some very, very remarkable expert insights from other areas of related technologies. Areas of technology that have been very important in the past. You will remember in the early days of the pandemic, the scramble to get access to protective equipment. And this will become a complex issue in future as we trust a wide range of treatments will be approved and made available to deal with those infected with the virus. So that said, we won't be able to go into enormous detail, and we've encouraged our panelists in this session to, again, be quite brief, but really to bring forward some direct practical insights from their specific fields, and in particular to give us insights into these areas of technology that we can build on. Because as with other sessions, the intention today is not simply to have a very interesting, very enriching conversation, but to harvest understanding, to build networks, to strengthen dialogue, and to chart, as my colleague Ho has done very well, to chart the way ahead for practical cooperation. That's very much what we have in mind for this event. So there's a lot in front of us. You don't want to hear any more from me. I will refer you to the website and the program for details of the impressive CVs and background of our speakers, because I think you'd rather you had the insights from them directly. So with that, I'll pass the floor to our first speaker, Mr. Aaron Bernstein, who's Divisional Vice President, Procurement Technical Services at Abbott. Aaron, over to you. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's great to be here with you today. In the last 18 months, we've seen profound changes in how people access healthcare, from virtual doctor's appointments to drive-through vaccinations and at-home COVID testing. All these methods of care existed before the pandemic, but COVID created an unprecedented need for extensive, decentralized access to care and rapidly accelerated the shift. Traditionally, innovation-driven business has focused on delivering solutions to technical and medical challenges that improve health. But that's only part of the solution that we need. We also need that same level of innovation in addressing health-related infrastructure, R&D, and supply chain mechanisms. That means disrupting the market, not only with extraordinary breakthroughs in technology, but also in making sure that logistically, we're prepared to help the greatest number of people. As the pandemic has shown, private industry can be a great innovator, from the vaccine and test makers to the companies that retrofitted their factories to produce PPE and ventilators, to the logistics and consulting companies that lent their expertise. COVID also created an unprecedented demand for testing. Suddenly, something that was historically seen as a medical diagnostics tool exclusively used for hospitals and labs was needed to support widespread public health while meeting individual patient needs as well. Businesses across the industry raced to create solutions. At Abbott, this pandemic pushed us to focus even more on speed and scale. When developing our COVID-19 tests, we threw out the notion that you can't have a test that is affordable, reliable, and scalable. Our teams quickly got to work, running around the clock, literally 24/7, developing products, working on procurement, building our supply chains, and rapidly increasing our manufacturing capacity. And now we've delivered more than 700 million tests globally to date that meet all three of those needs. We were able to accomplish these feats because we had the infrastructure in place and the know-how in-house. And for Abbott and other companies in our space, we want to be in an even better position to serve more people with better technologies so that when the next pandemic hits, we're in an even better position to help. One way we can do this is to adopt the guidance from the 100 Days Mission Report that the Partnership for Pandemic Preparedness recently presented to G7 leaders. In it are specific steps to reduce the impact of future pandemics by making diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines available within 100 days. Specifically, there are 3 areas mentioned in the report I'd like to highlight today. First, stimulate R&D and boost manufacturing capacity for diagnostics by using diagnostics as part of a business as usual healthcare and surveillance approach. This would improve care and help in the battle against antimicrobial resistance as well. I want to underline the importance of investing between pandemics to ensure innovation and industry investment is sustained, particularly for scaling up quickly in a crisis. Secondly, develop a common regulatory framework that better defines criteria and standards for effectiveness, quality, and use cases for diagnostics. Stringent regulatory authorities should work together to define international assessment protocols and develop guiding principles alongside more effective quality assurance processes that link diagnostic tests into care and prevention pathways. For diagnostics, the lack of high quality regulatory pathways with clear specification and use cases has led to diagnostics of varying quality and governments' use of tests in ways that were not intended. Inefficient and sometimes overly complex regulatory systems and processes slowed the activation and overburdened the conduct of clinical trials and hampered the implementation and adoption of their results. And finally, third, establish a close cooperation between the public and private sectors, linking surveillance of pandemic threats, including immediate and unhindered access to samples and data with the diagnostics industry between pandemics. This should also include working closely with existing industry-led initiatives, such as Abbott's Pandemic Defense Coalition, which brings together a scientific and public health network dedicated to the early detection and rapid response to future pandemic threats. Adopting frameworks like the 100 Days Mission Report are an integral part of improving the future of accessible and affordable testing, well beyond the COVID pandemic. When the right market conditions are in place, companies such as Abbott will already have the supply chains, technologies, and regulatory procedures in place so that we can scale up again, even better than before, to tackle the next pandemic. Thank you for your time today and for the opportunity to present.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you very much indeed. I think you've really brought home one of the most important insights I think we've all had at a very practical and personal level in the course of this pandemic, the central importance of diagnostics, not as an afterthought, but as an integral part of health surveillance. And as you mentioned, something that has to be borne in mind not only now as we scramble to catch up, but in the context of preparing for the inevitable future pandemics. We'll reserve time at the end of this session for your comments and questions, but do keep them coming. Do please respond through the 2 channels so we can make the best use of our time. So with thanks then to Aaron, I'll then pass to our next speaker, also speaking with a rich experience of the diagnostics field, Carlos Eduardo Gouveia, President of the Latin American Alliance for the Development of In Vitro Diagnostics. Carlos, please, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. It's a great pleasure to be here. I hope you hear me well. I just had to go for my plan B because my connection was lost. We had interruption of supply of energy, so let's see if we can move ahead. But basically, it's a great pleasure to be here and talk about mapping other COVID essential health technologies and trade. And like my predecessor, Aaron, I'm going to speak a lot on diagnostics. Aladdin is a network of different associations and entities, but basically it resumes to the very important collaboration of industry, academy, and government officers, exactly in order to accelerate access to diagnostics through regulatory convergence and also quality issues and so on. If we think about the diagnostic world, it has been evolving very fastly. We used to think of diagnostic as only reagents at one time. then reagents and instruments. Nowadays, it's a complete overall system composed of reagents, system, IT, and instruments all together, and from all different sizes. As you can see here, lots of new developments have been made in point-of-care solutions, and also smaller devices like the rapid tests available everywhere. They are embedded with high-profile technology, if we see. But it's not only the technology itself in the instruments and reagents, but if we think about integrating everything through IT networks, we can really take the solutions everywhere and for every kind of need. It can be epidemiological support to public health decisions. It can be for a hospital or lab to bring the results to patients as soon as they are ready in order to promote even faster access to the therapies. It doesn't matter. The fact is that we are now in the Health 4.0 era. We are really looking forward to a fully integrated system. If we come with an example that I would like to bring here, example of Brazil, where I am. Back in March 2020, we were really afraid that we couldn't cope with the pandemic because there was not enough, there was no reagent available in the market, and they would take quite a while, especially because Anvisa, our regulator, is quite an stringent regulatory authority. So it would take time. So in terms of strategy, we had a three-pillar strategy: access, quality, and mass testing. Access, it was really, we came close to Anvisa and discussed the need of a kind of emergency use authorization regulation. So the existing resolutions at the time should be amended or changed. And they did it very quickly, not only for registration purposes, but also GMP and imports. So regulatory convergence and reliance on existing rules, it's quite an important tool for this kind of situation. As a matter of fact, with these changes, Anvisa has registered over 633 products. Some of them are the same by different importers. But anyway, we had all the technologies available in a short period of time. Then it came the question, what about quality? Many are new manufacturers that we have no clue, we have no idea, no track record. So we established a local consortium with the medical societies, the industry association, both medical societies and laboratory association, together with 13 public and private labs that had access to real-life patients. As a conclusion of using the same kind of protocol in every lab, we could have performance data evaluated. And as a conclusion, we had over 16,000 samples evaluated. And what were the outcomes? Well, for the market, we had a reference of performance of these different products available. For the Anvisa, they had post-market surveillance data. And for the manufacturers themselves, they had a very important feedback in order to promote changes and improvements in their production facilities and systems. So the next batch was much better than the previous one. And last but not least, the third pillar would be mass testing. Everyone was counting on the government to take this row ahead, and not only with PCR, but rapid tests, initially antibody, and nowadays with antigen. But that's actually, it was unfortunately not enough for many reasons. We had switch of different ministers in our government, interruption of certain programs. So it was important to have the private sector together with us. We were talking initially for diagnostics, an environment of 6,000 hospitals, 18,000 labs, but that was not enough for over 220 million people. So how to take this step ahead, extra mile? Drugstores and pharmacies were then authorized to do inter-premises evaluations, deployment of rapid tests. And with that, we have this kind of charts and scenarios here. That's what the pharmacy association has been offering to the market. So basically, we were able then to reach the invisible person where they are in the far parts of Brazil and giving very important information. So with this, I would come, and the most important part is actually going to be with the questions and answers, but it's important to know that for diagnostics, there is no perfect diagnostic test. There is always the right test to be used in the right patient, in the right place, and at the right time. This combination of those is going really to provide the correct information in order to improve access to the right therapies. So diagnostics can be a very important tool for public health policy and in order to promote the right and fast way back to the normal economy. But as you know, we have to take some legacies from this very intense experience. So first question, are we prepared for the next pandemic? Are we considering the One Health approach, animal, human health and environment? Are we taking seriously this important integration among academy, industry, and government? That's more important than ever. And should we also think about, and that's a good discussion, about the global value chains in the new format? Should we have only global, but what about the localizing some of the structures? These new arrangements of production should be also considered. We should have expertise in the local places. So this regional collaboration is essential, and convergence of regulation is the most important part of that. So what I would invite you all to check is this new publication that we have launched 2 weeks ago, the Laboratory Diagnostics White Book, where we take the life cycle of diagnostics and come with the bottlenecks we face with very good and interesting proposals. That's a very good exercise because actually the future is in our hands, and Ladiv and our network of associations and collaborators are ready to serve you all and work together with you. Congratulations for the event, and it's a pleasure to be here once again.
Thank you very much, Carlos, and you've really superbly complemented the presentation of Aaron and really given us a grassroots perspective about the reality of developing and disseminating new diagnostics at a critical time. And one point I take away from your presentation is the idea of integration. You made the point that diagnostics themselves are integrated technologies. You mentioned the reagents, the IT, the instruments, rather than seeing these in an isolated fashion. And likewise, the role of diagnostics and their contribution to the One Health policy is also integrated with other aspects. I think another point of integration that you touched on is the idea that innovation is not just a technological matter, but also something for the regulators to consider. And I think we've seen examples of that in the pandemic response. The need for regulators to be nimble and responsive and to step outside their comfort zone while still effectively regulating. And I think that was one of the interesting insights from you. And in general, we can see innovation, and with your reference to promoting broader production capacity, innovation, industrial policies, and health policies being themselves integrated. And I think this is the challenge, and I think this is why the responses we're looking at are also integrated. But let's get onto that subsequently, because we now hear from the medical devices industry, and in particular from Tanya Vogt, who's the Executive Officer of the South African Medical Device Industry Association. So Tanya, glad to pass the floor to you.
Thank you, and I'm very honored to be here. Just to give you some context, and I think this is interesting to know because we're definitely one of those countries that are way behind in terms of vaccinations. We have a population of 58 million, of which only 2.78 million have been vaccinated. We've had 60,000 deaths so far due to COVID, and currently we are sitting in a third wave, deep in that third wave. In fact, as of yesterday, we had 12,000 people test positive just in one day. And over the last 5 days, we've had an average of 15,500 test positive. So when the pandemic came to our shores in March last year, I can honestly say we were totally unprepared. It was panic and pandemonium. And what we saw was car salesmen, donut sellers, advertising agents selling masks. There was a very real lack of understanding of the medtech sector and of the COVID type products, the standards, the specifications, the quality requirements of these types of products. Even healthcare workers and professional procurement personnel didn't know the difference between a surgical mask, a N95 mask, a KN95 mask. And we really had to scramble to put together proper specifications so that we could ensure quality, safe, effective PPE was procured. In this regard, we were very grateful for the World Health Organization set of specifications. And I think if that's one takeaway for those developing countries, and particularly those that have a less rigorous regulatory system than, say, in the developed world, that the WHO was certainly of great assistance to us. We also realized very quickly that we needed to collaborate. The private sector created a fund called the Solidarity Fund, and then through an entity called Business for South Africa, they started engaging with government. And this included all stakeholders. It included the pharmaceutical companies, the medical societies, the regulator, the ministries of health, of trade and industry, of science and technology, and the private sector, and a number of top consulting firms, many of which provided expertise and services pro bono. What we did was we developed a procurement portal where companies were able to log their credentials. We were able to determine capacity, both locally and internationally. And interestingly, South Africa is primarily reliant on imports of medtech. We have a very small local manufacturing industry. And with the huge upsurge in global demand, it became extremely challenging. There were no flights coming into South Africa. There were no flights leaving South Africa. So we needed to get together and we needed to engage with our import and export authority, who actually implemented a rebate. So all essential PPE products were provided a rebate. We needed to engage with various logistic companies internationally and locally just to get those freight and charter planes landing on our shores, bringing supplies. However, there were challenges. With the opening up of the market essentially to non-medtech suppliers who found their way in, although we do have regulations at this point in time, you only need a medical device establishment license to sell medtech in South Africa. We did find a number of counterfeit and poor quality products that were being sold into the market. And this caused a situation where our regulators started tightening controls. So on the one hand, it did have some positive effects, but on the other, what we did see that is particularly with regard to your serological and PCR diagnostic tests, because many of these were very new, even though they might have had emergency clearance, say, in the US or elsewhere, or were even registered in other regulatory jurisdictions, our regulator felt the need to have additional regulatory oversight, and not just of diagnostic tests, but even of masks, and then insisted also on local testing. And this did cause delays for access to market and did create uncertainty for suppliers of these products. Another aspect that I touched on was around counterfeit medical devices. What we did also see is a huge increase in corruption, particularly in the PPE sector. What our government did was they implemented some emergency procurement measures and deviated from the usual procurement processes. And this opened up gaps for corruption. So this is a real area of concern. It continues to be a concern in terms of vaccines. Unfortunately, we do have security issues within South Africa, and a number of PPE products were stolen, and there are rumors that even vaccines have been stolen. So there is definitely a need for collaboration in that area. SAMED joined a consortium called the Health Sector Anti-Corruption Forum, and we're working closely with that forum as well as Corruption Watch to identify ways to mitigate against corruption. We also collaborated with the African Union at one point and supported the development of a procurement portal for PPE for other African states. So I think if anything, my take-home message here is that there is an absolute need, a huge need for collaboration, for sharing of best practice between regulators around the world to really look at how we can implement regulatory convergence, and that individual companies don't try and implement their own rigorous requirements when others have been there and done that. And lastly, I'd like to talk about access of medical representatives. So although it was really challenging in the beginning to get access to PPE and sufficient PPE, what we did find is that the movement of medical representatives as essential workers, and even those allowed to continue manufacturing, was curtailed. We were basically forced to stay at home, all of us, except essential workers, and hotels were closed down, and there was limited movement of and transport around the country. And this limits access of medical representatives to healthcare facilities. We forget that in order to actually implement and ensure that medtech is used appropriately, you need to train healthcare workers. You need to have technicians on site who are calibrating, who are maintaining ventilators, for example, and teaching healthcare workers how to don gowns and PPE and use their masks appropriately. And when you restrict access of medical technology representatives to support these healthcare workers in the front line, you do hinder the training and support that is required for effective delivery of healthcare. So we very early on requested that medical device representatives, those that are patient-facing, be included in the first tranche of those that are being vaccinated. And we have had, I must say, quite some success in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tanya, especially for bringing us down to earth with that very practical, I might say heartfelt insight into the challenges that you and your colleagues had confronted throughout the pandemic. And again, picking up some very important themes. I think the importance of the regulatory framework and the value of WHO specifications, the collaborative framework you mentioned, and I think you stressed the significance of good governance policies or practices in procurement, which become not kind of dispensable in the case of an emergency, but all the more important for the reasons you've underscored, despite the challenges. And then a reminder of the importance of the flow of expertise and human capital, the sharing of knowledge that has, if you like, a human face and that does interact directly with regulatory matters, and for that matter, trade matters, as we know in current discussions in the WTO. So thank you. I mean, that's one of the important moral outcomes, I think, from this horrible experiences that we have an obligation to listen to and learn from those hard-won practical lessons. So thank you. We now pass to a colleague also in the health devices sector, a well-known company, Medtronic, Dr. Trevor Gunn, who's Vice President for International Relations. Trevor, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony, and thank you to our colleagues from the WTO and WHO and so many of us here that have been focused on the pandemic and potential impacts, and of course, not only the present, but what can we do in the future. For those of you that don't know Medtronic, we are, I think, officially the world's largest medical technology company. But in addition to the statistics that you can clearly see on the left-hand side, we've been focusing, as many companies in our industry have been, a lot more on the solutions and how to get to those solutions. And many of those solutions will include technology, but will not be limited by technology, private-public partnerships, and the like. Very well. So just a few little trinkets, really, from the medical device industry, and particularly for those colleagues that may have little experience about our industry and maybe in far-flung destinations. At the end of the day, our mission as a medical technology company is to get medical technology to all who need them. And that means all who need them. It's a lifelong journey. We're making specific progress, but I want to make sure that these points are understood. Number two, you have to understand our industry is not made up of companies like Abbott and ourselves. Aaron did a fantastic presentation. Samed and Carlos from Brazil, great. You'll find actually at the heart of the industry are small and medium-sized companies that are infinitesimally smaller than ourselves. And at the end of the day, that's the litmus test for success or failure often is around those small and medium-sized companies where a doctor and or a surgeon can turn to an engineer, come up with a new device. Very interesting. So we're not confined by any particular scientific paradigm. And we think that all approaches are good approaches, and access is ultimately what we desire. We want to grow our industry globally, so we're not afraid of local competition. We think that it is great to have local innovation. In fact, we hope for innovation to come from the most unexpected and far-flung places of the planet. And please be assured of that. Access, and Tanya, I thought you did a fantastic job, despite the very difficult circumstances right now in South Africa, around the fact of human infrastructure. People realize that technology is technology, but what has been lost in this crisis is the value of the human being and the frontline healthcare worker. Yes, they're lauded, but are they really, truly given sort of the premium position that they actually deserve in terms of determining literally whether a patient survives or dies in a particular situation? I don't think so. I think that you can't do enough in this particular area to include the human infrastructure angle in all of this. And then finally, just a little tidbit around medical technology expenditures as part of budgets. And this goes to emerging markets. This goes to emerged markets. This is also applicable for private and public healthcare. So it's only about 7% of healthcare budgets go to that. The vast majority go to a lot of those operational expenditures in other parts of the healthcare ecosystem. I thought I'd focus just a few moments on what in several of mentioned ventilators. So yes, we do produce ventilators. We are the third largest ventilator producer officially. However, we are the largest producer of respiratory technologies writ large. And yes, ventilators are this complicated. Can be this complicated. That is how difficult it actually is. And one small change, and that could be a movement control order in it, which prohibits employees from coming into a particular factory, could have a decimating impact on a key component and here. And so I won't obsess too much around the statistics and the detail. These slides, I think, will be made available. But I want to look at this for our colleagues that are unfamiliar with trade or unfamiliar with ventilators, to talk about upstream and downstream supply, so we have a clear understanding of how complicated these things can be, right? You have multiple different countries coming into a specific location, final manufacturing location, say Galway in this particular example. Then you have sterilization procedures. They go to major distribution centers, and they go to regional distribution centers. Then, of course, it's the hospital, and then, of course, to the patient, and they're applied to the patient at the end of the day. Right. Some of the, Tony, some of the most important obstacles that we've encountered here, and this is a very busy slide, I know that, are here on the left-hand side. Some of these can be controlled by governments, some cannot be controlled by governments. We fully realize that, but we wanted you to understand at the end of the day, the full portfolio of problems we've encountered in different categories and how we actually dealt with them in Medtronic. My gut tells me many of our colleagues within the medical technology sector applied different approaches, some of the same approaches. We think those are all good. We have a very friendly industry, and we've been learning a lot from each other in the right way through this crisis, but let me keep it at that. I can, most vividly speak to Medtronic as a very mission-based company. We did a lot of, I would say, unusual things. We let go into a lot of intellectual property around a specific ventilator. We created something together with the WHO, where David Nabarro and Dr. Omari Schrock co-chair today, called the Global Respiratory Partnership, that should aid at least the information exchange within the private and public sectors to plan for those future situations. I think the WHO has been doing a great job, particularly in this, but other places as well. We technically went and did sort of unusual things. We partnered up with Intel Corporation, for example, to do something as simple as partnering to make sure that those healthcare workers on the front lines had the opportunity to look at multiple ventilators at the same time, given that human capacity was so low. Collaborating with others, so many different collaborations, from even in the public sector, from NASA to SpaceX to many other collaborating partners. So much was necessary through the crisis. We talked about not raising ventilator prices. That's important. In our CEO letter, we did that. And then we founded something, and back to Tanya's great presentation around human infrastructure, we founded something called the Ventilator Training Alliance. We asked 26 of our colleagues in the ventilator space, all of them willingly. We all partnered up together. We ended up chairing it and sort of taking the lead position here, but creating an app that actually was translated into 9 languages. That was downloaded in 200 countries, that enabled those frontline healthcare workers to deal with all manufacturers in a transparent and productive way. So that's Medtronic. My colleagues at the WHO, at the WTO rather, probably the WHO as well, but WTO for sure, asked about what's the future demand for some of these technologies. And I really want to point out something that I think is often being laid to the side in most discussions. And you could term it long-term COVID. You can talk about the effects that COVID has on other life-saving conditions, but there's a mounting, and I mean mounting, and actually a mound of literature, peer-reviewed now around COVID-19's actual impact upon the medical device sector. Some of them are here. I'm sharing them with you. We're very, let's say, through our experience with non-communicable disease on a global basis, we realize as a company that we have to be very modest around what and in awe of what COVID-19 can bring to public health. It does bring to public health. As such, and again, pointing out why it's difficult to look into the future about future pandemic supply chain problems, et cetera. That previous slide was really meant to address the first. How will C-19 actually evolve? Who knows, right? How far down are we actually going to go down that beautiful Greek alphabet when it's finished? We don't know. And where is it going tomorrow? We're celebrating here in the United States, but day in, day out, we're working with our friends in India and so many other places where they're literally having 1,000 people die a single day. Very difficult in Asia and Southern Africa as well. So I think we've made as much as we can probably do here. Let me just talk quickly about what I think to be some ideas around the WTO role. First of all, I think everybody can realize supply chains in this particular area are so much more complicated than they thought, both upstream and downstream. We definitely need the WTO's help, the WHO's help, UNOPS, anybody that will listen. We need your help to actually deter some of these unintended obstacles. And often because many countries in the world do not have fully developed medical technology regulations, we want to have a fully regulated market. We want to have the capacity in each country to assess in a fair and evidence-based way some of these regulations. And then, of course, regulatory agreements can and do help. They absolutely do. Many people have talked about it before, so I don't really want to say more, but this is maybe to add the voice from the medical technology sector. These are really, really important. In the middle of a crisis, when asking us to send ventilators to many forlorn places of the world, including to Africa and so many other places, the way to get regulatory approval, let's be honest with ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, was to have the president of the country on the tarmac welcoming us. It was not by mutual agreement with that particular country. We need to change that. And then, of course, I think that the WTO has a unique ability to convene colleagues in an emergency type way so that information can be shared much more quickly. Some of these technical barriers, and some of them may come subject to the TBT committee, maybe some won't, whatever it is, but I think that's really important. Then, of course, tariffs, we need to call out the fact that even in this in this difficult situation, we've actually seen some large countries actually raising tariffs when we would have the commonsensical and humanitarian expectation that they would be lowering. I've gone a little bit too long, Tony, but there is my direct contact information. I welcome your criticisms, suggestions, and whatever you may have for us in the Q&A. Thank you, Tony.
Many thanks indeed, Trevor, and indeed those very clear and well-structured, informative slides will, I gather, be available for everyone to consult. And there's a lot of useful material there and a very good overview, again, of the challenges. And I think, you've picked up some of the common themes and set them in, again, a practical context. I won't resume them now because we will have some time for a conversation at the close of the presentations, but I think you've introduced another really unfortunate aspect of integration, which is the idea that the COVID-19 doesn't attack us in isolation. It's unfortunately there are related to other ailments which worsen its effect, and of course the effects of long COVID, as you mentioned. So all the more reason for an integrated and systematic response. On that note, and we're very fortunate with our final speaker, because we now turn to the critical area, of course, of therapeutics, and one therapeutic that has been very much in the spotlight has been remdesivir, and we're very fortunate to have from Gilead our final substantive speaker, Hemal Shah, who's Director, IP and Trade Policy, Government Affairs and Policy at Gilead. So Hemal, thanks so much for joining us. Over to you for your perspective.
Thanks very much, Tony, and thank you for the opportunity to join today's important discussion. So Gilead's response to COVID-19 required proactive investments in research and development, and is really grounded in the company's deep expertise in developing and delivering antiviral medicines. So, Tony, I thought I'd take the opportunity today to provide a brief background on Veklury, which is Gilead's COVID-19 treatment, its manufacturing process, and key supply chain and trade policy lessons that we have learned through the process. So Gilead invented Veklury, or remdesivir, which is the first and only FDA-approved antiviral treatment for patients with COVID-19 in the US. It is also approved by others, including the European Medicines Agency, or authorized for temporary use in approximately 50 other countries. Clinical trials provided evidence that Veklury can help hospitalized patients recover more quickly, reducing provider time and hospital resource usage, potentially also saving significant costs for healthcare systems. Emerging real-world data are also showing a mortality benefit for hospitalized COVID-19 patients who receive remdesivir. But right from the start, Gilead's goal has been to work with governments and with global health authorities to ensure rapid and broad access to Veklury to help ease the significant burden that COVID-19 has brought to the world. In fact, even before any clinical trials for COVID-19 had started, Gilead's manufacturing team began to prepare for large-scale remdesivir production and distribution in anticipation of supply chain pressures and really high demand. This included most of Gilead's $1 billion investment in developing and manufacturing the drug, which is remdesivir, last year. This was all done at risk even before the drug received regulatory approval. So why do I say all this? The manufacturing process for remdesivir is relatively resource and time intensive. It requires 70 different inputs, and the chemical synthesis process must be completed sequentially rather than simultaneously. The process itself requires about 25 chemical steps, whereas most other drugs require only half that number. Complicating the manufacturing process is the challenge of scarce raw materials with their own lengthy production time, and also the lack of specialized manufacturing capabilities, limited global capacity for them. So early on, our manufacturing team procured a steady flow of remdesivir's raw materials to preempt bottlenecks, supply chain bottlenecks, and begin production as quickly as possible. So in total, moving to the finished product at scale typically requires about 9 to 12 months. However, Gilead chemists and engineers refined the production process, shortening the timeline down to 6 months or less. Gilead also increased active ingredient batch size by 12 times, increased manufacturing capacity by over 100 times, partnered with 40 other manufacturers across 13 different countries to create really the fastest possible production network. And then while we ramped up production, we also continued to educate our global health stakeholders that any disruption to the supply chain could actually reduce the amount of remdesivir that could be produced, and in fact, increase the time it takes to do so. Moreover, as remdesivir is administered intravenously in a hospital setting, production requires sterile manufacturing capabilities, which really limits the number of organizations truly capable of manufacturing it safely, efficiently, and urgently. So in addition, Gilead also signed voluntary licensing agreements with manufacturers in India, Pakistan, Egypt, to expand access to remdesivir in 127 low-income and lower middle-income countries, which have populations with limited access to healthcare. Our partners facilitated the production of low-cost, high-quality, high-volume generic remdesivir, having enabled access for over 2.3 million eligible patients in the developing world. All in all, to complete the picture, Gilead and its manufacturing partners actually have been able to meet global real-time demand for remdesivir since October of last year. I quickly wanted to share maybe 3 lessons based on this background from my experience. So first is really the importance of proactive stakeholder education on the need for coordination, on the absolute need for coordination, in fact, and partnership. Our experience shows that a closely coordinated global production effort is indispensable to ensure that these materials are efficiently allocated, processed, and get to patients in a timely manner in a crisis such as COVID-19. So I'll give you a quick example. Our partnership with our voluntary licensees positioned us effectively to respond to the second COVID surge in India, which suddenly required double the amount of remdesivir to meet demand. We supported our licensees with additional real-time technical assistance as they increased their batch sizes, added new manufacturing facilities, and onboarded additional local manufacturers. Today, our partners have been able to turn around the situation in about a month, while Gilead donated about 450,000 vials of remdesivir to India in the interim to that ramp up. And at the same time, to alleviate any supply disruption to other countries dependent on our India-based partners, Gilead donated active ingredients to our licensees based outside India so that they could continue to supply to others despite India's temporary export ban on remdesivir, which has now, of course, has been eased. This actually leads me to my second lesson or takeaway, which is the importance of global multi-source supply chains and the need for global stakeholders to commit to keeping them open. Veklury or remdesivir was developed in the US. Its drug product manufacturing, in fact, also takes place in the US. However, our ability to produce large quantities and meet global demand really relied on an international supply chain, which allowed for redundancies that enabled manufacturers to adapt to unanticipated spikes in demand. But their benefits can really only be maximized when policymakers commit to avoiding trade restrictions, thereby building resilient supply chains that are immune to risks. And maybe last and perhaps also relevant for the discussion at the WTO on the TRIPS waiver is that our intellectual property licensing program has actually brought to light several regulatory barriers to access and administrative barriers to access. Some of them, were discussed in the last session. And even if enough product gets through open supply chains and through borders, we need to solve for things that come in later. So this, examples of these barriers include slow regulatory approvals, absence of procurement processes, and absence of funding mechanisms. For example, our licensee partner in Pakistan, in fact, did note last year that few countries had actually put in a system for procurement, and therefore they were not placing orders. Such issues could also have knock-on effects on political willingness to invest in disease and treatment education, as well as sustainable healthcare infrastructure and medicine distribution. But it was really encouraging to hear how we are all preparing moving forward and for the next pandemic. So in conclusion, as some policymakers have already recognized, a global crisis like COVID-19 is really best solved through global solutions. We really remain thankful for close industry government cooperation, as well as to our manufacturing partners to expedite the availability of Veklury remdesivir for patients around the world. I'll stop here and back to you, Tony.
Great, thank you so much, Hemal, and again for bringing us down to earth with this most important and concrete example of the challenges for distribution of therapeutics, a critical therapeutic. Thanks to the fantastic cooperation of our panelists, we do have some time now for a conversation, and frankly, I want to make the most of this wonderful panel and extract as much as we can from our colleagues. I thought one way of doing this would be to go through the common themes that have emerged, I think naturally enough, in these presentations, and ask our panelists to comment on these from two directions, I suppose. Firstly, looking at the WTO, but also the international system generally, because we collaborate very closely with our international partners. What steps, what procedures, what initiatives would be most effective? And secondly, what are the best ways of tracking in real time the problems that are encountered? We've heard a number of them already today, some of the specific issues encountered. The best way of tracking that in time so that the system can respond in a timely fashion. And the first area, and we have a comment in the Q&A panel, we have a comment specifically on this anyway, on the regulatory question, and we've touched on regulation of devices, of diagnostics, of therapeutics. Earlier today, of course, a lot on vaccines. So I wonder if any of the panelists would like to take up that further, and particularly in that practical context. We're not talking about refashioning the regulatory system or subverting the regulatory sovereignty of any of our members, but there's a strong push towards convergence, cooperation, these kind of ideas, and it'd be interesting to get your views on the role that the international community can play in promoting this. Also, the reference to regional convergence on regulation, because we know that to take a global approach may be too big a step to take, but certainly regional approaches to regulation, which I think Trevor mentioned, that also would be an important step. So who would like to take up that regulatory question? I can nominate you if you like.
Tony, if I may, I believe we do have a very important aspect here, which is indeed to promote convergence in terms of regulation and use the tools that we have available. Reliance was a very good example in terms of fostering and expediting registrations, use of GMP information from other countries. That was a good example. So convergence, integration of activities. And again, I think WTO could really make incentive for local expertise and knowledge sharing. That's something that we have learned, that when it exploded, the first signs of the pandemic, we couldn't get products anywhere. And the products that we could get, sometimes they were hijacked in scale somewhere in between origin and destination. So it's something that we today, okay, we are okay with that. We have already looked for solutions and we found some. But in the future, there might be a problem in regards to that. That's one example. A second example, we really talk about global chains of value chains. I think that's fantastic. I always advocated in favor of that. But when you realize United States, for instance, has some executive orders where FDA, CDC, and some other institutions have to look for solutions for self-sufficiency conditions. What about the smaller countries, low, medium income countries, what they should do? So we don't have equitable distribution of some of the vaccines, devices, and so on. So I think it's important that WTO gets involved in this kind and promotes this kind of discussion. What is the right balance?
No, thank you. And one of the benefits of our conversations today is to help inform that, exactly that discussion. Another area, and of course today's workshop is also about transparency, indeed, of production chains. And one of the really interesting aspects of the current debate, I was listening to the WHO chief scientist this morning, Dr. Swaminathan, and one of the key points she made was the need to keep trade flows open. And of course, that's something you normally hear from trade economists, trade experts, but we've seen very concretely, and as you've mentioned, Carlos, the importance of keeping global supply chains open, and not from the point of view of pure trade economics, if you like, but from the point of view of ultimate equitable access. So I wonder if others would like to build on their comments in this area. I think everyone's touched on it in different ways. The significance of openness. I mean, Tanya's mentioned that when it comes to medtech, even a significant player like South Africa is highly dependent on imports. Would someone like to comment on the challenges of keeping supply chains open and the role again that the international institutions might play?
Anthony, if I may.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Tanya. Yep. Oh. Tanya, please go. Can you hear us still? Who would like to take up that topic? Sorry.
Maybe I can give a shot while Tanya, I'd really like from Tanya.
Yeah.
Oh, she's coming
I'm
back.
back. You go, Trevor.
Nope. You go first.
Tanya, please go ahead. We can hear you now.
Yes. So one of the things that our government did was they implemented export restrictions on PPE. And I think that was very misguided. And I would like to recommend that governments first consult with the respective industries that they're going to impact before they implement these measures that have huge potential negative ramifications for the movement of essential products. So that would be something that I would recommend. Also, we found that a lack of data almost is very, it hamstrings you, because if you don't know where the products are coming from or where they're going to, or in what capacity, or the freight and logistics pathways that are used, etc., how can you then make major trade decisions and not take those into account? So I would recommend that you really need to gather data. You need to understand the sector that you are impacting, and you need to consult with industry, and also consult with the other ministries of trade and industry in those countries that you are trading with, both that you're exporting to and importing from, to understand the impact of any changes to your trading policies.
If I could add just a moment on, I think Tanya said it very, very well. Please always remember the human. I have 3 points. Please always remember the human element in all of this. I made reference to supply chains being particularly vulnerable to some of the, what some countries have called movement control orders. We focused a lot on product, we focused a lot on technology, we focused a lot on, aircraft, trains, planes, etc. But at the end of the day, we saw actually some of the most vulnerable pieces being countries which woke up in the morning and said, "Oh, we've got too many COVID cases in my country." And they clearly did. But then they cut off the entire supply chain, but a smart country woke up and had this crisis happen one time and then put like medical device exemptions in the next time that it actually happened. So we think that that's important. The second point, Tony, and you talked about this in your first question, I think we in the business community, and I think if we as humanitarians at the end of the day want to see that the UN organizations are working together. If I even look at procurement, I look at the first round, and you see vestiges of still in the second round, and I know, Aaron, you may have some thoughts about that from your perspective. We saw, frankly, more competition than collaboration. Different orders coming from different places, not understanding where those orders were coming from. So you can imagine already we're working with very, very, very strained supply chains. Trying to authenticate a particular order is not fun business. And to understand that may be coming actually in from 2 different organizations, 2 different countries, same order coming in from 2 different countries, or these type of confusion issues. It's not the type of slowdown that I think anybody wants. So anything that the UN type organizations, WTO, WHO, UN Secretary General's office, etc., could do to tighten up their collaboration is really good for us. And then finally, the issue of regulatory. Let's remember regulatory capacity, and particularly with medical devices. I don't hear that much from our pharma biotech friends on this, but I can tell you this is a major issue in Africa, across 54 countries for us, with a few exceptions. Again, trying to differentiate between the medical devices industry, regulation, and the capacity needed to judge the regulatory compliance, and hiring electrical engineers instead of biochemical engineers. That's something very practical. But that's not limited to Africa. Many other countries in the world have insufficient regulatory frameworks for medical devices as differentiated from pharmaceuticals and biotechnology. We have a lot of respect for them, but this is an area where WTO, WHO could work a lot more closely. Adriana Velasquez-Peruman and some of the people on the previous panel could be great contributors to that.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to, just in a few remaining minutes, put a question to both Aaron and Hemal, who have underscored the significance of cooperation as part of technology transfer and the challenges of, well, we've focused on global production chains in tangible form, but Trevor, as you've underscored, it's the flow of knowledge that's also critical, the intangible component of these supply chains. And as we seek to broaden the base of production and diversify productive capacity to achieve greater equity of access. I'd be interested in your experiences from the perspective of Abbott and of Gilead, if you could just give us a few parting thoughts. Thank you. Darren, would you have something to offer?
Sure, I can speak briefly on it. I think the big piece from my side is probably on the more tangible bit, and working in supply chain for my entire career, I can say, never having experienced the type of challenges we faced over the last 18 months. In terms of some of the knowledge related trade issues, we saw, one of the earlier speakers pointed out that it only takes a single item to be missing from a product in order to have an entire factory come to a standstill. So, I mean, we had built new factories and hired thousands of workers to manufacture our diagnostic tests when a single material became constrained, and that material may not be classified as a diagnostic or therapeutic or vaccine related material in the trade classifications. We had to jump over significant hurdles to avoid that. So I think, one thing that I would maybe throw out from Abbott's standpoint is, just how do we address that as we move forward? Thinking about supply chains in their entirety and not just the movement of finished goods, everything from PPE all the way through, I think is something, open that's worth more consideration.
Right, thank you. And I think I can say that point is well taken. We'll have to reflect on collectively what we do about it, but I think the point is extremely well taken. And I suppose transparency of the supply chains that we've been talking about is a first step. Final word then goes to Hema. Would you like to offer your thoughts on that question, please?
Yes, sure. Thank you. Thank you for that opportunity. I'll say three keywords here, right? Preparedness, partnership, education. You raised partnership. I couldn't stress enough on the importance of voluntary collaboration and partnership. So to respond to this crisis quickly and efficiently, voluntary partnership played a really important role. On the one hand, we could go to manufacturers, our trusted partners, tap into our decades-old networks, and really those with established track records to produce high-quality, low-volume, low-cost medicines efficiently and distribute them as well. The second factor is also absorption of technology transfer and who can do it safely, quickly, and at scale. The third point on partnership, on voluntary partnership, is that you can get together and make sure that you can build a secure supply chain, which protects against potentially dangerous counterfeits and substandard medicines infiltrating supply chains. But one other point I wanted to add on voluntary partnership is the importance of technology transfer, which you mentioned, Tony, as well. So in terms of voluntary licensing that Gilead spearheaded in the developing world, our licensees have the right to receive technology transfer of the manufacturing process for remdesivir. So this includes manufacturing process descriptions, specifications, methods, and stability data, all to enable them to scale up production very quickly. And there's also the importance of sort of close communication and constant workshops and discussions to enable real-time know-how sharing. So this again goes back to our point in addressing the second COVID surge in India that I made earlier. But really, just wanted to put forward that the importance of collaboration, partnership, and voluntary partnership at that.
Well, thank you very much, Hemal. Our panelists, I think, have exceeded our high expectations of them. It's been an incredible discussion. I've picked up so much from it. In particular, I think it's brought down to earth some of the more general issues we've been debating, and helped us understand from the perspective of these three key areas, diagnostics, therapeutics, medical devices, that we can learn a lot from the experience with the vaccine sector that we're focused on for much of today. But there are distinct challenges. At the same time, some very common themes come through. The human factor, the idea that technology diffusion does involve education and human-to-human transmission of knowledge, the complexity of supply chains and the need to keep those open, to understand that complexity and to see that as a vital aspect of the response to the pandemic. The impact of perhaps short-term and inward-looking measures such as tariff spikes, such as constraints on trade, having unintended and negative effects. And finally, something that's come up very frequently, and I suppose rightly so, is that of regulatory convergence and cooperation. That's something that seems to span all of the sectors we've been looking at, and of course is a principle very much embedded in the WTO DNA, and certainly a practical responsibility for us to take up. But that concludes this panel. The panelists have been fantastic, and they've even brought us in exactly on time, which is very rare in Geneva. And that means I can pass also right on time to our closing speaker, which I'm delighted to say is Deputy Director General Angela Ellard. DDG Ellard, over to you.
Thank you, Tony, for the introduction, and it's an honor to close today's panel. In her opening remarks, DDG Anabel Gonzalez promised you that the symposium would generate many important insights. We've heard from more than 30 professionals engaged in different ways in the fight against this terrible virus. I salute them all for the valuable work they're doing to bring this crisis under control and to an end. I'm also encouraged by their willingness to engage and share their experiences. That willingness imparts an expectation that the WTO is an organization that can deliver on issues that matter. Let me assure you that I am every bit as committed to seeing the WTO deliver as an institution as Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, our Director General. And there is no more pressing area in which the WTO must deliver than trade and health. In my closing remarks, I will focus on 3 points: the role of trade in ending the COVID-19 health crisis, the importance of partnerships and international cooperation now and in the future, and finally, why predictability and transparency must transcend this and future crises. So first, let me address the role of trade in ending the crisis. And here I note the following key takeaway from today's proceedings. To bring the pandemic under control, the contribution of trade must grow, not diminish. By the end of last week, nearly 23% of the world's population had received one dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. Some 77% of 2.92 billion COVID-19 vaccines administered were in 5 WTO members: China, the European Union, the United States, India, and Brazil. To reach more people in all countries, 2 things need to happen. First, more COVID-19 vaccine doses must be manufactured. This means more international trade in critical vaccine inputs. Without access to inputs, the additional doses will not be produced. And second, the movement of vaccines and their inputs through international trade channels must also grow. Trade is an indispensable component of achieving vaccine equity. Let me give you an analogy. Think of it like a runner starting a distance race. As she picks up the pace, her heart starts to beat faster. These are the factories pumping out vaccines at an increasing speed and volume. For the runner to keep the pace and finish the race, though, other parts of her body must play their part. The blood that the heart pumps must circulate throughout the entire body. The arteries and veins that bring critical inputs to factories and vaccines to populations across the world are the routes through which trade runs. Unfortunately, we heard examples today of where those trade arteries are impeded. We see deliberate obstructions, such as export prohibitions and controls, that seek to keep the blood supply in one part of the body. Inadvertent obstacles can arise from cumbersome regulatory processes or simply taking too long to release vaccine inputs. And we've listened to missed opportunities to widen the arteries and let more inputs and vaccines flow by streamlining requirements, increasing reliance on others, and agreeing on common protocols. With the heart already slow to respond and these barriers clogging the way, we risk making the race to manufacture and distribute vaccines longer, slower, and more arduous than it should otherwise be. So let me be clear, these obstacles matter. They slow down not just the flow of inputs and vaccines, but also the upscaling of production, complicating further our efforts to achieve equity in vaccine distribution. It was very clear today that trade is indispensable to achieving vaccine equity. And that brings me to my second point, the value of partnerships and international cooperation. As I mentioned at the outset, the symposium has featured an impressive roster of experts and organizations engaged in the struggle to bring this crisis under control. Each has its own mandate and comparative advantage. The WTO does also. Acting on its own, each actor can achieve some things, but not everything. And when what Director General Dr. Ngozi calls a problem of the commons comes along, we may not achieve that much at all by acting independently. In our interconnected global economy, we need partnerships to tackle common problems. Whether it's overfishing, climate change, pandemics, or many other problems of the commons, our best chance is to pursue partnerships to address these issues. The WTO is partnering with a range of different actors. Some of these partnerships, like the trilateral cooperation with the World Intellectual Property Organization and the World Health Organization on trade and public health-related issues, are well established. Last week, Dr. Ngozi, Dr. Tedros, and Darren Tang mapped out where this collaboration can be further strengthened to provide expertise and evidence and to coordinate assistance that is needed by governments to tackle the challenge of COVID-19. We're also actively engaged with the World Customs Organization. Our joint activities cover regular work on a broad scope of different topics, ranging from rules of origin to cooperation on customs classification and implementation of the Trade Facilitation Agreement. The information gathered at today's event on vaccine inputs is invaluable. It should enable us to better track these essential goods through global trade. In addition, the WTO is providing expert input on trade issues to the COVAX Manufacturing Task Force. This is a two-way exchange. For example, information on where trade frictions are arising can be used to inform our work on trade monitoring. We can also feed in many resources that we have developed at member request. These resources can be as simple as the details of a national trade facilitation contact point, or this information can involve more complex explanations of how issues like conformity assessment are being approached by members in relation to COVID-19 essential goods, and more generally in the context of the triennial review of the TBT agreement. More broadly, we can also assist members on how to use the intellectual property system to notify needed COVID-19 health technologies, that cannot be locally manufactured, thus aggregating demand and improving demand forecast. Collaborations with the IMF and World Bank continue as part of our coherence mandate, and new or existing dialogues are emerging, such as the World Local Production Forum that took place last week. This afternoon, we also heard about how national regulatory authorities are working together with the WHO towards a more coordinated approach, relying more on each other and streamlining wherever possible to expedite access to safe vaccines. We all understand that international regulatory cooperation is vital to combating COVID-19. One common theme that runs through our interactions is the need for transparency and predictability, a theme that I will address in my third point. What we've heard today from supply chain managers, regulators, and international organizations is the need for continuous adaptability and troubleshooting. Global merchandise trade continued to bounce back in the first quarter of 2021 from its collapse earlier in the pandemic. But the pace of recovery is diverging strongly across countries and regions, which means that trade is still digesting the shock. Some factories are struggling to keep pace with demand. Vaccine input suppliers are an obvious example. Other factories are idling or running at reduced capacity. This situation creates plenty of headaches for logistical managers, especially those of vaccine manufacturers. 2020 and 2021 have really tested the reaction speed of supply chain managers, as well as those of national regulatory authorities. Many of the supply chain problems should shake themselves out as global supply and demand comes back into better alignment. However, where there are deliberate obstructions and inadvertent obstacles, this process of realignment will take additional time. By working in concert, we can speed things up. We can work to ensure the safety, quality, and efficacy of approved vaccines. And we can seize the many opportunities to speed up the circulation of vaccines and other critical goods by widening the trade arteries through trade facilitating mechanisms. In her introductory remarks, DDG Gonzalez laid out several ways in which the WTO can support efforts to ramp up production and pump them out to the world. Fundamentally, what she outlined comes back to predictability and transparency. Let me recall 5 key areas. 1, improving predictability of supply by identifying and reducing export restrictions. 2, fostering cooperation and partnerships, including through voluntary licensing and technology transfer, as well as the effective implementation and use of policy options available in the WTO system. 3, monitoring trade policies and ensuring transparency. 4, contributing to building the capacity of regulatory authorities that are responsible for safety, quality, and efficacy of vaccines and other medical products. And finally, 5, promoting the collection of granular trade data in support of facilitating vaccine manufacturing and supply chains. These actions can be taken regardless of whether vaccines or other health products are in question. And they don't need any new disciplines, just enhanced engagement in existing structures and commitment to abide by the rules of the game. In closing, let me recall that Dr. Ngozi has called on us all to meet the challenge of vaccine equity. She has unambiguously articulated the role that she sees trade as playing in this process. Today's symposium has added further weight to her view. Indeed, as I said at the start of my remarks, To bring the pandemic under control, the contribution of trade must grow, not diminish. Partnerships are essential in this process, both in the context of the current health crisis and future problems of the commons. And predictability and transparency must transcend this and future crises. Thank you for your attention.